Good morning and happy Friday, Mega. How was your Mega Mini yesterday?
It was good. It was fun
It was
working with
fun.
her. Yes.
All right, so we all have our color, is that correct?
Yes.
Uh, Raise your hand if you're one of my yellows. Mm-hmm. How about red? Was anybody red? Jamara. Ooh, okay. We have our driver. How about green? Processes orientated. Okay, and blue?
Ever was green.
Uh-huh. Oh, Lupe. Lupe likes structure. Okay. Lupe, ever. Interesting, interesting.
I relate more to red though. I don't know why. After reading actually, no, you know what the assessment, I kind of relate to it, but I feel like personality wise, I would definitely have thought that I was red.
How much red did you have in your chart?
I think it was 6 for red, 6
Huh?
for
Well, that's a lot.
yellow, and 9 for green.
Okay. So you have a red horizon. There's a lot of red in there, so that makes sense. We have our tendencies and then what we need from others, and all of the color chart really kind of balances each other out. We need other people to provide where our shortcomings are, and vice versa. So when I do that color chart in a group of people, it just reminds me just how important it is, or that the village mentality that if we were all yellow or all red or all green, we would still be cavemen. We would have not evolved as a society. It would have been impossible for us to work with each other. We would have been separated from each other, fighting each other all the time. But we actually need each other to push humanity forward. So when you look at that, when you understand what your color are and what you need from others, that's where you really start appreciating teamwork and appreciating the herd mentality and also the village. Is anybody have a really high number? Really, really yellow, really, really blue?
Yes, Amelia.
Amelia does for sure.
So high with yellow, which I totally get. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I am looking forward to going back and watching part of the Mega Mini.
Well, you know what else was interesting is look at Ling. If you find her little screen, she still has her colors up there.
I
She
see.
was almost identical, blue, green, and red. I've
Uh-huh.
not seen that before.
It's called balanced. A balanced person. We don't
You're
see those a lot
balanced,
today.
Ling.
I
She's
had I had pre-balanced yellow and blue, actually.
yellow and blue. Okay. That's gonna make for a very calm, excited person. That kind of makes sense, Dimitri. You've always got that excitement, but kind of that level tone. So I get it. It makes sense to me, 100%. It's good to know what we are, but once we recognize what we are, then we can start recognizing in others. So how many of you have taken this and applied it and had your spouse or your kids do it? Laura, what did you learn from that?
That yeah, I need a balance.
Well, from the family and the kids, was there some empathy that maybe we learned from that? And like, oh, that's why they are
Well,
that way. They're not just trying
well,
to irritate me, it's born and bred in them.
yeah. And I mean, and I'm so, kind of yellow. I'm not logical. I am logical, but not, that's not what I go to first. And so, he was, like between blue and green, but mostly blue, which I was surprised. So, yeah.
Well, if you haven't yet applied this with your family, please do. There's a lot that can be learned there, but I think the number one thing that we take away from the whole thing, first is empathy and acceptance, and the other person and having a better understanding. And when we realize that from our family perspective, and then we start being able to see different traits in different people based on different colors, we begin to start recognizing that in our clients too. Those clients who are making, they need the process to be fun, or they need to have structure. They need to be able to be the one who gets to make the decisions. So it helps you have a little bit more appreciation and help allow them to be able to fill the space with their personality and what they need so that we can walk them down this path of buying a home, and it's going to make them more comfortable and easier for them to make decisions, and certainly not easier for them to move forward. That's not the decision I'm making, or I'm not trying to, what I'm trying to say. It's easier for them to make decisions whether they're going to move forward or not and go back onto the home search and find something different. It's just easier for them to make the decisions that they need because we're giving them a space in order to do that. We have Friday today, and then we're going to get to the weekend. And what is next week? Dun, dun, dun.
Last week.
It is the last week of Mega. I'm already mourning this because I'm having such a good time with you guys and I'm enjoying this so much. And I think that you guys are too. We come out the other side of Mega and it feels a little bit like we're lost sometimes because we get into this kind of focused journey that we're on, and it's kind of helping us be on a track, and then that ends. And then sometimes people come out of the other side of Mega and they feel like, what do I do now? It takes 30 days for a habit to set in. Thank you, Laura, for sending me that today because it was perfectly timed. The reason that we do Mega for a month is so that we can form the habits of a successful sales agent. And so when we come out the other side of Mega, I don't want you guys to be lost because you have to remember the 4 things. What are the 4 things? What is the first thing?
Prospect,
Yes, and the second thing?
Convert.
Uh-huh.
Convert.
Yep, and what's the third thing?
Close.
Yep,
Close.
close. And the last thing.
Follow
Follow
up.
up.
follow up.
And they're all equally important. It's like if I were to ask you, which spoke of this particular wheel is more important? They're all the same. The wheel's not going to turn without all of the spokes. And those are your 4 spokes. Those are the 4 things that's going to keep your business moving forward and churning forward. You have to pull leads into your business. You have to convert those leads to representation agreements. You have to get them under contract and get them closed. And then you have to follow up with them and keep that relationship going to create a referral-based business and continue to get more referrals from them and transact with them once every 5 years with that expectation. All of these things are the important income producing tasks. And it's really easy for us as salespeople to fall off the wagon of income producing tasks and start gravitating towards being our own assistant. I need you to look at that color wheel and look at those things that you're good at and those things that you're not so good at, what you need others to provide. And now you know who you need to hire for your assistant. If we're yellow, we do not need a yellow assistant. We need green, someone to help organize us and organize our world. If we're heavily green, then we're going to be missing some other things in our world. We need to figure out what we are and what we bring to the table and what our strengths are and farm out the rest. So knowing who to hire as your assistant is just important as knowing how to do this job, because you're not going to be able to do it alone. You need help, whether that's a CTC, but when you start selling at a meaningful level, you're going to need people. And that could include a lender that you need to be able to work well with. That could be a closer that you need to be able to work well with. People that are going to very productively work very hard to get your clients to the closing table that you trust, that you have no issues or concerns regarding your team's ability, their commitment, and their ethics. I like my mega students to come out of mega with two promises. One, that they're going to take a designation, that they're going to either, if they've not yet taken ABR, that they're going to immediately jump into ABR. If they haven't taken SRS, they're going to also do that. ABR is accredited buyer rep. SRS is the seller representative specialist. I teach both of those courses as I come out of mega, and I do that for my mega group so that you can get the NAR designation and be focusing on those two competencies, working with buyers and working with sellers. There's a lot of other designations out there that are very helpful, like GRI, but if you don't have ABR and SRS first, don't get GRI. If you are in your 90-hour SAE period, you're going to need those 90 hours of GRI. And so don't miss a GRI if you're in your SAE period, because we only teach those GRIs once a year for 3 years. So you'll be able to get your GRI from us if you don't miss any of them if you're in that 3-year period. I recommend your next class be ABR or SRS, but the next two be ABR and SRS. That's going to really help you. Then and grab the next GRI class and try to get through your 90-hour GRI classes. I'm going to be teaching a negotiation class in the coming months. I also recommend that you take that as well. If you put these classes on your radar, it's going to help you add more things to your toolbox if you don't already have them, and it's going to help make a huge difference. 5% of agents have a GRI, and the GRI, people who get their GRI designation typically stay in the business. That's what I found. Fewer people leave the business with a GRI. Those agents who never get their GRI, they have an 85% washout rate. But those people who get a GRI, they tend to stick in the business. That's more investment that they've made. They understand the business better, and they're much more willing to put in the extra work to make the business work because they realize what they have. They've got an incredible business that all it takes is putting thought in the right area and work in the right area. And next thing you know, boom, you've got a successful business, and you're never, ever, ever going to do anything to put your license in jeopardy or inactive, because that's your lifeblood. One other
And
thing.
I'm sorry, when are you
Oh, go ahead.
teaching that one, the GRI?
I'm gonna, hey, Lisa, can you get with Cindy, message her, ask her for my timeline of ABR, GRI, SRS, and SRES? No,
Yes.
RE and E, I mean.
Right.
So
I'll get
the
on.
SRS, ABR, GRI, and RE and E. That would be helpful to have those dates. Thank you, Lisa, very much. So one other thing, what also is next week besides the last week of Mega? Because I'm guessing,
UVP.
yeah, I'm guessing that most of you were thinking, oh gosh, next week's UVP, and one of you said the last week, and you're like, oh yeah, that too. I'm thinking that most of you were thinking, oh, it's that project I have to do. All right, so
I
in
was
the very,
thinking that graduation party.
oh,
that-
okay, I like that too. Well, your yellow's coming out, Ever. So, and Ever's got he's got some yellow under that blue. I think we had a good conversation on day one on the mindset of the successful agent about the project, about the UVP project. And I know there were some confusion and some questions about it yesterday, so I just want to clear that up. The UVP project is going to be on your Thursday Mega Mini of next week. You've got a little bit of time between now and then. Now, what we've done in the past is we've asked people to come in and do them live. The reason initially we asked them just to send us a recording of them of you doing your UVP, but as Lisa mentioned, the next thing you knew, it was less about the Vanessa Van Edwards concepts about our hand movements and how we're our body language, less about our happy hello, less about the delivery of our words, and more about the theatrics of the video. And I care nothing about the theatrics of the video. In fact, the more theatrics, the more it takes away from the message that I want to hear, which is your value proposition, the more I realize that the student completely missed the entire point of the exercise. It's not about a theatrical video that's entertainment value. And if you want to do a video like that, I would love to see it, but it has nothing to do with your UVP project. Your UVP project is about your articulated value, what you're going to do differently or what you're going to do the same, but what do you bring to the table? Why should someone hire you? You guys have gone through your goal board, your vision board planning, which hopefully helped you articulate that in your brain, your vision statement and your mission statement. How many of you have finished your mission statement? Who has not yet finished their mission statement? Okay, I need that mission statement by the end of today. So 11:59 p.m. today, I want to see that mission statement on your realtytexas.me out there shining bright for the world to see.
And drop it in the post too, so I know you did it for the points.
Mm-hmm. So that's going, and if you've already done your goal board, and by the time we've gotten here, go back and grab your mission statement again and look at it again. Because you may have put that mission statement together when we were talking about the Power Start Your Business Day, and we spent a little bit of time on that in groups. It might have changed now that you've had your vision boards and a little bit more time to think of this through and learn a little bit more about what this business is really about. Because I think by the time you get to this point in Mega, you have a little better understanding of what it is to be a real estate agent. At least a little bit more crystallized version of what it is. It's all about people. It's about relationships. You knew that before, but I think there's dots that get connected and the green light comes on or the light bulb comes on. So it's my hope that you guys grab your agent bio, you take a look at that again, put one last filter over it, make sure it's in your agent.me, and use that to help you craft what's going to ultimately be your Thursday project. How many of you are thinking right now that you're going to do it in person? Thank you. It is a lot more effective, wholesome, real when it's done in person. And so we appreciate that. I know that there's a thing about being nervous getting in front of people. I'm going to give you a couple tips and tricks on how to get up in front of people and deliver a really nice speech and not be nervous, or at least less nervous, because this is something that I do often. I'm very often at the board or in leadership summits having me get up and talk in front of very large groups of people. Know what you're going to say before you say it, first of all, and don't speak on something that you don't know about. Don't grab the mic and start talking about something you don't know anything about, because you're going to be nervous and you're going to talk yourself in a circle and make yourself look like a bumbling idiot. So just know that. If you are going to talk about something, make sure that you know exactly in your brain what you're going to say. For a project like this one, I recommend going home. This is going to sound a little silly, but grab a chair and stand up on the chair and do your UVP standing on a chair in your house. And do it at least 10 times. Why am I giving you that advice? Joyce.
I was just saying, like, to break your own ice, like to get yourself comfortable with it, no matter whether you're by yourself, in a mirror, your family, your cat, whoever. Like, it helps just kind of get that nervous, scared feeling out.
That's definitely part of it. That's definitely part of it. I want you to get the words down so you know exactly what you're going to say. So when you're writing the words, hear it in your head. So talking, so it's conversational. So you get the words right. So we have that first. Your words have to be on a 3x5 card. You have to recite it 100 times until you have it exactly how you want to say it. But if you stand up on a chair and there's people in the room after you've memorized it and you're just going to recite it, two things happen. One, when you're a student in a class, like when you guys are sitting in your mega minis or you're at home, you're very used to being at eye level with everyone. It's a very different thing than when you stand up and walk in front of the class and now you're 3.5 foot taller than everyone and everyone's looking at you, and now there's a different perspective. In that perspective, people aren't used to that unless you're the instructor and have been in front of the class the whole time, because then we get used to that perspective. But you're going to get up there and that perspective is going to be foreign to you, and you're not going to be in the same element that you were when you were just thinking about that 10 seconds earlier before you stood up and walked in front of the class. That's going to change your perspective. So if you can get ready for that change of perspective at home and stand on a chair and be 3 foot higher than everyone and get used to that, when you get in front of the class, it's not going to be such as a striking difference. That's the first thing. So primarily the first thing is your words have to be on a 3x5 card. Read it and read it until you don't need the 3x5 card anymore. Then you memorized it. Now, I know you guys can memorize things. How do I know that? Because you guys have,
Like the 104 and
yeah,
the text.
Yeah, the contract.
that's, you memorized all 23 paragraphs of the contract and you memorized all 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. So I
Big fan of that. I
know.
want to do mine today.
Cool. Thank you. I can't wait to hear it. So I know inside and out that you guys can memorize. There's no question in my mind that you can do that. So your mission statement and your agent bio, at least your agent bio today, going back and reviewing that again, putting some thought. I remember Laura said in the contracts class yesterday, I'm gonna go revise my UVP a little bit. And that, things happen. And sometimes that's exactly what we do is we go back and we remember, okay, that's a really big deal. I want to make sure that that's woven into my value because that's huge. So once we figure out the words and we have it on the 3x5 card, it has to resonate to you as well, because you have to believe it and be excited about it, because this is something you need to be passionate about it. And when you get this right, when people ask you why you're in real estate, whether it's your friends, whether it's your family, whether it's your colleagues, whether you're at a breakfast at the chamber and you're the sponsor and you have to tell all the other business owners what it is that you do, there will be a time where you have to recite this and you have it memorized. And you're going to think back at this time and you're going to be so grateful for the time that you invested in this, because you're going to use this forever and ever and ever throughout your career. So this is really powerful stuff that a salesperson has to have at the ready. So your biggest project for this weekend is going to be getting the words on your 3x5 card, knowing exactly what you're going to say, recite it at least 10 times, standing on a chair until you don't need the 3x5 card anymore. And now you can put that in your back pocket. And now you're going to start reciting it. And then you're going to start thinking about, well, what are my hands doing? What words am I going to emphasize? How am I going to express the meaning? Because this is important stuff and I want to make sure that people get it. And then it's when you're confident and you feel good about it and you're proud of yourself for being able to nail this and your words, then your happy hello starts coming out and people can start seeing it. You're less nervous, you're just more powerful. And it just comes off in a whole different way. So if you follow these tips, these are pro tips, it's going to make a big difference for you guys being ready on Thursday. And especially if you stand in a chair and do it, you're going to be less nervous on Thursday. Now, not everyone raised their hand regarding the Thursday. If you do a video, that's okay. We're going to get your video ahead of time. You have to have your video to us by Wednesday if you're going to be doing a video. So you have less time if you're doing a video, because we need that video ahead of time so that we can put them in order and then we can play them. We are going to be looking at this video, and there is no question. There's zero question in a video if you're reading something. If you're reading it, don't do the video. Don't insult me by sending me a video that you pretending like you're not reading when you're clearly reading. I will not play the video and I will be personally insulted. Don't insult me. It happens every time. This is not about faking it. That's missed the entire point of this. I'd rather you just not do it at all. All right. I see a lot of hands here. Let's start with Knock.
Hi, Jack. For the speech on Thursday, I know you mentioned this have to be in about 30 seconds. If it's over 30 seconds, I need to cut it shorter, right?
Well, okay, so let's start over because it's not a speech.
Yeah, sorry. My reason why someone hired me become a realtor.
And if we think about it as a speech, then all of a sudden 30 seconds starts making sense. Your value proposition can come off your tongue in 13 seconds or less. It's not a speech. It's what are you going to tell people when they say, what do you do? And it's not, I'm a realtor, right? So I need you guys to figure out your value proposition, how you answer, what if someone says when they're going to hire you, and in that it has to also talk about what it is that you do. And it has to be uniquely suited to you guys. It can be 30 seconds. It can be a story. How long was the guy's value proposition when Vanessa Van Edwards was critiquing him? Remember the guy that had no movement? Do you remember how long his was? It wasn't that long, was it?
20 seconds, maybe?
I'm a website analyst, is what he said. I may not be able to tell you why people come to your website, but I can tell you what they do on your website and how long they spend on your website. And I think that's interesting. And that's the story I'm going to tell you. That's pretty much verbatim of what he said. So you have to be able to tell that story yourself. And it's not just about your words. It's not just about your hand movements. And it's all of it comes together that day. So thank you for asking the question, Knock. There comes a point in which a value proposition becomes a dissertation and a speech, and that's not what we're going for. But if you've got a powerful presentation and there's a little bit more content there, you're not going to get graded negatively for it. But I don't want you guys to try to put together a big content message, because that's not what it's about either. Make sense? I think you guys are pretty much on point. I see lots of heads nodding. Okay, Jamara.
So my question is in relation to the presentation itself. And the reason I'm saying presentation because I mean literally how I'm going to present it. So I can be very studious and upright and talk to you just like this, or I can give you all of my personality. So
Woo!
I don't know, like
All your personality.
I don't know
Pull
what's
it, bring it up.
appropriate in this particular. Okay, thank you.
I mean, this is you. This is your profession. This is what you do. This is what you're excited about. I mean, your passion should come out. People want to work with people who are excited and have passion and love for what they do and have energy. That's exactly what we're looking for. 100%. If I ask someone what they do, if I ask a plumber, why should I hire them? And they talk themselves in a circle and stuttering and scared, I'll be like, okay, something's not right here. Something's just not right. So if there's one thing that we should be passionate about, it's about what we do. And if we can't find the passion about what we do, we probably shouldn't be doing it. And I know, Jamara, I can't wait to see yours because I know I don't want to put pressure on you or make you nervous. That's not it. But I love hearing you speak. And I love even just when you ask questions, you just got such an energy and a presence about you. And it's infectious, and people love to be around people who have that kind of energy. So you have a lot going there. You have a lot going for yourself there.
100% agreed. Yeah.
Who else
Thanks,
has
y'all.
questions about this project? Anybody else have questions about Thursday? Lisa, do you want to prepare them a little bit more? Is there anything you want to tack on to Thursday?
Really, I just want to go back to, I think you've covered the UBP, and I know they're going to be great because they've been practicing, and just be yourself. Really, that's the most important thing. But I want you also to remember that you have to meet all the other criteria in order to graduate. So if you are trying to graduate, I will be sending out this weekend what you're missing, and hopefully you can make that up. Okay, so watch for my email. It's coming this weekend. It will tell you what quizzes you have not taken, and you have to pass all the quizzes to graduate, what classes you missed, and you can have an opportunity to retake those to graduate with this class. And then you have to meet the points. And also, obviously, the UVP is going to bring your points up quite a bit as well. If you have not dropped your homework in, I don't want to hear the excuse you don't know how to do it, because there are plenty of people here that can help you, show you how to drop your homework in. So please make sure I get that. I will take no more points at all after, I'm going to give myself a cutoff. By 9 p.m. on next Thursday, I'm not going to do any more scoring. So you better have all your homework in, all your ducks in a row you have this weekend to get organized. And that's it.
Thank you, Lisa. We have someone trying to get in Mega, so give me a second. We have Cynthia Sherry trying to get in, so we're going.
Okay, I got a question. The Easter egg things, do y'all count that or do we count that?
You put it in your score tracker, but remember, you have to give me proof that you did it. You can't just say you did it. Everybody would
Yeah,
put it in the score tracker. Show
okay,
me.
yeah. Well, yeah, I
Answer the
did.
question in the post, or attach your homework, what you did. I need to see it.
Lisa's in super mom mode today.
I mean, I post, but I lack in keeping up with the points.
Yeah, it's easy to do. I have added this whole point system because I know that there's a lot of people, especially your red and your greens, who are very competitive and they want to have a goal and they want to achieve. And so I wanted that in there because there's just the competitive nature of agents. I wanted you guys to have something to strive for and really work on this, because this is really an investment in yourself, and it's a month and it's a long time. But at the grand scheme of things, it's less about the points and it's more about you guys focusing on the things that I had higher point values for, like getting your CTUEX and your Fair Haven and learning your contract paragraphs and learning your code of ethics and learning your value proposition, going to your city council meetings, getting representation agreement signed, attending classes, attending your mega minis, and you see all the things that are point related are all related to things that are going to help you in the long run be able to invest in yourself and your business. So if you're doing all of those things, then the points are going to come along for the ride. There does come a point where we have to go back and then take a quick look to see that we have accounted for all of those points. And so it's not too late to do all of that.
I got a question about the C2XE. I mean, I'm in the process of, but I don't think I'm going to finish it by the end of the month.
Yeah. So the C2EX, there's a lot of external projects and a designation that you're going to need to actually be endorsed. About a month and a half before Mega, I started sending out emails to the company asking people that were going to maybe attend Mega to get into the C2EX so that they would be able to begin that a little bit sooner in the process. But also, we're not requiring that you complete all of the residual things, the attending an event or going to a community event or going to a council meeting or some of the things that they put into C2X. I just want to make sure that you have 100% of your modules. So get through your modules so you've completed at least the module portions of it, so we can see that that's done. And then the extra things, we're not requiring that to be done in order for you to get your points, because one of them is a certification. Oh, and guess what? When do we have a certification coming? Wednesday. Did you know that?
The builder thing.
Yes, NHC, New Home Construction, is a certification from the National Association of Realtors. So I'm actually taking you guys on a journey on Wednesday through an entire it's gonna feel like mega, but it's really the new home construction from the National Association of Realtors, which is a completely separate course than mega. So you have the option of getting the mega points or getting the certification, but you can't get both. When I say points, I don't mean points at all. I mean hours. But we've already addressed this upfront as you guys were coming into mega, and you filled out that sheet for McGill already. Ever, yeah, I guess your hand up.
I was gonna ask Lisa. Lisa, is there anywhere where we can check to see how many points we have? Like, do you have a list posted somewhere?
It's not posted. If you really want to know, just Teams me separately and I'll
Okay.
tell you where you're at and what you need to do to get where you need to be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's a good idea. We should have a one-on-one point check-in with someone to let you know what your points are. We always go over the top five, and we're going to do that in a moment, actually, when we get to that slide. But Lisa's going to be doing the top 5 points here. And so today is listing marketing grand open. Today's a really big day because it's going to teach you the script of how to have a really effective grand open house. As the mega journeys, you can kind of see how these modules kind of interplay with the path that I've taken you on and the order in which the classes are. The mindset first, power starting your business, understand how important it is to prospect, the relentless conversion, how important it is to take those people that you're prospecting to and convert them into a representation agreement. And then the maximize your income class really is a insert in the middle of this while you're doing all of this on year 1 or year 10, wherever you are in the business. Be looking into the landscape and realize you're trying to create a referral-based business, which means that inside every transaction, you have to do your personal best and continually be learning and not be decaying through your business. But when we're thinking about the referral-based business in the beginning, then we start doing things that we wouldn't maybe have done, like make sure that we apply our smart plans and calling them on a regular basis and loving on them and doing pop buys and trying to extract referrals from them and operating the business with intention, with the intention of creating a referral-based business. And then on the other side of that, the reputation management class, which is how important it is, how we conduct ourselves, how we treat other agents, our ethics, and then our marketing campaign and what should we be putting out there and what kind of content should we be putting out there. And we learned a lot about that. Then we kind of move away from that conversation and we jumped right into the next thing is once you've converted a client and you have that client in your hand and they're asking you to help them and there's a representation agreement signed, very first thing you have to do is a CMA. And even before a representation agreement is signed in some cases. So when you're representing a buyer, the CMA comes after the representation agreement. But when you represent a seller, the CMA comes before you represent them, right? Because you're going to do the CMA and go sit down at the kitchen table and you're going to present the CMA and then get a listing agreement signed, which is why the Master the CMA class came before Wednesday's class. We do the CMA first and then we prepare to go meet our seller. But in any case, we have to give a CMA to every client that's interested in a property before we begin negotiations with the other side. Then we come out that, and then the buyer and seller presentation, it's all about the conversation that we have with our seller at the kitchen table, talking about our value proposition on what we're going to do for them. And it's got to be about a marketing plan because our marketing plan is well thought out. It's crafted over the last 20 years, talks about really what's going on with buyer tendencies, focusing on what the buyers are doing and trying to expose the listing to the entire marketplace, not just putting it in the MLS, but what are you going to do to advertise my listing? How are you going to get my listing in front of buyers? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Stellar, because actually our entire marketing plan is designed just for that purpose. And I'm excited to share it with you and sharing with them the 70%, the 30%, why we put them in separate MLSs, why we have multiple MLS subscriptions, and why we're putting them in the orders that we do and everything that we do with our listing and our marketing from helping them prepare their home for market, properly pricing the home for market, having the right listing collateral, and then putting them in the right MLSs at the right order, and then having the big grand open house weekend. That everything we're doing there is with intention. We're not just doing stuff because we think it might work. We're doing stuff in a very, very precise way to make sure they have their very best outcome, because this is a tried and true system. Now, all of that momentum is built up to today, which is the day that the grand open house is going to happen. And the grand open house is where, this is the day that you've been preparing for all of this time. You've put all of these elements in place so everything was perfect. But when you're in the open house, are you going to engage everyone who comes in? Are you going to sit in the corner and some people come in and you're thinking, oh, I should probably say something, but I'm not in the mood right now to say anything, so I'm just going to let them walk around and just kind of smile and wave at them. Hello. We're not, your open house is not a museum. It's not supposed to be a quiet space. It's supposed to be a lot of dialogue, a lot of questions, a lot of welcome, a lot of energy, and very positive. So we're going to talk a lot about your scripts at the open house so that you have the absolute most effective open house. And the open house is going to start not at the table where you're putting the cookies in the oven and that's where our conversation begins. Our conversation is actually going to be rewinded from the very beginning, where the open house guest either saw your sign or they saw the ad online. We're going to start the story there, because we're going to start the story as we always do. We're going to start it with the consumer. What was the consumer's journey first getting to your open house? What message did they saw? What advertising platform was it on? How was the invitation placed to make sure that we get that message out to the largest audience as possible? They see it and they come. And when they walk in the door, one of the very first questions is, how'd you find the house? And that script also is very intentional, because it's not about how'd you find me, because it's not about you, it's about the house. And I want to know, did my online marketing bring you out? Or were you walking your dog and you just happened to see the sign in the neighborhood? Because why they showed up at the house is very different. Somebody who saw it online, they knew the price, they knew the square footage, they saw the photos. This is a very interested buyer to stop what they're doing and drive out, versus someone who's just walking by. Oh, I'm curious, I'll just come in. Very different buyer. So knowing that one piece of information is going to help you focus even more on what their intentions are. So today, listing marketing grand open, it's a big day. So I'm excited to share with you guys our open house, grand open house system. We're going to do a quick little review and some of the stuff that we haven't talked about in a couple of weeks. Expert salespeople make their clients feel safe. And their clients feel safe because they have no questions about their ability, their commitment, or their ethics. We've talked a lot about all three, about our ethics, both professional and personal, about our commitment to education, to the profession, to ourselves, and then our ability, and continually doing the quote unquote better and better philosophy, continually investing in yourself in your career. Consumers, they have questions about these three things, especially as it pertains to salespeople. How do I know I can trust you? How do I know that you're going to care and you're going to call me back and you're not going to just ghost me? And how do I know you know what you're doing? So we have to figure out how we're going to answer those three questions. And I'm hoping that your value proposition answers these three things loud and clear in your value proposition, so that by the time you've answered your 15, 20-second or 8-second value proposition, that you have answered these with no ambiguity, no confusion, and leaving none of these untouched. We talked about this a moment ago. The most important hats you wear in your business is pulling leads into the business. You have to every day be doing prospecting. At the end of the day and the beginning of the day and throughout the whole day, we'll just say that you are a salesperson, and salespeople have to generate leads. We can't operate this profession thinking that somebody else is responsible for our leads. If a real estate agent is not successful, it's because they haven't done prospecting. Now, if you have an agent that has a ton of leads and a huge sphere and no business, well, all right, then maybe they're the secret agent and they don't know how to approach their spheres, or they don't know how to have conversations with the leads that come in. We have to learn how to convert, and converting is the one thing. Anybody can do lead generation. Anybody can get in the car and show a person a home, and anybody can put a property in the MLS. That's not talent based. That's heartbeat, got a temperature based. Anyone can do it. Anybody. The thing that not everyone can do is convert a lead to a representation agreement. That is the whole crux of the thing. In fact, there are agents out there that I know, and this frustrates me, but they are really bad real estate agents. And when I say a bad real estate agent, I mean they don't care about their client, they miss deadlines, they forget about option periods, they just all across the board, it's a big mess. Their entire business is a big mess, but they close a ton of transactions because they're really good at selling themselves, but they're really bad at fulfilling their promises, but they continue to sell. So if I had to circle one thing where your income comes from, it's the convert. Now, it's a bigger grind because if nobody ever wants to work with you every time you close a transaction, there's going to always be new people that's going to pop into your life from your prospecting. So you can continue doing one-offs and close 300 transactions, of course, across your year. And each one of those was a one-off and you never see them again. If that's happening to you right now, you need to go back into your business processes and figure out either A, these people are not wanting to work with me again, and I need to find out why, or B, I've not shared with them that I would like to work with them. I've never called them again, and you never asked them for referrals. So the conversion portion of this circle is the thing that requires the greatest skill. Close, again, anyone can do that. Following up is just simply making a phone call. Following up is not skill-based, it's just task-based. And there's a lot of agents that don't have the process in place to actually hold themselves accountable to be making their calls and calling their spheres. And if you're going to be a salesperson and this is going to be your profession forever, you have to have in your business plan time for each one of these and a plan to get better in each one of these, continually be reviewing these and trying to figure out how you're going to get better and better at all four. And hopefully you're introspectively looking at these and determining which ones you're really struggling with and get extra assistance with those. Whether it's you need help with conversion, whether you need help prospecting and getting more leads, that's what our coaching system is designed to help you identify where your problem is in your wheel, and put some extra effort in one of them to get you back moving again. There's a lot of money to be made in this profession, especially right now. There's also a lot of agents going to be leaving this profession because when everybody was trying to buy a house and the market was crazy, there's a lot of agents who didn't know how to market, and people just came to them and they closed 3 or 4 transactions. And all they know what to do is when someone messages and reaches out to them to they respond. So their entire process and their entire business process is based on reaction instead of action. And action is purposely having a plan and having an outcome based on your design plan, versus reaction is you're just sitting back waiting to wait. If you put a plan together and have the prospecting plan as part of your 10 calls in the morning and 10 calls in the afternoon, and you focus on that and you continue doing this day after day, and you never let days go by where you're not doing this, and the 30 days hit where now you have a new 30-day cycle where this is now ingrained into your DNA as part of your business practice and it's your habit, the money's going to start rolling in. The pipelines are going to start filling up. And it's going to start feeling a lot better to be in this business, because the worry about where the money's going to come from, how you're going to pay your MLS dues, the stresses that we might have from family and friends, or even spouses who took a chance on us to jump into this profession and we're not making the money that we thought we would. All of those kind of stresses take a toll on a salesperson, because we have a toll already as a salesperson, putting ourselves out there and putting ourselves in a situation where we can be ridiculed or have rejection. But we've learned a lot more about what being a salesperson is, which is getting in front of the community, going to your city council meetings, getting out there in the world. But the money is there if you're focusing on the income producing tasks and trying to help yourself get better and better. Because all the money in real estate is in tech enabled, systematic, relentless scheduled follow-up. All the money, as Tom Ferry said, and it's true, which means your leads and your people and your spheres, they can't be, some of them are in Gmail and some of them are in Yahoo and some of them are in this unsaved text message thread somewhere that's one drop in the lake away from never knowing what their phone number was again. And maybe even some of them in a phone book from 1985. Who knows what you've got going on, but we need to compile all of those different data sources. And by the way, that's just normal life. People, especially your reds and your yellows, they don't live off according to lists. That's not how they operate. That's not how their brain is wired. Now your blue and your greens, maybe a little bit more analytical, maybe a little bit more detailed, maybe a little bit more like to have their data in a system that is is all lined up and organized, because organization is important. Organization is not important to a yellow. Now, I will say for a yellow, they like the aesthetics of organization. So if everything looks pretty, they're very happy. But just because something it looks pretty doesn't mean it's organized, because some of the most beautiful things very disorganized, right? So they're not database driven, but they're very conversational driven. So if you have a yellow person that's in real estate, they need an assistant that's probably really green or really blue, who loves to be able to grab their phone and their stuff and try to organize them and help build a path for them to stay organized. Because sometimes we just need someone to organize us. And I always say, if you're a yellow personality and you're going out there and having conversations and creating all of this dust and things are flying in the air, that you have to have someone come around behind you and clean up after you and get all of this stuff organized. But the organization that I'm really talking about is getting all these people into a CRM in one place. Having your conversation with Amy McAllister to apply our smart plan so it reminds you when to call these people, and have regular conversations with all your people. That one thing will absolutely change your trajectory of your career, change your trajectory of your income, fill your pipelines, and that's when the stress starts subsiding and you stand a few inches taller, because now you're getting awards for top producer. And that's a meaningful thing that is a reminder to you that although all of this extra work that you put in actually works. But the key to the whole thing is relentlessly following up with everyone, which is part of your lead generation, because follow-up is right there. The next thing is prospecting. Following up is prospecting, because whether you're following up from a friend in a conversation that we had, I know you guys have had conversations with people that said, hey, help me find something. And then you got busy and forgot to follow up. We can't ever let leads fall through the cracks, which means you have got to have a system, and the system has to help you make sure that you're not trying to put this in your brain and remember, because that's not a thing. Remember what Tom Ferry said, no more memory. Try not to put yourself in a situation where you're going to be remembering leads and trying to remember, oh, this person wants me to help them buy a house, because people will fall through the cracks. And I think I've heard at least 3 stories of missed opportunities in Mega, not while you're in Mega, but stories that you guys have shared with me where you missed a listing or you missed a purchase or a transaction went by that was probably a $20,000 commission that you let and you handed that business to someone else. You handed someone out of the gratefulness of your heart a $20,000 check and said, please, Mr. Competitor, take my client and take that money and enjoy it, every penny of it, because you allowed it to happen, because you weren't relentless about your follow-up. So now that we can kind of look at our career for what it is, we can't afford that. We can't afford to be giving our competition our business, and all we have to do is one thing a little bit differently. Work from a system and double down on that system, whatever it is. Use that system to organize us. Once we're organized and we are living our best life through gratitude and gratefulness, you'll get everything you want out of this business. You'll get everything you want out of life by helping other people get what they want. I've shared with you a little recent article about flip phones and how right now, especially where humanity is, there's a need to reconnect, that we are disconnected in ways that um, we can't even articulate, that humanity has become so disjointed that we've become spectators. Uh, we're living life as a spectator and vicariously living through people on Instagram, vicariously living through people who are having these great experiences in Machu Picchu or going to Greece or going into the wherever they're going on their trips and all of this stuff. We are vicariously living through other people instead of living ourselves. We have to change that. And one of the first steps to changing that is picking up the phone and reconnecting with people. So put the distractions aside, grab the flip phone. I'm not saying you have to get a flip phone, but I am saying that you pick up the phone and you call your people. And a lot of you, when we had that conversation, they're like, no, 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 I don't want to do that. I feel self-serving. Well, the dopamine and the serotonin and the happiness that you're giving your people when you call them and have really good conversations with them, and we take them through the Ford script. How are you? How's the family? How's everything going at work? I saw on Facebook you just got back from Hawaii. How was your trip? And where are you going on your next vacation? Where you guys want to go next? I've just taken them through a Ford script. None of it was about me. All of it was about them. All of it was investing time in them to find out what's going on. And it let them take a nice little roll through all the things that make them happy. They talked about their family, talked about the profession, what they do, talked about their vacation and about where they want to go next. By the time you've had that conversation, a little deeper relationship is there. They're feeling a little bit better. And if you make your goal that when you make your calls, that you're trying to make everyone just a little bit happier, you're trying to make everyone have a little better day as you're making your calls, and you insert in every single one of those calls. And by the way, if you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, this is what I do. And if your referrals would mean the world to me. If you know someone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, if you could call me and let me know who they are, that would mean the world to me. That's also wholesome. That's also that same kind of context that you're having this really positive conversation. Like, of course I want to help you. Of course. Actually, I think I might know someone. Who do you know? And walk away with a referral. So I don't want you guys to think that picking up the phone and calling your spheres is self-serving, because it's quite the opposite. Humanity needs it. We need more connectivity. No, it can't be a text message, can't be an Instagram post. It can be one of two things. A phone, well, three things: a pop by and see them in person, two, a bomb video where they can see and hear you, or three, a phone call. It's got to be one of those things, one of those really connectivity things. When we're making our calls, we know that when a lead comes out of the system, and right now we're getting a lot of leads in our system because our websites are really, really, really performing well. At our next break, I'm going to be meeting with my team, and they're going to be going over our Friday report, which is our SEO update. We have there's three systems, one of which is called SEM Rush. SEM Rush gives us a report of our website and how it's performing and tips and tricks on what we can do to improve it. And we're continually double downing on that. More and more leads are coming into the system, and they're not just making their way into the company CRM. They're making their way to the agent's CRM because people are finding you. Miguel shared with me yesterday, and Kate, just give me a couple of seconds. Miguel shared with me that more and more of you are blogging, and we're seeing agents blogging on a regular basis. That blog really helps your SEO have more content. We've built the perfect SEO platform, but it lacks content. And content is really key and important. And as you blog, it adds more content, which is just the salt and pepper that you need to make your dish absolutely extraordinary. Your website is great. It needs more content. And we have Deandra here, who's phenomenal, to helping you guys figure out how you can use ChatGPT to come up with good blog content and content that has a deficit of content that people find interesting. Help you create that content, put it through a deplagiarizing system to make sure that it's not copyrighted content, and now you have a good template to go from, and then put your own flair on it. And do one of these a week, at least two of them a month, is gonna change the trajectory of your SEO and how many leads you're getting into the system. When someone finds your website from our SEO and they register in your CRM, that's a private lead. We just drove a private lead to your CRM and it's under your normal split and that's your customer. We didn't even see it. In fact, it doesn't even give us a ding. We do have count reports of how many leads are coming in. That's not ours. That's comes from the company. That we do see those numbers. But when they do register in your website, you're going to get a message on your CRM that says you have a new lead. And when that new lead registration happens on your phone, you click the call button. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, it means that you have not yet met with Amy McAllister and gone through the process, because she teaches you guys how to use your CRM. And we've built an entire system. Go to your V card, you'll see the registration form. Someone registers on your V card, it's going to go directly into your CRM and send them a text message, thank you for registering, sends them an email from you thanking them for registering, and then it queues up a call for you to call them back. Now, this is the thing. Maybe you were with a client, maybe you were showing property, and you were not able to call them back immediately like you would have liked. Statistically, sometimes agents will call the first time and get their voicemail, and then that's it. That's where they stop. Only 30% of people ever receive a second call. 2/3 don't. And then when it gets to the third phone call, it's like 0.1% get a third phone call. But the thing is that the first phone call, you only had a 40% chance of getting a hold of them. The second phone call, you had a 60% chance of getting a hold of them. You make your way to a 90% chance of getting a hold of them by the sixth call. And our systems have, in our new and intent to reach smart plans that are in your CRM for your leads, are tracking those. And you just have to make the phone calls. Every day, part of your 10 phone calls is calling the people who've registered on your website. We also have an ads system that's built into your .me where you can run your own Facebook ads. For $15 a day, even less than that, even $5 a day, you can get 3 or 4 leads in from your Facebook and be responding to them just like we do. We are spending company dollars, a lot of them, to generate a whole lot of leads for our department, for agents who want to come in and call who don't want to generate their own leads that way. But we've also given you the platform to do it yourself and run your own ads. When you run your own ads, again, at your own split, has nothing to do with an additional company split. We don't charge you for any of that. It's just your normal split. So lead generation, your websites, but remember, we have to call these people not once and then forget about them, not twice and forget about them, but we're going to call them until we get a hold of them. If you want to increase your conversion rate, meaning out of every 24 leads, we have a closing. Out of every 100 leads, we have 4 closings. That's a 4% conversion rate. If we want to increase our conversion rate to 5% or 6%, which is a $15,000 difference for a 5% versus a 4, and a $30,000 difference a month, or out of those 100 leads, you can have 6 closings instead of 4 by just converting your conversion rate up a little bit, and the difference is making that 4th, 5th, and 6th call. Because by the time you made the 4th call, you now have an 80% chance of getting a hold of them. The 5th call is also matched, and that 6th call, which is why we have 6 calls in our systems, you have a 90% chance of getting a hold of them. And we're asking you guys to, decide what you're going to have as your work week, but we recommend you guys are putting in at least 40 hours in your business. And here's statistical. Boomtown did a 5-year study, and it was a multi-million-dollar study, by the way, of when agents are making their calls and when they're having the best successes. And Wednesday by far just blows every other day away. Second is Thursday. Friday is the least day. Your Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are the best days to get a hold of people. There's no such thing as a bad lead, and there's no such thing as a bad day to make your calls. But there are days that you have a higher likelihood of getting a hold of them on the first attempt. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't try to call them immediately, because if the lead registers on Friday, if you call them within the first minute, the first 60 seconds, you have a 341% greater chance of converting them into a client, let alone getting a hold of them. And so that's huge. We want to call them immediately. But conversations on the first attempt on Friday, a lot of people are sending you to voicemail. But that's not to say they don't call you back. And so our systems are also sending out auto text messages and not auto emails. And so I want you guys to please learn the CRM or a CRM. If you don't want to use ours, that's fine. Use another system. But the CRM that we built you was built by realtors for realtors, and it's tied into all your other platforms. And most of our agents do see the value and they are using it. And it's all to your benefit, not to give your data to some third party. We already have your data. We already know who your clients are because it's our clients too. You might as well keep all of that data under one roof so that you're not giving your data to Zillow or to CoStar, which is really the two places that your data can go right now, because the platforms that are out there are either owned by Zillow or CoStar. So either if you buy an off-the-shelf CRM, you're giving your data to your competition. 2 more slides. We're going to open it to questions and then we're going to jump into points. I always like to show you guys the leaderboard. I'm going to show you the leaderboard after the leaderboard in CXM, showing you who's making all the calls. Of course, Ken's on number 1 and Janine's number 2 because they're in staff positions making calls for us. But we're going to see the other agents who are making calls, because at any given time, when you guys go into your CRM, you can see the leaderboard of the top people in the company making phone calls. And I find that very interesting information, and we shared that with you for the purposes of you guys to see other agents in the office who are really, really making a lot of calls and give you that inspiration. So I'm going to jump into in June, Ann Howell, 130 calls, Robert Key, 130 calls, Aiden has made 82. Elmer, our programmer in our testing, because we rolled out a couple new features, made a bunch of calls. Cindy Bell's made 43 calls. Carmela's made 35 calls. Let's go back to a complete month. Ken, now in our recruiting department, Ken is working 3.5 hours a day, Monday through Friday, and he's blowing about 1,500 calls from that 3-hour appointment. You guys can do that too if you hold yourself accountable. That's a massive amount. But Robert Key, 113 calls, Ann Howell, 100 calls, Marcy, 70 calls, Aiden, 70 calls, Cindy, Janine, Rosa, good job, Rosa, Carmela, 35 calls. So as you can see, we always have those agents every single month. Aiden in March, almost 300 calls. So you'll always see those agents, those top 4 or 5, that are making over 100 phone calls a month using their systems. And I think that's good for us to see and good for us to remember. And you have access to this. You guys have access to go into your CXM and click the reports tab, and it will show you. It also shows us who's available. And right now, the green means that agent woke up this morning and set their systems to I'm available, which means when a lead comes in and we're trying to figure out who we're going to give it to, we give it to the people who show green. So Knock, good job, Christine, and Janine and Adam are the people who have marked themselves available and working. So if you're not marking yourself available, you're not getting leads from the company. Okay, so I'm going to move my slides back to our slides, and I'm going to answer all the questions that you guys have from all of this. Laura, I see your hand up, but someone had their hand up before you. Who was it? It was Kay. Of course it was Kay.
Yeah.
I even wrote down your name. Okay, so Kay, what was your question?
Yeah, it was about the CXM. Yesterday I was playing around with it, like trying to upload some contact information, and I saw leads that were available. And then when I clicked on it, it says you're not enrolled. I mean, I saw opportunities. It shows like 2 opportunities. So I clicked on it and it says you're not enrolled. So I didn't know what that means.
Okay, once you get out of Mega, we have a process where you go through the ISA training.
Mm-hmm.
And once you're through that ISA training, then you will join our group. And I recommend all of you do this. ISA stands for Inside Sales Agent. It is other agents who are on the phones and knowing the absolute best conversion tricks. Someone says to you something like, well, yeah, I'm not really interested in buying right now because I want to wait for the interest rates to go down. We have scripts to help them get through that confusion and help them get over that objection and move forward, because this is not a time that people should be waiting to buy. And so people are always going to be throwing stuff out at you. Well, I got pre-qualified a couple of years ago and I couldn't find anything. I see. Were you in a bunch of multiple offer situations? Yeah, yeah. The market's not like that anymore. So suffice it to say, we have an entire program designed to help you guys learn the scripts and the objection handling techniques to be able to get on the phones and have a high conversion rate. We don't want every single agent that comes to the company try to learn it and figure it out on their own, and after they get off the phone think, well, I probably could have handled that better, and here are some things that I could have done to better that call, when we have a massive amount of money that we're spending on getting these leads into our system. Not only the tech expense of our programmers and the website and the infrastructure, but actually the raw cost of leads, because we're spending upward near $10,000 a month just on Facebook marketing alone. And so that's a huge investment. We don't charge anybody to get into our program, but you do have to go through and at least go through our 4-day ISA training, which is a third-party ISA training that we actually let you guys go through and facilitate here, and don't charge you for that ISA training. We had to pay into this organization. It was a couple $1,000s to get their materials, and now we in-house train that ISAs. And then once you've gone through those 4 classes, then you get to do what's called train the trainer, or what we call cross-pollination, and you actually sit in a room with our top agents. You've done this once already in Mega, and we listen to their calls, and that's a once a week thing that happens. And so once you guys are ready to do that, then those opportunities will show that you're enrolled. Once you're enrolled in the system, which is something that Amy does once you have done the training so that you're prepared to take those calls, then every single morning you're marked paused at the beginning of the morning. We pause everyone at 4 in the morning, and then when you are ready to unpause yourself and make yourself active, which is the green light you just saw, that every morning you have to tell us that you're working and that you're available for leads that day. So getting enrolled into the system means that now you're able to every morning mark yourself active and be ready to accept leads, and you'll start getting leads and actual live connects, where your phone will ring, or you'll get a text message from our ISA department, our sales department, and it says, we have a buyer looking for Round Rock. The first person to click yes and hit the respond, literally click Y and hit send to that text message. 3, 2, 1, your phone starts ringing. Hi, this is Kay. How can I help you? Hi, Kate. This is Janine at Realty Texas. I have Sam on the line. Sam is looking to buy a home in Round Rock. Sam, this is Kay. Kay, Sam. And we've just warm introduced you. We've literally pulled you onto a conference call where our ISA is live talking to the customer real time. So as our ISAs are making calls and get them on the phone, we live connect those to our agents. And so there is a little bit of training that's required that's outside of Mega to get into that department. So I'm glad that you guys are poking around and looking in your CRM. You'll start seeing those opportunities. There's no financial requirement to get into the program. All you got to do is go through the ISA training that we have, and that training is really cool. Okay, so thank you for that question. Laura, I see your hand up.
I got several questions. Okay, I've been getting a notification, and I don't know what this is for. It says website NFC tag open realtytexas.com on Safari. What does that mean?
It looks to me like someone's scamming you or spamming you, because that's nothing to do with our systems.
Okay.
If you guys get weird messages, there's a lot of
Well,
AI tools.
it's a notification on my because it's a website NFC tag, and it's just a notification on my phone that comes up.
So for those of you who get weird messages, and if you want more information about it, or you want to double check, take a screenshot of that message, send it in to Miguel and Katie. Miguel and Katie will look at it and they'll be able to respond to it. But Miguel has already responded to it and got his hand raised and wanting to help you guys. So as you can tell, the moment they hear about a problem, all of a sudden, they're in ambulance mode trying to answer the question as fast as they can. So Miguel, you have the floor.
Yeah, and Yeah, go ahead.
Anytime that you have your NFC card close to your phone, it will open that message on your phone that says that it's like the Google message or
Do you have
Chrome message. Or
a wallet on
so
the
when
back
you
of your
have the
phone?
NFC,
What does NFC stand for?
net field, network field, something. Anyway, that business card that Lisa brought to you, I believe she did.
I don't know.
Anytime that you have it close to your phone, it will open the message on Google, or like a message on your phone that says this is your NFC. And if you click on it, it will open your network, like your business electronic card.
I put it in the chat. Your NFC card is your digital business card that we give you, and there's a chip in it, and that chip has a field, an electromagnetic field that puts around it that other technology devices can sense. I didn't know what it stood for because no one's asked me that question before, but it's near field technology, so it's creating that electromagnetic field, and it's called near field. So you get your NFC card next to your phone, and then it's going to pop up a message if that's what's going on. I actually did have an agent. You know how those title companies give you those little rubber inserts and you put the rubber insert in the back of your and you stick it to the back of your phone and you can put credit cards in there? There
Yeah.
was an agent that had slipped their digital business card NFC card back there and their phone was continually hitting that field. So I don't know if that's what's going on, but certainly if you guys have questions like that, the moral of the story is take a screenshot of it, share it with Miguel, and then Miguel will help you guys with that. But as you said, you had more than one question. So what were the other ones?
Next question. You said, and I intend to start blogging. On the start blogging and vlogging.
Yep.
But my question is, can they be the same topic? Because sometimes people don't want to read. So could they be on the same, like a recap? Like the news, when you go to a news site on the internet, they have like the recap and the reading. Can we do that?
Well, not only can you do that, but you have blog tags, and all of the blogs that you do on the same topic will then create an actual category for your own blog for that category for your blog website. So if you're blogging about every single monthly city council meeting, or you're blogging about Austin Pets Alive or Houston Pets Alive or whatever it is. So yeah, you can continue blogging about maybe you're a foodie and you like barbecue restaurants in town, or you're a winey and you like to go to the different wine places and do wine tastings. Whatever your passions are, we always recommend taking your passions and interweaving them into real estate. Hopefully it's not a passion that's going to raise an eyebrow, but that's a whole nother story. Take those blogs and get them on your site and follow your passion and blog about those things you're passionate about, because you're going to pull in people that also have like interests.
Okay, and also you can blog and vlog about the same subject.
1,000,000%.
Okay.
1,000 times yes. That way I like what you're saying. So what you're basically saying is, I'm going to do a text blog, and then I'm going to film a video of myself narrating the blog and have those as two separate blogs, because some people don't like to read it and some people like to video blog. The video blog actually is designed to have the text and the video as well. So technically, a vlog is both the text and the video. So you wouldn't really need to create a blog and a vlog because the text is already in the vlog. Blog has a video on top and the text that you would put in your regular blog. So what I'm saying is your vlog is a blog with a video on it. Right. So probably wouldn't want to create both. But I would love for you to jump in Deandra's class if you haven't already.
Well,
We're doing
every time I want to take something, there's always something else that I got to
well,
be in.
well, guess what? Every single one of those classes in our learning center for you to go back and watch. Every single one of Deandra's classes are recorded that she's done, and there's about 10 of them from the past. So I know it's fun to always be there, but if you miss it, we go to links to make sure that we have this learning center and the videos recorded for everyone to have access to those. Okay, we're about to go on lunch because are about to go on break, but I want Lisa to do the points when we get back from break. Does we have any final questions before we break for break? Kay, was that your or Kay answered her question? Ever, I see your hand up. And Laura, did you have any other questions? Because you had 3 and I got 2 out of that. I don't know if there was a third one. And okay, Ever.
Yes, on the bio, the your website bio.
Yeah.
I went in there and there's actually one in there already. I don't know if it's an automated one from the company.
It is.
So you want us to replace that with our own personal one?
Yes.
I actually like the one you guys posted better.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, so what I did was I created a really cool template, and then all we do is insert your name and insert your metro and change it up for everyone so everyone has their own. But it's just one that I came up with on the fly. So when we onboard people, everyone gets that same bio. But I know you can do better than me, Ever. 100%. All right, it is 11:20. Let's go on our break. We'll come back at 11:30, and then Elisa's going to do the points. After we're done with the points, we have a very exciting class to get to.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Lisa Ormsby, are you ready to share with the whole class all their points?
Yes, I am ready.
Nice.
Let's see, I just even updated so that it's updated all the way until this very minute because I put in today's class participation. All right, so custom sort. All right, so in number 5th place at the moment, we have Camille, which, by the way, I know some of you that were in Mega Minis knew because she had to bow out early, that her mom passed away yesterday. So keep Camille and her family in your thoughts and prayers if you would. So anyway, Camille's in 5th place with 9,125 points. And then in 4th place with 12,800 points, 12,800. In 4th place is Meg. And the next person has only 50 points more than Meg. So at 12,850 points is Katie.
Good job, Katie.
In 2nd place with 15,825 points at the moment is Amelia. And let's see, is Amelia in? Everybody's in? Okay. And in 1st place at the moment with 17,475 points is Knock.
Okay, good job, guys. Knock and Amelia has been neck and neck for 1st and 2nd place. Out the gate, it was Knock and Meg in 1st and 2nd place. Then it was Amelia and Katie in 1st and 2nd place, and then it was Knock and Amelia in 1st and 2nd place, and it has stayed that way last week and until now. So we've got Knock, Amelia, Katie, Meg, and Camille in our top 5. I had not heard about Camille's mother, so I will give her a call at our lunch. Thank you for letting me know about that.
And just know that behind on your heels, Camille, is Ling and Steven, just so you know. Oh, and also in the chat, somebody had put I know we were just talking about that message that Laura gets on her phone, and Joyce brought up a point. Please understand that if you get a text message, you all should have my phone number in your phone and Jack's and your management team. If you get a text message that says, we're in a conference right now, we need your help to go buy us some gift cards, the answer is no, it's not us. So I know, Joyce, you put that in there that you got a text from Jack about being in a conference. Well, it's not true, obviously. If it's not his phone number identified in your phone, just delete it. Don't answer them. I know people think it's fun to string them along. Just put it delete and send to junk, because then they know you have a valid phone number. So don't even respond.
Yeah, if you respond, you put yourself on their radar. Now they zero in on you. So better for them not to do that. So, all right. Thank you, Lisa. Yes, there's a lot of that scammers going on. Or in fact, they are targeting all the real estate companies and title companies and lenders, asking for people in their spheres, send an email to everyone in their company asking for them to go to Walmart and get a gift card and to scratch the front and back of it and send them to a text message from a phone number that's not theirs. So if someone messages you guys from a text message that's not my cell phone and not Lisa's cell phone, then you know it's not us. So if you have questions, pick up the phone and call us, please, because we're never going to ask you to get us a gift card. In fact, quite the opposite, isn't it? I seem to be giving a lot of those away. Okay, I'm excited about this next couple hours between now and when we go to lunch. We're going to talk about the open house, the grand open house, the open Sunday and open Saturday, 2 to 4. We're going to talk about the journey that we're going to bring our customers on. And every aspect of the grand open house has been thought out. Properly preparing the home for market, your staging, the photos, which we call the collateral, your vanity description, your photo descriptions, the syndication options in the MLS, the timing of all of it, the signage in the property, the postcards that you're going to send out, how you notify the neighborhoods, the day of open house directional signs, the flags that are out, the welcome mat that you have in front of the property, the doorbell cover so that people don't knock or ring the doorbell, they just come in, the welcome, please come in sign that you have in the yard inviting people in, how you're dressed, the flyers that you have and what it says, the cookies and how we make them and why we make them is important, and maybe having a lender there doing traffic control at the front door, and then being prepared with your scripts and then following up with everyone. So your open house can take the exact same amount of hours, but have a lot more impactful and have a lot more leads come from it if we advertise the open house correctly. There was a passage in our shift book, which I shared with you guys, which I actually really loved. And it basically said that maybe what we should be doing is flipping the script, and instead of, I'm going to try to find that passage in here because it was there it is. A lot of agents, this is on page XXXII. I don't know why this shift book can't just put numbers on the pages, because unless you're a Roman numerals nerd, which I'm not, there's no way to know what that means. A lot of agents will spend less than an hour marketing an open house and then go sit in an empty, literally quote, quote, empty house, not open house, for up to 4 hours on a Sunday. Perhaps you should flip it. This approach around by spending up to 4 hours aggressively marketing an open house, and then when it holds it open, be there for an hour. It's going to have a bigger impact. Same amount of time spent, right? So what they're trying to say in the shift book is, hey guys, don't just leave your open house as an afterthought and then Friday at the end of day realize, oh, okay, now I need to start preparing for my open house on Saturday and Sunday. We need to spend a lot more time preparing for it and a lot less time at the open house. I used to do open houses from noon to 4 every Saturday and every Sunday, period, end of story. every Saturday and every Sunday for 3 years. I did not miss 52 weeks in a year. I didn't miss one. I started getting so busy that I had showing appointments before and after, and I didn't have time to be there from 12 to 4. And when I started changing my marketing plan around and trying to find time for myself, I limited that from 2 to 4, and I made my open houses from 2 to 4. If you have a listing, there's nothing wrong with doing 2 open houses in the same day and giving those opportunity agents in the house if you're not going to be there, and have a 12 to 2 and a 2 to 4. And that gives 2 different agents opportunities, because as people are getting busier and busier, we're seeing the hours that they're spending at the open house is reduced. The thing is we're advertising when people to come. And if we advertise 12 to 4 or 2 to 4, we always see that people come the last hour. People are going to breakfast, coming back from church, and usually the 12 to the 1 portion, we don't get a lot of traffic. After 1, it starts heating up, and between 1 and 2, there's a ton, and then between that, probably 3 and 4, that last hour is when most people come. So I found if I advertise it from 2 to 4, I just had the same amount of people come, it was just busier and compacted into a 2-hour period. That's not anything other than, if you've got the time, maybe you want to have more hours there. If you don't, you can still have an open house in 2 hours and have a lot of people come and have a lot of good conversations. One thing that we talked about in here is photo descriptions. ADA requirements that when you put a listing in the MLS, that people who are visually impaired be able to have a screen reader explain the images. AI is really being helpful right now in being able to read images and create those descriptions for us, but it's just now coming out in the last couple of months. Last year, it hadn't even been pushed yet. So still today, you have a requirement from ADA. When you put a listing live in the MLS, you're supposed to put a description under all your photos. That means if you have 40 photos, you're supposed to paint a picture in your words of what's in that photo. And that's easier, and that's a time consuming thing. That's what I love about having people might be able to assist you with that. But if you get a complaint filed against you for ADA because you didn't put a description on your photo, that's going to be a very bad day for you, because they're going to come at you hard, because now you're dealing with the ADA Act and you have infringed upon people with disabilities, and you're not allowed to do that as a real estate professional. The trick to selling a home is pretty simple, at least conceptually. It's got to offer the buyer just as much as everything else and price right along with it. The people are going to descend upon the home that offers them the most. You got 3 houses in a row. The one that is best prepared for market and clean and ready to go is the one that most people are going to gravitate to. And I've seen it. I've seen it many times. You've got the house that they didn't do anything, a house that they decided to paint and put in some new appliances and freshen it up a little bit, and they spent $3,000 doing it. And then the next house next door was just in that, maybe it had updates, but it just wasn't cleaned up and polished. They're all priced kind of the same, maybe $3,000 difference, which is not going to take a buyer and put them outside the buyer pool. The person's going to always gravitate to the one that they walk in and have a more emotional attachment to, the one that offers them a better quality of life, the one that just feels better, smells better, is cleaner, all of that, because this is about where they're going to raise their family and live. So it's important, though, that we never recommend, as they're making their preparations, that we don't recommend something that's not going to bring a dollar value. And a dollar value can be emotional. We see a multiple offer situation is a really big deal. And if it's properly prepared for market, as we talked about on Wednesday, that is going to help you. So depersonalize. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, your job was to take a house and turn it into a home. Our job is to take a home and turn it back into a house. And here's where my script is for that. Remove all the personal photos, especially photos of children, from the walls. Never leave a rug on a carpet. There's never supposed to be a rug on a carpet, but I'm seeing more and more of that now, even more. And not only people trip over rugs on carpet, but people are wondering what's going on underneath there. Are you trying to hide something? Just doesn't look right. I'm seeing more and more of it, so I added it to my slides. In the bathrooms, the toilet seats should always be down, especially for the Vastu tradition, but not toilet seat up. It should be toilet seat down, both of them. Declutter the counters. There should not be toothbrushes and things on the counters. Get everything off the kitchen counters and the bathroom counters if possible, or at least get as much off there you can and replace it with maybe a cookbook and a bowl of lemons and just very light staging if it's vacant. But if they're living in the home, we're going to try to tone down as much of stuff as we can, like getting rid of all the refrigerator magnets and all of that. The home should smell clean. We need it to be clean for our open house. When we're doing an open house, we need to have a house that's clean, decluttered, and properly prepared because people have to imagine themselves living there. It shouldn't smell like bacon and eggs because they had breakfast that morning before the open house. I always ask them, please don't cook the morning of the open houses because we don't want any of that in the house. That ideally, your house should smell like clean linen. Clean linen in the bathrooms and in the living areas is psychologically, it sends a message that the house is clean and people like that scent. It does a really good job. We have an ozone machine in the office that you can borrow. You have to leave your ID so that we know who took it because it's a very expensive machine. But the ozone machine will help dissipate odors in a house. It's designed to do that, and it's a very cool thing. If you've never used an ozone machine, we've had people mitigate. Well, we're not going to go there right now. The ozone machine will really help mitigate odors. Remove everything from the refrigerator front. Counter should be clear. House, baseboards, floors, blinds, fans, vent covers, sinks, counters, everything clean, because you want this home to be clean. We talked about a little bit yesterday about preparing the outside. Paint the front door if necessary. Replace the door hardware if necessary. Welcome mat always should be new. Remove the screens and clean the windows so they sparkle. Power wash the cement. Trim the trees. Edge the front lawn. Mulch the flower beds. Plant flowers if necessary. Remove no soliciting signs. No trespassing signs. Again, we need to make sure that when they arrive at the property that we have it in its best um, light. Professional photo shoot. Again, this is just a quick review. After the home has been properly prepared for market, the next step is the photo shoot. I showed you guys my photos that I did before. I recommend using Twist Tours and using the Matterport. It's going to save you money. In fact, it will make you money. Do I hear an open mic? Someone help me with that if you can. Traditional photos, unless you have a question, just raise your hand so I can call on you. Traditional photos are $150. Good photos are $700. Maybe even with the video, it's going to take it over the $1,000 mark. I don't want you to think about that as an expense. I want you to think about that as part of your marketing budget. Because if you get a listing and you market it properly, you're going to get 2 buyers from it every single time, like clockwork. If I get bad photos, I get no buyers, and then I'm spending $500 a month on Zillow trying to get buyers. I have a listing, I get good photos, I'm attracting my own buyers, and I'm not giving Zillow $1,000 per live connect or giving them a 35% or a 55% referral fee. So there's 3 things that happen by getting really good photos. You can use those in your marketing to get additional listings, and it will attract more buyers. You'll have more people showing up, which is going to positively impact your business and is part of your marketing fee. If you're going to spend money on lead generation, the very best lead generation dollars that you can possibly spend is the photos on your listing because it is a magnet for buyers. Buyers in the markets buy a home, and you do this all right, you got more and more people showing up at your listing, and it's going to pay for the photos threefold. In fact, what we look at is you have one listing and you get another listing from it, you properly prepare it and get the right photos, you're probably going to get another listing in that neighborhood and maybe 2 extra buyers. Because that's what we say. You get the listing, you do it right. Someone in that neighborhood will have watched what you did and you just showcased your services in front of the neighbors, especially when you knocked on the doors. And we're going to talk about that in a moment. So you got another listing. which means your good photos made you $6,000 for getting that listing, and then you got 2 buyers from it. So you're looking at an $18,000 income from spending $690. It's worth it. And I see so many agents not understanding that, and they get the iPhone photos on their listing. I get my professional photographer, not $700 photos, but I have a photographer that will do my normal professional photos for the $135 mark, even for lease listings. And so it's worth it. It's a marketing expense, but it's worth it because it's going to bring you additional clients. Okay, open house planning. Obviously, securing a listing appointment, research the property tax records. When I want you guys, if you guys are going to be doing an open house on another person's listing, another agent's listing in the house, or trying to get your own. So we're going to kind of go through these two lists simultaneously. It's always good for you guys to secure your own listing appointment and get your own listing because it's going to be a lot more meaningful when you're doing that open house for yourself. But obviously research the property tax records data and for the subject property to learn about the MUDs, the PUDs, and the SUDs, what's going around it. Research all the prior MLS listings for the subject property so you can kind of see and have a little bit more historical context of what that house has been through. Research RPR report for the subject property to learn about what's going on with that neighborhood and have it at the open house for people to see. Establish the most probable sales price if you're going to be listing it. Obviously, we talked about preview comps, drive the community, visit the amenity center, leave a pre-listing packet as we talked about last week, get your professional photos, shoots, advertise 5 days in advance, get your open house signage, day of open house, door knocking, and client portal. All right, so now we're kind of up to speed of where we are in the process because in 3 or 4 more slides we're going to talk about the actual this day, but we're building up the momentum again and refreshing our memory of how we got here. I'm going to play this open house video in a moment, but we have to remind you about the clear cooperation statement policy 8.0. I want you guys to advertise this open house to the greatest audience possible, but there are severe MLS rules with fines up to $15,000. Now, most of the MLSs have gotten rid of that fine and reduced it to $5,000 because of a lawsuit that occurred. So I think right now the $5,000 max for most large MLSs is $5,000, but they're very serious about this. Within 1 business day of marketing a property to the public, the listing broker must submit the listing to the MLS for cooperation with other MLS participants. Public marketing includes, but it's not limited to, flyers displayed in a window, a yard sign, digital marketing on public-facing websites, being listed on our public brokerage website, sending it out via IDX or VOW sites, digital communications like emails and blasts, marketing blasts, multi-brokerage listing sharing networks like Facebook groups that you might be on. This is the, or anything else that the general public would be able to see that the listing has been made available. Any of those things occur, the property has to be in the MLS within 1 business day of that public marketing. That was put into place in 2019, and it was put into place because agents had come out of the 2008 crisis and they were working really hard to market and advertise properties for sale. And all of a sudden one day, after having a coming soon sign in the yard for a week as they're painting and getting the house for ready, they'll have gotten an offer and hadn't put it in the MLS. And the market changed, and it changed so quickly that agents realized that I don't need to put it in the MLS right now. I don't even need that because I'm selling it off MLS, and that means that I get to control what happens to the buyer, and they liked that, so that they would try to either not represent the buyer and take the entire commission or refer the buyer to somebody else internally. And they were doing that over and over and over again. That's not looking out for the best interest of the consumer. Because how do we know that that sign call who happened to be driving by and saw the sign in the yard was the person who was going to offer the most for that home? We can almost guarantee that it wasn't. So the agent, in trying to secure both sides of the commission, put themselves before the consumer in trying to sell their home for the highest and best. So it became such a big deal that we actually had an issue with comps. That agents were selling so much property off market that we couldn't even comp properties anymore. So this was a national issue, and the National Association of Realtors decided to put this into place. I think there was another way that they could have addressed it, but this is what they came up with, and that's the rule of the land that we all have to kind of stamp by. I showed you guys as part of your listing already the timeline. I showed you this timeline at the end of class on Wednesday. That's already something that you've seen. You cannot put a sign in the yard before the listing begins on date in your listing. And I see a lot of agents getting that wrong as well. They'll get a listing signed and the listing begin date is 5 days from now. I need you to all hear this because I don't think you guys know this because it's going to blow your mind. Would someone please read to me 4B on the screen?
I'll read it.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, our red jumped right into play. So let's do it, Jamara.
Okay. If seller enters into a binding written contract to sell the property before the date this listing begins, and the contract is binding on the date the listing begins, this listing will not commence and will be void. Ooh.
Okay, so here you are an agent and you're thinking, I got my listing agreement signed and I'm golden and I'm going to start that listing on August 1st. Another listing agent comes in and starts theirs on July 15th. The moment that listing becomes active, yours is voided. Did you know that? So there's a difference between the listing date begins and when you're going to put it in the MLS. So people have asked me over and over again, well, should I get my listing agreement signed on Thursday or should I wait? You should not wait. And you should read your listing agreement to know what it says, because had you read the listing agreement, you've never asked that question in a million years, because someone can come before you and sign one that starts ahead of yours and yours has been voided, outright voided. So the two things important. First, B, that you know that that language is there. But more importantly, even than that, you can't even tell anyone that you're representing the seller until that listing begins. You can't even tell anyone that you have a listing coming. Because if you tell someone, Clear Cooperation Policy Statement 8.0 kicks in, then you have to have it in the MLS in 1 day. And if you tell someone and you didn't put it in the MLS, then not only have you defaulted your listing agreement, you've broken the MLS rules. So that's
what is a pocket listing then?
what's that?
What is a pocket listing?
It's not a listing at all. It's an awareness that someone wants to sell their house.
Okay.
Yep.
Doesn't it also,
Oh.
I'm sorry, Jack, doesn't it also mean like you have listings in your office and you just sharing it in your office, not allowing other agents to have access to that
Nope.
listing?
Nope.
That's okay.
Nope. No, a pocket listing means I got these clients in my pocket and these are my people and they're going to list with me. So they're in my back pocket. But no, I don't have a listing agreement signed. I have no agency relationship with them. And I just happen to know that they came to me and said, hey, if you got a buyer for my property, I might be interested in it. Let me know. So the agents go around and say, I got a pocket listing, meaning that I know of a home where a seller is interested in selling, but they don't want to list the home and they don't want to bring it to market. So if I can bring them a buyer without them listing it, they'll pay me a commission. That is 100% the definition of a pocket listing. So our listing agreements here, I just want you guys to know that your term should begin immediately. This has nothing to do with when you're going to put it in the MLS. This is when you can start preparing and having conversations and start representing the seller in the preparation of their home. So the term should begin the very day you had your listing appointment. And if you put the term to begin in the future, you've strategically made a huge, huge, huge misstep. I'm getting a lot of hands on this, so let's get through this. Ever, was it you that raised your hand, or was it Stephen? It went up and down so fast I couldn't see.
I thought of a question because I was
Okay.
gonna but then I think I've already know the answer. Because I was gonna mention, technically when when you when you get a listing signed, you only have a certain amount of time to put it in the MLS, right? But then I remember there's another section in the listing agreement that specifies when you're, so yeah, yeah.
That's right. And so you're supposed to have it in the MLS within 5 days and or a number of days, and the seller is going to explain the reason why. And so when I'm with my client, I have this little map here and we figure out, okay, we're going to need about 3 days for our make ready. This is when my photos are going to come in. I really want to get this in the MLS by on the 9th. So my listing agreement is going to begin on the 9th, and I'm going to then hold it back all the way through the 9th because this is when it's going to go. So then I'm going to have it 8 days. There's going to be delayed MLS entry for 8 days. But my listing is going to be signed, and the effective date of my listing is going to be here. Because if my effective date of the listing is in the future, someone can come in before you, sign a new listing agreement, and yours is automatically void, and there's no undoing it based on the promulgated language of this contract. This listing will not commence and will be void, whether or not you spent money on photos and everything else. We're going to ignore this for now. Okay, I did show you guys before someone else asked the question, so I did a little, maybe it was in my contracts class. I think it was a mega, I don't remember. I'm teaching so many classes right now, I'm starting to get them mixed up. But the list hub syndication engine between some MLSs. If you look at ABOR, they have 8. Right now they only have 4 networks because they actually had a couple of them that was cut. And it was cut because one of the brokerages are no longer a member of NAR. And then CTX, and you can see there's 81 publishers in CTX, there's 8 in the Austin Board of Realtors, and so just know that CTX was designed and built for what we're about to do, which is have a grand open house. We leverage CTX MLS as an MLS for the entire company as our coming soon. It becomes a coming soon engine to syndicate our listing out to the third parties. I call it coming soon, but the reality is it's active in the MLS, but we're using it for our coming soon. And during the active coming soon, we are not going to facilitate showings. People are going to call us and say, hey, can I get in? One of the reasons why I don't just put it in a local MLS, if I'm an Austin agent, the reason I don't put it in Austin Monday and then just say no showings until Friday is because I'm going to have 40 arguments from 40 different agents trying to get me in, and it just causes me too much grief. And Austin Board of Realtors does nothing for me in terms of syndication. So for both reasons, I don't give it to them. I give it to CTX MLS, where I know there's fewer buyer agents in it, and it's a very powerful syndication engine to get that listing and that data everywhere. And then I go into showing time and block out showings until Friday at 1:45 so that the first showing is available at 2 o'clock on Friday. And then in the MLS, it says grand open house Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. And I have my grand open houses set up, ready to go. Okay. So now let's say all of this is commenced and we have done all of these things, including getting the MLS prepared. The MLS, the open house, thank you. The open house is there. Everything is set up. Now it's time for you to start the nuts and bolts of getting ready. So this would be your either Sunday or Monday. If we go back and we look at the little calendar again, and I look at this, Matterport photos are going to come back on the 8th, which means that I know I'm going to go live in CTX MLS. Based on this calendar, when is the first day I can put a sign in the yard? Based on Clear Cooperation Policy Statement 8.0.
Monday the 8th?
Sunday the 8th.
Sunday.
So you all pointed to the right day, but my column is Sunday to start with. So you guys said Monday the 8th or Sunday the 8th. I like what you said, because what I heard was we're going live in the MLS here. I can advertise it 1 business day ahead of that. So the 8th is when I can begin the sign in the yard. That is 100% the correct answer. So when is it time to put the sign in the yard? Meg, go ahead.
curious to know your feelings when other real estate agents do not go by that policy and just stick a sign in the yard and leave it up there for a couple weeks until they finally list it.
Or even still use coming soon, writers.
Well, the Austin Board of Realtors has a coming soon status, and so there's nothing wrong with using the coming soon status. There's just the problem with the coming soon status is it doesn't syndicate out to the third parties. So all you're doing is you're giving it to the 30% and not the 70% even more. So you've just propagated the same issue that you had before. So if you were trying to get it to the 70% by getting it on Zillow and Realtor.com, you didn't do that. So my thought about the coming soon is they missed the point or they don't understand. Putting a sign in the yard really weeks ahead of time without putting it in the MLS, I would want to make sure that they're not in some MLS somewhere that I didn't know. Because just because it's not in our hometown MLS, maybe they are in another MLS somewhere and they're doing exactly what they're trying to do, which is propagate and build momentum for their listings so they can hit the grand open house weekend as hard as possible and get a really good audience to show up. For those people who just willingly and knowingly break the rules. I mean, I've had situations where I put a sign in the yard on a Sunday and I had my sign people go out. And then, and in fact, it happened to me last week, 2 weeks ago. I had my photographer going out on Sunday and we knew we were going to be putting in the MLS on Monday. We put the sign in the yard on Sunday and our photographer didn't show up on Monday. They didn't show up until Wednesday. So then I was stuck. But, in a situation like that, things happen, and that's why the rules have to be flexible. And if I were to get pulled into an action, I would say, look, not my fault. So it is what it is. But people who are purposefully trying to break those rules, that's why we're self-policed. And that's our code of ethics hold us to a standard that says, you know what, look, I am following the rules. And I agree to follow the rules if you agree to follow the rules. And there is no standards of practice if no one follows them. So guess what? I'm going to report you to my board or call them and say, look, this is just not cool. I'm following the rules and you're not, which means you're playing from a completely different set of rules. So either we're going to make the rules go away or you're going to conform to the rules, one of the two, but one of those two things are going to happen. Laura.
Okay.
Meg, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I was just, this was like in my neighborhood and the sign had been up for quite some time. And I was just curious because I was looking at all the MLSs that I have access to and never saw it. So I finally texted the agent and just asked, when do you guys think you're going to be on market? I'd love to be able to, see the home. And she told me that they were still trying to figure out a list price. So she literally had the sign in the yard and didn't even have a price ready quite yet. And that
Okay.
was
All right.
weird.
So now, okay, so that's 30 days in county jail. You know why that's 30 days in county jail? Because she doesn't have a listing agreement signed. You can't have a listing agreement without a list price because that's part of the formalized agreement, which means she has a sign in the yard without a listing agreement. And that's a violation of Track 1101. And people who willfully violate Chapter 1101 of the Real Estate License Act is a misdemeanor. So she is really exposing herself. That's not even a board complaint anymore. That's a TREC complaint. And she should be held accountable to TREC and stand up at a TREC meeting and have to defend her license in front of all the salespeople, which will make that never happen again. I don't know if you want to hit them that hard, but that's a very egregious offense because that's a license violation and violation of the law.
Thanks.
Your sign, Laura.
Hey, I just want to when you said Austin Board of Realtors, is that similar to the HAR, right? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm getting my acronyms messed up, but I'm just trying to, the way you said about putting it into a putting it when you have the listing agreement, you put it into CTRX, and I am going to do this. I just want to make sure I don't mess it up. But when I get a listing, I'm going to put it into the CTRX, and can I put my sign out?
Okay, so here is a calendar that you can print that will help you.
Understand the one day.
Well, no,
Okay.
let me take you through it because everything's here. You get your listing agreement signed,
Mhm.
then you put it live in CTX on a Monday, and then on the 13th, on the Friday, you put it in your local MLS.
Okay, I
So,
got that.
okay,
But when, but if I put the sign out on the 8th,
yes.
okay, I should basically have calls saying, hey, why is it not in the, why it's not in, on HAR.
No, uh, it has to be in an MLS. So you have fulfilled the duty of putting it in the MLS. So you put it in, and again, you've got many of our agents down there doing this, and they're not getting those calls. You will get calls if someone says, "Can I see it?" If you have access to CTX MLS, you absolutely can schedule an appointment in CTX MLS to go live. We're going to be going live in HAR on the 13th. But we are in an MLS, we're in CTX MLS, and we're going to be in CTX between the 9th and 13th. There will be no showings. We will be doing a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday. So if you're concerned, and I'm having a conversation, so if your concern is that the property is going to sell or go under contract before you have an opportunity to see it, that's not going to be a concern. So Saturday and Sunday, we will be doing an open house from Saturday from 2 to 4, and there won't be any showings before then. So if you have CTX MLS, you can jump in there and you can schedule your appointment for any time after 2 o'clock on Friday. And that's the conversation.
Okay,
So
so basically they're not, I mean, because the question that I need to have, I guess, help answer is, well, why is it not in HAR? But it is an
so,
MLS, right?
so Laura, we're going to lead them through the conversations. You don't owe them an answer, and you're not held accountable to them. You're going to lead them through the answer, and you're just going to then again say, we are in CTX MLS currently now. There's not going to be any showings until 2 o'clock on Friday. 2 o'clock on Friday, we will be going live in HAR, and we'll be doing a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday. Is there any other questions I can answer for you?
Okay.
Ever?
I am sorry, but as of yesterday, I thought I had clearly understood this process, and right now I'm just drawing a blank. So, real quick, what is the reason again why we wouldn't put it on both the Central Texas and the address
Just
on that
we'll just
Monday?
say we'll say the Central Texas and the local. The reason, first of all, we don't want showings Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. We don't want showings. We're not trying to give it to the agents. We're not trying to give it to the 30%. We're not trying to get the agents involved because we know that they're going to find out about it the moment we put it on the market on Tuesday, and they're going to be trying to get hammer down our door to get inside to get their people in there, and they're going to use all of their salesperson tactics, lie, cheat, and steal their way through it. My client's going to get on a plane and they're going to fly around the world 19 times starting day after tomorrow, and then they'll never be able to see the house again. So then my argumentative self would say, well, then how are they going to buy the house? In any case, no showings are going to happen until Friday, and I want to minimize all those conversations. But the real that's primarily why. But when I put it live on Monday, I'm looking for the MLS that's going to do the very best job to syndicate this to all the third parties so that I can give it to the 70%. I want the 70% to see it Monday night and Tuesday night from 11 o'clock until 1 o'clock in the morning. And as you can see, that the local MLSs don't do a nearly good a job as a listing syndication engine as CTX MLS does. So we put it in CTX MLS to leverage the power of its syndication engine to get it to the consumers on homes.com, realtor.com, zillow.com, housepad, and all of the other 400 websites that it goes on. And we're going to sit there and we're going to let it propagate and let it seed and show up on all the websites, and it's going to be everywhere. And then Friday, we are going to then give it to the 30% so that they can start making appointments. Now, you will have buyers come across it on homes.com and all those websites and call their agent. You will get a couple agents calling and saying, we'd like to see it. I am really glad you'd like to see it because that's exactly what we're looking for. We're coming on market 2 o'clock on Friday. And of course, I'm very respectful and I'm very kind to people who are calling me, but I let them know we will start having showings on 2 o'clock on Friday. That's when showings will begin, and we're gonna be doing a grand open house on Saturday and Sunday. That is our company policy. That's how we do our listings here.
Okay,
But
that makes sense.
but their big concern is not that they have to wait. Their big concern is what they think that you might be trying to do is double end it for yourself and hide it from the consumers. Nope, that's not at all what we're doing. We're having a huge grand open house where everyone can come Saturday and Sunday. In fact, not only we're not trying to hide it from anyone, we're making it very public, and we're having a huge party on Saturday and Sunday at 2 to 4. So if you want, you can just send your people to the open house. If you have a showing, we'll respect your showing. But if you send your people, just tell them to let us know that they have an agent, and we'll take very good care of them during the open house. Okay. This is the absolute best thing for your seller and everyone else. I know that I put in the MLS and the agents are going to do their job and show up on Saturday and Sunday. So now doing it this way, the 70% has had a week to know that it's coming. And then the agents, they don't need any time to know it's coming because it's going to go out to the portals and their clients immediately. And they're going to be ready for showings that weekend, which is why I do it before the end of day on Friday. I don't do it at 5 o'clock on Friday because I know that the agents on the end of day around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, they're getting their final properties from their buyers and they're scheduling their appointments for the weekend, which is why I put it live Tuesday. And that means the agents are going to be getting a notification that a brand new listing has just hit at the time that they're scheduling their showings for the weekend. And so now it becomes the topic of conversation. And it's perfectly timed for them to add it to their list and prepare. And they can either choose to show it or they can send their people to the open house. So this is super important that we all have this really well in our mind, because one of the things that I asked you guys to do on Friday was to get the articulation down of the coming soon so well that you sell it to one of your family members and you do that video, and then you take that video and you put it in Teams, and the person who is going to convince me to list with you, you're going to get a prize. Has anyone done that project yet? Because I didn't see one yet. Knock, you did it? Where did you put it?
No, I tried to be clear on the project because I thought you want us to do the presentation with someone in the office.
I think a listing mock presentation is phenomenal. And I do want you to do that. So you had two options. You can do it with a family member and go through it with them or another agent in the office. It was basically, I want you guys to do a listing presentation with someone. You can do it with someone at the office or you can do it with someone at home. It doesn't matter who. It's just, I want to see a full listing presentation, and I want you to explain to the person opposite the table of you what you're going to do to sell their home and get them excited about our listing presentation. I want to hear you sell it. I want to hear your words. I want to see your expression on your face. I want to see the confidence that you bring to the table when you sell this listing presentation and this listing marketing plan, because it's going to, if got right, ensure that you get the listing. So if you've done it a couple of times in a mock presentation, you're going to be a lot more confident in the real one.
Thank you.
Yeah. So looks like you're going to help your son sell your house, because hopefully he gets to be the one in your video. That would be awesome. I think we would love to see that. Okay, welcome house signage. Your sign is your avatar. For whatever reason, birds like to land on our sign and poop all over them. It's just a thing. So every real estate agent should have in the back of their car some Windex or some Simple Green and a roll of paper towels, so that when you drive in front of the property, you can spray off your sign and you can give it a once over. It also gets dust and grass clippings all over it from people who are mowing the grass, and then it loses that shiny little feeling too, and it starts looking dull. So I really do think that you guys should clean your sign every time you go out there, or have somebody in the office that's going to help maintain your signs by cleaning the signs when they get out there and filling your flyer boxes and helping you update your sign writers. You'll notice that this is a billboard. What do I have on the top and the bottom of my sign? Open Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. And this was in the yard on Sunday. I didn't put it in the yard on Saturday and I didn't put it in the yard on Friday. Why would I not do that? Why would I wait until the end of day Sunday to put this in the yard? There's one very important reason. Because the open house is not this weekend, it's next weekend. And if I put this in the yard too early, people are going to be knocking on the door thinking that there's an open house. And will have embarrassed myself and my seller when they're like, there's no house. And then they're like, it literally says open house right there. So don't do that to yourself. So after the open house time period, after the 4 p.m. on a Sunday is the very first time that you can put this sign in the yard and not it cause you grief. The reality is a lot of agents are going to put it in the yard on Monday. That's perfectly fine too. Going back to the calendar and the example that we had, you're going to put it in Central Texas MLS. You're going to try to do that as early on Monday as possible. So it's going to syndicate to all the third parties. A lot of agents are going to show up on Monday and put the sign in the yard. There's not going to be any difference, but I will tell you the difference in my mind. I'm thinking about everything. Do you think that I want the people in the neighborhood who leave their driveway at Monday morning to go to work to see my sign? I do. And if I show up at 2 o'clock on Monday to put my sign in the yard, the people in the work didn't get to see it that morning. So I, for a lot of reasons, want to put this sign in the yard Sunday night after 4 o'clock so I don't confuse anyone. And it's this grand open house Saturday and Sunday, and I put flyer boxes in there, flyers in there with the property, and then you'll notice that it doesn't say active. The sign says for sale, but it doesn't say coming soon. It doesn't say anything. It just says open house Saturday and Sunday. And I am going to leave this like that all the way through the open house. Now, if I come out the other side of the open house, there is a very good chance that I'm under contract, which means that I'm going to have to go and update the sign writers to say under contract. But I'm not going to change this until I have a contract and the property's gone under contract. Then I have to change the writer. Okay, so when you put up your sign, make sure your sign is clean, free of dirt, free of bird droppings. It's upright, not rusted, not bent and sideways like a lot of them that I see, because it's your avatar to the neighbors. And I just give that away. But one of the questions I ask is, who is the sign really for? And let's think about that. Let's think about the purpose of a for sale sign. What do you think the greatest value of a for sale sign? Who is your real if you look at the experienced brokers, who does the brokers understand that the audience of the for sale sign? Is it the buyers?
The neighbors.
It's
The
for the
neighbors.
neighbors.
It's the neighbors. It has nothing to do with the buyers. Because the buyers who are driving through a neighborhood and they see a for sale sign, they may stop and get a flyer, and that's helpful, but I'm not trying to sell it to the neighbor. I'm trying to sell it to the biggest audience possible, and I know people who are buying homes are looking on realtor.com, stillonhomes.com, so I'm going to expose it to the entire market that way. That's how I give it to the buyers, not by putting it in the sign in the yard. In fact, putting a sign in the yard could not have hit it from the buyers if I wanted to try, because that means I have to go into a subdivision and drive all up and down the street to try to find the house. So for a lot of reasons, the sign really is intended for the neighbors. Now, there could be a buyer there. A neighbor could have a family member or a friend that wants to live closer, or they may love their subdivision and are looking to upsize or downsize inside their neighborhood. So that's the case. But really, it's really that your neighbors are probably, statistically, NAR says that when you put a for sale sign in the yard, 3 houses on one side, 3 houses on the other, and 6 across the street. 6, 79, 10, 11, 12. One of those 12 properties is going to go on market in the next 30 days. Statistically, there's like a 94% chance that one of those 12 homes are going to list in the next 30 days. But what are you going to do with that information?
Try to reach out to those potential neighbors.
I don't like the
Target
word. I don't like the word try.
Oh, calling them and
How are you going to call them?
well, what I did in the MLS
I don't want you to call them. I want you to think about something else. What are you going to
pop-up.
do? Oh, okay. We're going to door knock. Knock, if there was anybody could have used that word, it should have been you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, now this is your chance to live up to your name.
Knock, knock.
We're gonna go knock on the door. And on all of them, but I'm going to tell you when to do it. So when I put the sign in the yard, I have my flyer with me and I knock on every neighbor's door. Hi, my name is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. I just listed the home next door. So you're probably going to see a big open house week this weekend on Saturday and Sunday. There's probably going to be some commotion going around, so I wanted to let you know about that. And if you see people walking around the neighborhood, it's probably because the house is going on the market. Here's a flyer. You're going to probably have questions about the property. Here's what we're listing it for. And if you'd like to come to the open house on Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be a great event. And by the way, I'm a fantastic cookie baker, so come over and try one of our cookies. Make it fun, make it light, invite them over. There's only one reason that they're going to come to the open house. Because they want to check it out and see what their competition looks like. So when they come in, I saw their face, neighbor, hi, you're next door, right? Yeah. How are you? Thanks for coming. And then we take them through our script, and now we know that one of two things are happening. Either they're stalking you, or they're interested in the house. And if they're interested in the house, it means that they've either got a friend or a family member like grandma who needs to be next door, which I've had that happen before. They're like, look, this is a single story home. This is perfect for our aging grandmother. We need to be able to take better care of her and be able to keep a better eye on her, and having her next door is ideal. Great. Help me pick your neighbor. You just did. I appreciate that, which is a script I always like to throw them. Help me pick your neighbor. And then or it's that they want to sell their home and they're checking out their competition because they want to see, based on this price, is their house in better condition, bigger, or what, so that they can figure out, is this number a reality for them or more or less? So I'm going to try to figure that out. But everything that we do, every step we do of this listing is going to be calculated. We're not taking anything by chance. When we put the sign in the yard, how we communicate with the neighbors, all of these things are calculated and with intention, because we kind of get the big picture. We're not going to just kind of wing it. You're going to start realizing that there's a lot more to what we do, and there's a lot more intention to do what we do when you get the pro tips. So let's go through our first set of scripts. How many of you are Star Trek nerds? I mean, Star Trek fans like me. I have every version of every Voyager memorized from beginning to end. I have a Voyager marathon once a year where I watch the entire season. I'm just in love with Voyager that entire season. So I'm going to use a couple Star Trek-y nerdy kind of words here as we're going through this. Once someone's shields go up and they're a red alert, there's nothing that you can do to take the shields down. And a lot of things can happen to raise someone's shields. And what do I mean by raise someone's shields? When they come inside, they're guarded. They don't want to talk to you. Their shields are up. They're staying this far and they're not going to talk to you. There are certain types of communication that we can have that will raise their shields. And once they're up, they're up. Or we can do everything we can to keep their shields from going up every step of the way, so that when they come inside, nothing has set off one of their alarms that makes them say, wait, I need to protect myself from these people, because they're going to try to sell me something. They're going to try to get my information, etc. People don't like it when you have a registration sign up sheet. I'm going to teach you right now the pro tip of how to get their information without ever asking them for their information. It's a better way to go about it. If you can get someone to give you their number instead of you asking them for their number, it's gold. And this is the gold that I'm going to teach you, because I do it over and over again. Very well calculated, very well thought out. But oftentimes, so the California agent in me misses the California weather, because when we did open houses there, the door was open. The door was open the entire open house. And I appreciated that. I'm guessing K and DC, your door was open the entire time the open house was happening. And people would come in and leave, and you just wouldn't close the door. And it was literally an open house. I got here, and I remember the first time I left the door open, the seller was not at all happy about that. And I quickly learned that open houses are very closed here in Texas. The issue with that is that it doesn't feel open, and there have been scenarios where people have gone to an open house, knocked on the door, and they had someone answer the door, and it was the seller, and the seller be frustrated because the agent canceled or something happened, it went under contract, and the homeowner is irritated because people are knocking on their door. So when a prospective open house guest gets to the front door, and they have to feel like they need to knock, or they have to feel like they have to ring the doorbell, their shields just went up. And you're not going to bring them down because they're just like kind of freaking out. Okay, I don't know what to do here. So we're going to show you how to do it a little bit differently. When they arrive to the subdivision, they should have already saw your sign. Not only should your sign be on every single street, but there should be pinwheels on those signs. When you pull up to the front of the property, have you ever seen those huge flags that says open house? They got blue ones and red ones, so we like the blue ones. And have you seen those 10-foot flags that says open house? Has anyone seen them? I'm seeing a lot of people say no. This is blowing my mind. Okay.
They sell them at A-board, don't they?
They sell them at HAR, ABOR, everywhere that you can, but these things are 8 feet tall. This one's actually the 10-foot one and a 15-foot flag. So these are flags that you buy. This one is a $14 flag. This one is 8 feet tall, $139 flag for a 10 or a 15-foot one. Here's a smaller one that is $19. So you can shop around, find a flag that you like. We sell them in our store here as well. You put one of each of these on each side of the driveway. At least I do. So they pull into the subdivision, they see your sign, you have a pinwheel. Now, how many of you like to put balloons on your signs? Balloons is a thing of the past. Just telling you that the eco broker in me, I'm a certified green and eco broker realtor. They've asked us not to use balloons. They've asked us to use instead pinwheels. And actually the pinwheels have a much better, and this is something that actually I got from Lisa. This isn't even a my thing. She would tape pinwheels that she would get at Hobby Lobby. I don't think I had ever gone to Hobby Lobby in my entire life, but she showed me where I could buy these pinwheels, and she would connect her pinwheels, and people would drive through, and the spinning from the wind, and it gives life to the sign, and the sign looks like now that maybe it's not been there for 3 weeks, because sometimes you don't know. But if there's a pinwheel on it, I think the reason they put balloons on them is to make it look like, hey, this was just put here, and there's a party going on, like a birthday party, like in the back in the day when people would have birthday parties. Balloons on the birthday party signs leading to people's homes. So real estate sign, we now have our QR code on the open house signs, so people can scan the QR code as well, which takes them to your V card. They see the pinwheel. You have one on every single intersection, and if there's 2 major intersections or 2 major entry points to the subdivision, have your signs on both of them coming in, and at every single street leading in front of the property. And in front of the property, there is this big flag on both sides of the driveway. And then there's also, separately from that, these really cool signs that you can buy at your realtor or online that says open house, please come in. And that is also a very important sign because it gives people the permission to come. It says welcome, please come in.
Are you showing us that sign?
No, I'm not. I'm actually trying to find it. And I'll share my screen in.
I'm sorry, I'm a visual kind of person. Do you have a picture of the pinwheel with the sign like it's supposed to be set up?
No, I don't. But this is the welcome, please come in sign that you can buy. I don't have the pinwheels are just on you go to Hobby Lobby, they're on a little wooden stick, and you tape them to the sign.
You don't even
and
have to tape them. You can just stick them in. Just make sure that the stick that they're on are smaller, not big, thick ones. And your open house signs are corrugated. So you just stick it into the top of the sign. It's got holes all along the top. You just stick it in. No tape necesito.
I mean, and they kind of look like these, just maybe not that, but just these things. And you put them, I guess this is the little straw that you put in the corrugated
Yeah.
one.
You
Ones
just
I
have to
bought,
make sure the straw's narrow, not too thick, and it will fit.
the ones that I purchased from Hobby Lobby were actually sticks that were designed to be put into the ground. So I ended up taping it with
Oh.
clear tape to my open house signs. But there are other ones that you can use. I do think the pinwheels add a lot. So again, a flag, thank you, Laura, for that. I put the flags on both sides of the driveway. I've got my welcome, please come in sign up near the front door somewhere. And I've got the pinwheels on all the signs. And so there is none of this confusion about what's going on. And people arrive at the house and it's like, okay, looks like there's a party going on here. So they arrive to the house, you've properly prepared their front yard, you've got the right signage, you've got flags going on, and then they see the welcome come in, welcome, please come in sign. So that also helps them kind of get an idea that, there's a party going on here. We know that the neighbors are watching, so they're also going to be watching. So the morning of the open house, one of the things I like to do is get there. If my open house is from 2 to 4, I tell my clients that I'm going to be getting there about an hour early because we have to go to the house. I'm going to set the HVAC first, and I'm going to get everything set up inside. Then I'm going to lock the door, and then I'm going to go put up all my signs. Once my signs are put up, I am going to then go bake a set of cookies and I'm going to go knock on every single neighbor's door. Hi, it's me again. Today's the open house. Just wanted to, here's a cookie. If you guys want to stop by, please stop by. You guys also can do that. Even if it's not your listing, you can knock on the neighbor's door to just make sure that the house isn't locked and it's 12:30 and the open house started at 12, or 2:30 and the open house started at 2 and you're over knocking on the neighbor's door and has the house locked, and then people are standing in the yard confused where you are and why the house is locked. So if you're going to do all of this stuff, you have to make sure that you are there early enough to be able to do all of that. Get to the property, get the lights on, get the right signage put up in your signs, get rid of the sweat and all that from putting up your signs, because face it, it's hot and some of the ground's really hard and you're using a little sledgehammer to get the signs in the yards. And when you are putting up your open house signs, I recommend, in fact, Katie, what do you recommend people do when they put the open house signs, directionals in the yards?
I also
Um,
use American flags when it's, 4th of July month or Memorial, and I put the little flags in the top of my directional signs.
Yeah, that's fun too. I was gonna ask Katie, but Katie is obviously busy at the moment. Knock on the homeowners' doors for the signs that you're putting in the yard. And if nobody is home, put a little note. They've got a little sign hanger that you can put on there and let them know you're doing an open house. Thank you so much for allowing me to put your sign here. I tried knocking, but no one was home. Or because especially on the corner lots are obviously where you want to put your sign. Newsflash: the little strip of grass is not on their property. But people seem to think that they own that land, but they're still going to have an issue. Uh, we work so hard to make sure that we have all 5 stars on our Facebook account as well as our Google account. And one homeowner took a picture of one of our agents' open house signs and posted it and gave one of our agents, gave Realty Texas 0 stars, bringing us from a 4.9 to a 4.8 because the agent didn't knock on the door and get permission to put that sign out there. And the reality is it's not their property anyway, and they have absolutely no right to say that we can or can't, but it's just a respectful thing to do to make sure that we are having a conversation with them. I've never had someone say no, but it is something that you should do. Anyway, so the signage is, we're just talking about signage right now. At the major intersections of the neighborhood, oftentimes those will be on a major thoroughfare. You need to talk to your local realtor association to find out if sign permits are required in your marketplace And if those permits, and if they're, and where you get those permits. Round Rock, Cedar Park, and Leander require sign permits from their municipality, and agents are not allowed to buy the sign permits. Only a broker can. So once a year, I have to send my staff down to the city and buy a roll, and we have to prepay for the entire roll of open house. And if we don't sell them all, then we just eat the difference. And then those are $5 or $10 a permit. I don't remember what they charge us. And then each one of those permits have to go on the sign. And if you put up a sign on an intersection that is a county road or owned by the city, then they will take your sign and they will throw it away. It happened last weekend. Just about, there's not a weekend that goes by that agents don't have a sign thrown away because either they didn't know or they forgot or they just took the risk. So make sure that you have the correct signage, but not just having an open house sign. That's not all of it. Sometimes they have rules that says you can't have more than one sign in one intersection. Because sometimes you'll be on a major road like 79 or 1660 or any of the major roads that's anywhere in one of your marketplaces, and they will put one open house sign in all four corners pointing down the street. For some municipalities, some cities have restrictions against it, limiting the number of signs that you can have, like Round Rock does. So you have to know what the restrictions are, if any, about having open house signs in your neighborhoods, just like you have to know as a listing agent whether or not the HOA allows a for sale sign. If it's a condo building, sometimes they won't even allow a for sale sign in the window. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they won't let you put lock boxes on the door, and it has to be cluster lock box up in the front. So for all these reasons, you have to kind of know what's going on. And if you don't know, sometimes you're going to have to spend a little bit of time doing some research to make sure that you do know. So as it comes to signage, make sure you're not infringing upon a city ordinance, and make sure that you don't have, and make sure that you put these things on every intersection that you can to make sure that people know the party's happening, how to get to the property. Again, we have both flags on both sides of the driveway. We have the sign that says, "Welcome, please come in." And then there's going to be a little placard that we're going to put over the doorbell that says, "Welcome, please come in." Because I don't want them to ring the doorbell. Because if they ring the doorbell, it means to me that they got to the property and they still like, okay, what do I do? I don't want them to think about what do I do. Now let's think about the builders for a moment. What are the builder? Have you ever got to a model home in a builder and felt like you had to knock? I haven't. When I get to a builder model, it they've done everything they can to make sure that you feel like you can just come right in, going to as far as to tell you what their hours are. They'll have a placard that says 8:30 to 5:30 open, and it's their office, so people can just come in, just like we don't knock at the door at HEB. We know the door's going to open unless they're closed, right? So we have the sign in the yard says 2 to 4 Saturday and Sunday. We've got the flags available. I don't want them to knock, because psychologically, if they knock, it's someone else's house. If they have to knock, then they are no longer thinking about the dopamine, the serotonin, the excitement. I'm going to see this house and maybe I'm going to like to buy it, and the fun goes away, and then the whole different mindset gets kicked in, which is a shield, and that shield gets presented when they walk in the door with their shield up, and all of a sudden they're not wanting to talk to you. So again, we're just setting the stage here. All of this is stage setting. So flags in the yard, welcome, please sign. We've got the little taped over the doorbell, welcome, please come in. And we often have, I think we've done it 3 times now. We've given away an open house mat, doormats, doormats.com. Personalizeddoormats.com is a website where I buy mats from. You can get one branded with the company logo, and it says open house, that you can bring with you to your open houses, that has your name on it, and you throw the welcome mat at the front door so people look down and it says welcome, please come in. It's got your company logo and your name on it. If you want to do that, some agents do that as well. If you're going to be doing open houses every single weekend, and you're going to make your office on the weekends someone's house where people are coming to see you, you're going to want to do as much as you can to have all of this stuff to just make it more fun. Once all of that is all set properly, the air conditioning in the house is set properly, and all of the neighbors have been notified, they walk in, First thing they smell is cookies. Because I recommend that you actually do bake cookies. I don't recommend you bake them from scratch because you're not going to make a big mess in their kitchen, obviously. You're going to go to the cold case at the grocery store, and they have the yellow Nestle cookies that comes in a square bar that you break one off and put them on the tray, and you bake from 9 to 13 minutes, and you have a perfect Nestle chocolate chip cookie. The house smells like cookies. We're going to talk about the psychology of that because as ridiculous as that's going to sound, when you think to your past, tell me the last person that comes to mind that you can remember baking cookies.
Grandma. And I do bake cookie at my open house, and I usually attract a lot of kids.
Mhm.
They wait until the cookie finished baking, and they say, "Mom, Dad, we cannot leave until I have my cookie."
And it's also about the kids, but it's more about mom and dad too, because it's about your likability factor. When is the last time? I want to hear more. We had a grandma. Who else was the last person in your mind? I want to hear from at least 5 of you. Who's the last person you remember baking cookies? Dimitri.
I did.
It's
Alex from our Alex, realtor,
Okay.
at his
All
open
right.
house.
Okay. Another agent. Laura, who was it?
I did, and she heard you say cookies, and I have some in the refrigerator. And she's like, "Mom, can we bake cookies?" Thanks, Jack.
So what's interesting about Meg, did you have your hand up? Did you have a question?
I do have a question, but I can hold it until the end.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So the cookie concept is the last person that we associate with baking cookies is usually daughter, grandmother, mom. These are probably the greatest memories that people have as a child, going home, having cookies baked at home, whether it was grandma or someone. And it's pretty hard pressed to have negative memories associated with those types of time periods. And so there's been studies done about this, about when someone is making cookies and what that makes you feel like. There's 2 things that we're going to talk about. One is the kitchen is the most important room of a house. And when you're baking out of the oven in that kitchen, you're showing the utility of the kitchen. And all of a sudden, the kitchen now has warmth and it has life. And you are baking cookies. And like me, I'm wearing a suit, but of course, I've got my Realty Texas blue apron on that has the Cookie Monster on it. So, you've got the professional side, but you've also got the silly side. And I'm wearing my Cookie Monster apron. And kids are super friendly. People come in with a smile. So devoid of the flags, devoid of talking with the neighbors, devoid of cookies. People come knock on the door, they come in, they walk the property, they're not smiling. And I'll ask them, "How are you guys doing today?" And they'll be like, "We're good. How are you?" "Good, good." And then they just kind of walk around and then they leave, and I try to engage them, but they just answer my question as fast as I can. You turn up the volume, you've talked to the neighbors, you've got the flags out, you're cooking cookies, you're baking cookies, people just come right in. They don't knock or ring the doorbell. And they got a big smile on their face. "Hi, how are you? I see that." And there's a whole different version of the people walking in, and you created that. You created all of that by making sure strategically that at no point along the line did you artificially make their shields go up. This is important stuff because you're going to have dialogue with them. And if you set the stage properly, you have literally greased the way all the way to you to make sure that by the time they've gotten to you, they're very open. Their shields are down. When you bake cookies, it makes the house smell good. It shows off the utility of the kitchen. It makes people feel good and happy, and it puts you in a class of people that accompany some of the best memories of their lives. Like I said, there have been studies about this. And we've had agents who have had these really cool chocolate chip cookie recipes that they've done. And they put the recipe on them and they single wrapped the cookie and they cooked before, and they have tins of them so that they can have a cookie that is wrapped, and they give them out, but they still bake cookies, and they still have them baked so that the house will still smell like cookies as well, but they also give one to everyone who walks out the door.
Dumb question. What do you think about a cookie candle and then just go buy some from HEB?
I going.
Good job, Laura.
I think awful. I think D minus.
I'm being creative.
It is so easy to cook the 13. First of all, I really want the utility of the kitchen shown off. I really want them to see you're going to feel the warmth of the kitchen. It just changes the whole light of the kitchen. The smell of the kitchen, the cookies, the actual cookies is completely different from the candle. Real estate agents, when they come in too, and a lot of buyers, they have very sensitive noses, and I've I've always had people ask me one of these two questions. Well, what about the cookie spray? Shh, make the whole house smell like cookies, artificial cookie spray, or the cookie candle. I like candles. I think candles are amazing. And if you have a really delicious cookie scented candle and it really does smell like candle and you want to burn it in the background, I don't think that's a bad idea. But I don't think that should replace baking the cookies and having the actual real cookie scent as well. And I think having a fresh baked cookie out of the oven and you hand it to them, it puts you in a class of people that's very trustworthy. They like the fresh baked cookies because it's not every day someone hands them a fresh baked cookie out of the oven. Everybody can get a cookie from HEB. That's nothing special. There's nothing about that. It's just very, very just standard. So we want to up it a little bit. We want to do something a little bit different. We want to be memorable. And if we're trying to be memorable, we're not going to be ordinary. And there's going to be a lot of agents who are in a super hurry that just go grab cookies and throw it on the counter just because they know that they needed some. But it's less about actually having cookies and it's more about the experience that we're trying. So, with all the funniness of saying D minus and all of that, because everybody knows, my personality type and how I am with that type of stuff. I'm always going to try to figure out in every scenario, how can I do it a little bit better? How can I give just a little bit better experience? How can I be just a little bit more memorable? Because if I'm going to be standing there for 2 hours, how can I make the absolute most of those 2 hours? How can people walk away from having experience with me and they'd be blown away by that because I'm constantly trying to not be ordinary, but being extraordinary. And these are the little things that really make the difference and set the tone between one or the other. Lisa, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's all about being really, we're not on. It's about being organized. So sometimes if I know it's been a lot of people in and out of the open houses, I will bake my cookies ahead, or brownies, what I like to do. But then I bring a pan of brownie mix and I put it in the oven ahead of time before I put my signs up. So it's baking very slow so that I learned this the hard way because I got so busy, I burned my cookies and then the house did not smell very good. So I do it that way. I bring fresh baked cookies, but I'm not rushed. And then I put real brownies or cookies in the oven at a very low oven temperature. And then it permeates that smell that Jack's talking about. And they have no clue that I didn't just take them out of the oven.
Yeah, that, and you're going to find yourself if you're, I only make 3 or 4 cookies at a time because you're going to have maybe 30 people come to your open house. Maybe that's going to be the max. And that's on a really good day. And you're going to bring 3 sets of cookies. That's going to make, 40 cookies. That's just too many. So I do make cookies a couple at a time. I cook them a little bit slower, 9 to 13 minutes. And do not let them bake. I have had cookies burnt more than once in my oven. So you have to be very careful, especially when you're talking to people. Be very cognizant that that's going on, and don't let your conversation take you 15 minutes and realize, uh-oh, I have hucky pucks that just made the house smell like burnt cookies. Because I think anyone who's done open houses for any extended period of time and baked cookies, at some point they've burnt them. So yeah, thank you, Lisa. So be cognizant of that. So one of the setting the stage of the entire event, which is, and Laura, I love the idea of the candle. So I usually have a candle burning in the bathroom that's something like vanilla or something, but I'm not going to try to mix my scents in the same room. So you set the stage, you got the signage, you've talked to the neighbors, they feel comfortable walking in, so they're knocking on the door, they walk inside, they smell the cookies, they know that that's going on, they get that serotonin uh bump in their brain. They immediately, it reminds them of the last person they saw baking cookies, because that's how your brain works, and all of a sudden they're thinking about that for a moment, and they're walking around the house. It's important that when they walk in, that you have a very clear idea in your mind of why they're there. They're not there to see you. And a lot of agents make it about themselves. Hi guys, well, thanks for coming and seeing me today, and talking and asking them a lot of questions about them and what they're looking for. And there's a lot of dialogue that happens. And I think how you approach them out the gate, thanks for coming in, please sign in. The seller would like you to sign in. How you approach them when they come inside right now is very important. How should we welcome someone into a house? And it's with this script. Hi guys, or hi y'all, depicting on how much of a Texan you really are. And for me, it's sometimes it's hi y'all, but hi guys, come on in. Thanks for coming. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. Hey guys, come on in. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. I have acknowledged them. I have thanked them for coming, and I've given them permission to check out the house. I'm going to be kind of watching them and seeing what they're doing, and I'm gonna supervise them. But out the gate, those are the first thing you have to do, because when they come in, sometimes, and one of my ex-military clients was at the closing table, and he said, do you remember the very first thing that you said to me? And I did not actually. And he said, we came into the open house and you said, um, thanks for coming, take a look around. And I really appreciated that, because I guess he'd been to other ones, and military people don't like people extracting their DNA when they walk in the door, I guess. So it underscores that people appreciate you acknowledging that they're there and letting them walk around and see the property without trying to sell them the house as soon as they walked in, because they would see the house, not you guys. So be cognizant of that. But you're going to build a relationship with them, but that relationship's going to build slowly over the first 5 minutes, not just all of a sudden pouncing upon them. How you're dressed in this moment also matters. What the dress code is going to be business professional. But it's hot outside, and I know it's hot outside. Trust me. I have had sweat coming down my face as I've just walked in the house after 110 degrees from putting up my sons, because my open house is from 2 to 4 and it's 12:30 and the sun is straight up and it's hot already and it's August. I get that. I've been there. I'm still there on many occasions. So dress to impress. This means pressed pants, suit, jacket, tie, nice shoes, nice belt, nice watch, look professional, smell professional, hair professional, the whole bit. You're going to look professional. Now, if you want to throw an apron over yourself to make yourself a little more approachable and fun, that's okay. But people are going to react to you differently. They're going to look at you as a professional when you're dressed like a professional. If you're not an agent that typically wears suits out in the business world, I want you to beta test this, because I promise you, if you wear a suit in an open house, people talk to you more, they come up to you more, they ask you more questions, you're more approachable, and a whole different thing happens when you're dressed to impress. Now, you might think, I really like a nice pair of pressed Levi's with a tucked in shirt and a pair of brand new sneakers. That's my style, that's what I like. I'm going to challenge you and say I would like you to wear a suit, because I'm telling you, it actually makes a difference. How you're dressed is going to affect how they look at you and how much they have conversations with you. You represent the seller, not just yourself at the open house. You represent the entire real estate profession when you do the open house, and you represent Realty Texas at the open house. But guess what? How would you dress to a job interview? Is an open house a job interview? It really is. So I need you guys to be cognizant of that. When we get back from break, we're going to be talking about the elusive buyer and what they're trying to accomplish when they get into the house and how what they're doing is a little bit different. But I did promise a couple of questions. I see Knock has her hand up, Meg had her hand up, and so I think that's Steven. So let's start with Meg.
I had a question about these signs. You said that you go get rolls of the stickers or the permits. Are they good for 1 year? Are they good for one open house weekend? How do those stickers work?
It's a really good question. They're good for the year, and
Okay.
you put them on the sign, and they'll have that year on them, and they're always a different color every year, so you can tell the difference from far, far away if you have the right year on them. And those stickers are for around Rock Leander. Some cities have them, some don't. So it's just, I don't know about San Antonio and Houston of what their sign ordinance are. I just happen to know here because I've never gone to Houston or San Antonio and done an open house. So you might want to contact your local association or Laura, you can maybe ask William about Houston. Um, I would be interested to know, but of course these things are always changing as well.
And they're $5 a permit, just so you know. And
So
sometimes
basic,
you can go and buy them yourself. You're just going to have to, like Round Rock, actually now you can. So we don't have to do that anymore for y'all. And we haven't in
okay.
a while. So
So if I have an open house I'm doing in Round Rock, I can go get my stickers and I can leave them on my signs for the entire year. And then
yes.
if I have one in Leander, I will add a Leander sticker to it as well, somewhere on the
Yes.
signage. Okay, great. Second question, you said you do cookies 3 to 4 at a time. I was actually going to ask how many cookies you usually make. So you kind of just stagger it, or either, cook them all and then just, that's all you've got.
Yeah, and then you find you've got like 6, 7, 8 cookies on your plate, and then all of a sudden no one comes for 20 minutes, and all of a sudden you're like, I'm not eating those cookies. I'm not eating those cookies.
Got it. That makes sense.
Knock and then never.
So I want to piggyback on the idea of creating the environment for doing the open house. I like the candles. I like baking cookies. Can we including background music, like turn on some kind of relaxation music to create the mood? Or how you feel about that?
I don't. I don't for a couple of reasons because everyone is passionate. Some people love some kind of music and some people don't like jazz. People don't. So it's just I expect some people like to have music showing for showings that they know a showing is coming, but then people get freaked out when they walk inside because they hear a noise and think someone might be home, and it just kind of freaks them out for a moment. So everybody gets their own strive. I'm gonna let you guys come up with your own of what you're gonna do with that. I do not for a lot of reasons, but that's my style. That doesn't have to be yours, so I'm not gonna give you a recommendation. But if you ask me if I do or not, I will tell you I do not. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ever.
Just to clarify, did you say that Cedar Park requires permits as well for the signs?
Leander does. I don't know about Cedar Park.
I don't, yeah, I have, and I know Leander does too.
Just go to the city planning and zoning and look up sign ordinance, and you need to read it for each city that you'll be holding an open house in, because they are all different.
Okay.
And sometimes they'll include it in the HOA. Like there's a community out here, like it's called Walden, and you need to go and have only their signs. You can't put out your own. So there's a big, huge process for it.
Yeah. There is a community called Waters Oak also here in Austin that is a gated community that also you have to use their signs. I've come across that. It's very rare, but that is also a thing. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. It is officially lunchtime. Lisa, did you have something that you wanted to add?
Yes, for those of you in-house, there is lunch served in the agent kitchen. So if you'll go grab some lunch, and it's being sponsored by Goosehead, and they will just do a 5-minute little presentation of some excellent information. And we'll see you back at 2.
Second half of our Friday, we're winding down. We're talking about open house stuff, talking about getting the buyers into the house without getting their shields up, and the dialogue that we're going to have with them at the open house. Gone to links to try to set the stage and reiterate the stage as we're bringing it forward so that we can provide them a very good experience at the open house. You're going to be very surprised at the scripts at the open house, and the scripts that I recommend that you try to remember and use as you're doing the open houses, because they're very effective. Not all of you are sunshine yellows. In fact, one of you is very red, one of you is very blue, and one of you is very green. So the yellow personality, they're not going to need scripts to engage people. In fact, they're going to probably have to remind themselves to listen more so that they can make sure that, they're listening to the person, not just sharing with them every single thing that pops into their head in that moment. So we all have something that we have to pay careful attention to. The yellow personality type, again, you're going to be able to very quickly be able to strike up a conversation and have no problem keeping that conversation going. But the other personality types might have a little bit more trouble. I'm going to teach you some scripts that's going to be very engaging. They're going to like you more. They're going to want to interact with you, and they're not going to scare them off. Because look at this screen. This is the buyer that comes into your open house. They see you inside there, and the moment you take a step towards them, they're going to vanish like a bat. Gone. So, how do you chase a cat? Someone tell me the story. How do you get to a cat to come to you?
You offer it food,
Uh-huh.
bring
Cheese.
a
By
mouse with you.
telling
You can get some cookies.
telling him to come.
A
That might
happy
be the
hello.
funniest thing I've ever heard in Mega. Okay, so but I agree with you. Offering them food is never a bad thing, and that will bring a kitty over to you. Well, so this is the thing. Have you ever tried to get a cat, but you step forward, and the moment you go to it, it runs, but then if you ignore it, it comes up to you because it's mad that you're ignoring it? That's the whole thing. We are not going to ignore them, but we are certainly not going to chase them either, because once someone feels chased, they're going to want to run. So I know this all seems a little silly, or at least it can, but there's a lot of truth and there's a lot of sociology behind all of what we're doing right now. When you go to Vegas, do you think that there's been a lot of time and energy, money to set the tone? There's no clocks anywhere. They have specific colors. They pump specific scents through the vents. They're very strategic in what they do, and so are we. We're going to create a party atmosphere. We're going to make sure that there's no question that there's an open house going on. The house is going to smell like cookies. You're going to be dressed for impressed, and you're going to be geared with exactly the right scripts to engage them. And remember, they're not there to see you, so there should not be an expectation that they're going to answer all your questions, that they're going to give you all of their information, all of these things. So when we're looking for the buyers, when we're looking for them, they're being very cautious. They're kind of hiding from you, and you're like, I need someone to buy this house. Come on, where's all the buyers? They're all hiding from me. And then all of a sudden, when the buyer needs you, it's a whole different story, and they make their position very known. How come you're not here with me right now? I need you, right? So let's talk their language. Buyers don't want to be sold. Regardless of what profession you're in, they don't want to give a quart of blood to walk in a house. They don't want to give you their DNA and all of their information. They just want to see the house. That's what they're there to do. So we have to make sure that they feel welcomed and acknowledged and permission to see the house. That's going to keep their shields from going up, and they're going to like you a lot more. But we're also going to have a few other things peppered in there so that we can give them the permission and to ask us questions, because that's a thing too. Hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. Friendly, smile, open, engaging. You've acknowledged them, you thank them for coming, and you give them permission to look around, and you've let them know if they have any questions to please come to you. And that is kind of how we're going to set that stage. Those are the three things. Acknowledge them, thank them for coming, give them permission to look around. Hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. This is, I've said this 100 million times at open houses. I recommend that you guys use that as your open remarks every single time. And let them walk around. They'll usually go kind of towards the primary bedroom and then come back around into the kitchen and take a look and then come back your way. Maybe they see the cookies and maybe they stop by and grab a cookie on the way, but generally they're not wanting anything from you. They don't want to take anything from you or look at you, or I mean, I'm pretty approachable. People approach me, but I'll always have those people that are trying to fly in under the radar and come in and out. And of course, that's not how I roll. So I know that if I try to engage them, that they're going to scatter. So I am going to work a little bit smarter to make sure that I can engage them and keep their shields down and make them feel like, okay, I don't need to worry about this guy. He's not going to be extracting DNA, so I'm in a comfortable space and I'm good. Because people need to feel like they're in a comfortable space and that they're safe and that no one's going to come after them with a bunch of questions, because people just don't like that. When they come back around and find you, so just imagine for a moment you're the open house agent. Someone just opened the door, they came in. Hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. And then they'll be like, hi, how are you? I'm doing good, thanks. A little bit of chit chat maybe going on, smiling and look at them. Maybe you offer a cookie if you have eyesight to the door. But don't make an assumption they like it. I don't want you to ask them, do you love it? Or do you like it? Or I want you to ask very open-ended questions here. And it has nothing to do with them liking it or not liking it. You just simply want to ask, what do you think? If you simply ask them, what do you think? There's no assumption being made, and there's no judgment being made, and you're asking their opinion. I think across all humanity, people like offering their opinion more than anything else, and you've given them that option to offer their opinion. You can learn a lot about someone asking them that question about their frame of mind, what's going on in their life, because some people are going to start with the things they like and some people are going to start with the things they don't. And that tells you a lot about them. We're not going to get into that today, but we are going to say, but they almost always will, if the home doesn't work for them, they'll almost always tell you why the home doesn't work for them. Well, we were really hoping for a fourth bedroom and we were just coming out here to check it out just to see if it would work, but it looks like it's not going to work. And then you kind of wrap your head around it, try to figure out, so what is it about a fourth bedroom that you guys have the needs for? And just try to, is it an office or a flex room between an office, or just, try to dig a little bit deeper, but that's not part of my script. You're going to be hearing from them what it is they don't like. And it's usually not one thing. It's going to be layered. We were really hoping for a different color cabinet. We were hoping for a different kind of flooring. We were hoping for a bigger backyard, and the primary bedroom's a little bit smaller than we liked. We needed a fourth bedroom. But we really liked the photos and we wanted to come out and check it out. You're kind of gauging them right now and trying to determine, are these deal breakers or not, and try to figure that out. Once they've gotten through all of that, I might ask them a couple of clarifying questions, but then I might say something like, what are you looking for? Another question that they really like, because these are questions that they're not going to be offended by getting. They're not intrusive. They're very open, and they're going to share with you. In fact, majority of people are going to word vomit all over you. And you're just going to have to just listen intently. And because everything that they're telling you right now is so critically important, it's almost more important than their name. That is how important it is, because right now they're sharing with you their home search. And let that paint a picture in your brain and build the house like a Mr. Potato Head in your brain as they're telling you about the house. I can almost tell you about every single client that I met in an open house and tell you what it was they told me, because once you paint a picture in your head, it kind of stays there as a photo. You remember that more than anything. It's a picture and the words together, regardless of what kind of visual learner, content learner, or a visual learner. All of those things, the picture in your brain really helps you see it. What are you looking for? And now they're going to tell you the things that they really need. Hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. And then they come back around. So what do you think? Well, we really wanted the fourth bedroom, and the primary bedroom is a little bit smaller than what we were looking for. Got it. So what are you looking for? Well, okay, we were looking, and then they just tell you a little bit more. My next script that I like to layer on is, after they've told you about what they don't like and what they do, you are going to have the 5 things in here. What I'm really looking for, what I'm trying to intently listen for, are the 5 pieces of information that I need to put a property in the MLS. I need to know about the size of the property they need. I need to know an area. I need a number of stories. I need a not to exceed price. And usually there's something else, one of those hot things that they need. Got to have a 3rd car garage. That's a criteria. That's a deal breaker for us. We've got to have a 4th bedroom. That's a deal breaker for us. And there's always that little thing that, and sometimes there's multiple of them. But if you can figure out those things, then we are strategically in our mind putting all this together. I haven't asked them if they have an agent yet. I haven't asked them any of those questions. I don't have to. But what I'm trying to do is learn a little bit more about what they're looking for. And I am going to shadow in a moment. I'm going to talk to them about the MLS. And I'm going to talk to them about the client gateway. I'm going to tell them about the portal in about 6 words or less. And the light bulb is going to go on like, oh, I need that. If they already have that, they're like, oh, I think my agent brought me that. Oh, nice. Yep, that's super essential. It's very important that they put that in there. By the way, who's your agent? I always ask the agent's name for a couple of reasons. How I find out if they have an agent is by me telling them about the portal, and then they tell me they have an agent. It's very helpful. If I don't have that information later, I'm going to ask right now. But what I'm trying to figure out more than anything right now is, what do they not like about this house? What do they like? And in those 2 questions, I'm very delicately touching on those things. What do you think? What are you looking for? And as they're talking, they are filling in blanks for me and answering questions without me having to ask them the questions. And they're telling me their home criteria. We talked about active listening in a couple of different megas already, where we said, do you remember a time when you were on the phone with maybe a bank or a utility company or someone, and you've told them a story and you need to explain something because they need to understand and they're not, and then you explain the situation, and they turn right around right after you've explained it and ask you a very basic question that you've already said to them 3 times. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Because we talked about this before. All right. So when we find those people in our lives that seem to just get us, we explain it and they remember it and they say that back to us. It's like, oh, thank God, I've met the right person. Okay, no, you cannot transfer me. Do not transfer me to anyone because you understand me and you get me. Can you stay on the line with me, please, and get somebody else on our phone call because you're competent. And the last 10 people I talked to wasn't, and I need you to help me. We've all been there. You're going to be that person that the consumer standing in front of that says, wait, you're getting me. I just had a casual conversation with you and you just reiterated back to me exactly what I'm looking for, converted that into an MLS. That is a whole different level of communication that I'm not expecting from an open house agent. there's something different going on here. There's a different level of professionalism going on here. Dress for success, the entire thing going on. Now you're impressing them. They're like, okay, now I'm going to take notice because there's something a little bit different going on here. Beds and baths, square footage, area location, primary suite, up or down, and the max price. These are the 5 things that you need to know to put a property in the MLS to give them relevant listings that's not going to flood them with listings. And these are the things that people will usually carve out. Well, does a single story or a 2-story matter? Oh, yes. Yeah. Actually, we're really looking for a 2-story, or we're really looking for a single story. People seem to have their mind made up on that. And if they say, well, I haven't really thought about it, then I will share them this small piece of advice. I will let them know, well, a lot of people that they are okay with a single story or a primary with the master down, but a lot of people that I talk with, they don't really want a primary bedroom upstairs. And I tell them a little story. A lot of my Texas buyers, they really like a primary bedroom downstairs or a single story, but a lot of my California buyers like all the bedrooms upstairs. And they're like, oh, why is that? Well, California, they hear on the news about home invasions and people kicking in the window and grabbing their kid and running away with them. And because that has propagated so much that there's a safety concern and people just feel safer having the entire family upstairs. They just feel safer. But that's not a concern that we have here in Texas. People aren't buying homes based on safety as much as is convenience. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. So in any event, in Texas, a single story is going to sell first and the most. A 2-story is going to, with a primary bedroom downstairs rather, will sell second, and a primary bedroom upstairs takes a little bit longer. So perhaps you could find a home with a primary bedroom. You maybe be able to save a little bit money on that because they stay on the market longer. The reality is, if you try to sell that home, you're going to face the same thing that the seller has. And this is 100% a gazillion percent true. All of us have taken a listing that's had the primary bedroom upstairs, and everyone's like, oh, no, 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 I'm not going to do stairs. Especially if the laundry room is downstairs. They're like, no, 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 no. Unless you're going to install a dumbwaiter in this house, not going to happen. So you're just sharing with them little pieces of information that will help them formulate the criteria. Because if you limit the criteria to these 5 things, you're going to have a data set with them that's going to be relevant to their home search without flooding them with too much listings. So here's my script. I talked to them about the MLS portal and how powerful that is. But let's go back and let's do the script again. Hey guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. They go to some other room in the house. They come back in. I got a big smile on my face. I hand them a little plate with a cookie. They just take it. Maybe I don't even say anything, and they're kind of grabbing the cookie. And as I'm handing it to them, I say, "So, what do you think?" And then they're not armed. They feel disarmed. They feel comfortable. They'll share with me. They'll tell me a few things, and then what are you looking for? And then they will answer a few more things. And then I ask a very important strategic question. So how'd you find the house? Why did I ask them how'd they find the house? Why is that even remotely important?
To see if they have an agent?
Nope, that's not why.
Just to see how motivated they are to buy, like have they been searching?
Because you want to know where your marketing targets are. Did they see a sign? You want to know what's working best. What's the strategy they got that got their attention?
Well, in all that I'm doing in that moment, right now, I'm servicing that client and I'm not doing Q&A on my marketing and advertising. So everything that I'm doing right now is so calculated and designed to convert this person. I prospected, and all my prospecting, I already know it worked because they showed up. Yes, I would like to know more about Q&A and do a little bit of study on what working in my marketing. But right now I'm trying to convert this person into a buyer. I'm trying to convert them. So right now, in the world of conversion, why would I want to know how they found this property? Think about it from a marketing standpoint of how relevant is this person standing in front of you.
Like what platform did they use? Like, so I can keep investing in that. If they found me in Zillow, that means I want to stay as a Zillow agent. No?
Nope, because it's not about me. Mike.
It-
I'm
it-
going to say, though, that everything I've heard is not wrong. Okay. These are all good things to learn. I'm not saying no, that you're wrong, that's not why I'm asking the question, but there is but none of those reasons would be important enough for me to ask that question at this moment. There's a specific reason that I want to know right now in the middle of my scripts. I'm in the middle of a conversation about hiring them. I'm not going to then try to figure out, I wonder if my marketing plan is work and take a left turn and start doing, research and development, R&D on my marketing plan. I'm in the middle of a conversion script. What could be so important that would me ask that question right now, right here? Mike.
Trying to determine
If
whether
all they
you're-
had is Zillow, then they're looking at stale listings.
Okay. Not why I'm asking them right here, right now. What are the different ways of how they could have found the house? Jamara.
If they found it on Zillow or Realtor.com, that means they don't have an agent. So no? Okay.
They very well could have found it on Realtor.com and very much could have had an agent. All right. So the light bulb is going to go on here in a moment when I explain this. Could these people have just been walking down the street?
No.
If they're just walking down, no one's walking down the street and walking my house, that doesn't happen?
Sure.
It does. They
Okay.
neighbor,
Okay.
they walk down the
So
street.
here's someone walking down the street. Okay. They walk into my house. How in God's earth are they going to know how big the house is, how much the house costs, anything about the house? How are they going to know anything about this house? They just walked in off the blue. But if they saw this online, that's a whole different class of interest. They saw the price, they saw the number of bedrooms, they saw this house, and it checked off so many boxes that it changed their life to the point where they got in their car, started it, put on their seatbelt, and drove all the way out here, parked, got out, and came in my house. Is that going to be a higher relevant person than someone who just walked in off the street? So because they did all of those things, oh, I was just walking by, got it. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, then they don't know how much this house costs probably. They don't know how big this house is. And so I don't even know if this price point is even in their budget. But someone who drove out from Zillow or Realtor.com, then I'm like, okay, they were okay enough with the price to get them here. They were okay with the square footage and everything to get them here. So the criteria of this property, all of it matches them to get here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing in front of me. So it helps me have a better understanding of how relevant this person is to the details of the home. Are these two things closer together? Versus someone just walked in, I'm thinking, okay, I have more questions to ask. I have more questions to ask someone who walks in the house just off the street because they know nothing, probably, of the house. The reason why I'm asking them, so how'd you find the house? Zillow. Got it. That just filled in 1,000 questions for me. In that one moment, I'm like, oh, got it. All right. You know so much about this house. You probably know more about this house than me, probably. Or just as much, right? Price, square footage, all that stuff. They drove out here versus someone who's just walking down the street or a neighbor. So first of all, hi guys. Thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. They come back to you. So what do you think? Listen, 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 nod, listen, pay attention, actively listening. Well, we really wanted a fourth bedroom. We really need that. Got it. Ding. One of the five. And now I'm looking for four more. Well, because, we're trying to be on the side of the area of town because we want to stay within 20 minutes of my husband's work. Okay, so this is the area. Ding. 2 to 3. All right. So now what am I looking for? Right. So I'm filling in those 5 things based on what they're telling me. And I'm not going to forget a single thing they're telling me because as soon as they're done, I'm going to say, so you need a fourth bedroom and you want to be on this side of town because of your husband's work. You really want a single story and you can't, and you really want to be under 400. Is that right? And after you've repeated, taken all that they've said, and they've looped themselves in circles, and you organize what they said and you put it back to them like that, they're going to look at you in a second and they're going to say, yeah. I said, and then I'm going to ask them some other questions. Have you seen any other houses? And now they're going to start asking some other questions. And while they're asking me that, my laptop is plugged in. If my seller has Wi-Fi, it's connected. If not, I'm on my Wi-Fi hotspot on my phone, and I have either the client gateway or the MLS loaded, ready to go on the desktop, on the countertops, and I start doing a search based on what they were looking at. If they've told me that this house isn't going to work, and now I'm entering the criteria. And I'm saying, so there's another home actually that's in the neighborhood that actually does have a 4th bedroom, and I saw it before. And then have you seen this one? No, actually, I haven't seen this one. Looks like this one was just listed yesterday. Did you see? No, I haven't seen that one either. And then I explained what the MLS is, and I clicked the save button. And I said, well, this is what the database that the real estate agents share. This is what they call the MLS. The Zillows and the homes.com and the realtor.com, not all of our data shows up there because it depends on whether or not the broker is sharing their data with Zillow. But this is the database. This is what we use as real estate agents. I can click save and put your email in here, and every time something that comes up that matches your criteria, it'll send you a portal and a link to that listing. No, this next thing is the mouse is clicking like this in the email field, and 99% of the time, like, would you like that? And I turn my laptop to them and they type in their email address and click save. 99% of the time, they've given me the data and I did not ask them for it. I just provided a mechanism for them to get value from something and explain the value, and they determined they wanted it. Instead of me trying to explain they need it, I just explained what it is, and they decided that they wanted it. Dimitri.
Just a quick question. Do you bring any other source of like hotspot in case your mobile signal is not good?
No.
Okay.
I mean, in this day and age with internet as accessible it is, I can tell you I've been doing this a long time when internet was not a thing and it was a little bit more complicated and it wasn't a thing. And I would have sheets and MLS sheets printed with me of homes and comps around the neighborhood, and be sharing with them information that I had printed. But that's really not necessary anymore. So I have not had an issue with being on a hotspot at an open house in a really long time.
I've
But
had at my last open house, so that's why I'm asking. I couldn't load anything. I had bad hotspot. Verizon.
was it vacant? Did the seller have I mean, that's very rare.
Like your provider should offer what's called a MiFi instead of Wi-Fi, and those little devices work. But if you're in an area where you're not getting any cell phone service, most likely your MiFi is not going to work either.
Yeah, they've got those little mobile hotspots that are connected to your cellular devices, but we're not going to really get into that right now. Uh, I'm going to know that long before that they're going to come in. So I'm going to know that my laptop's not going to work but long before they've walked in the door, because I'm going to be testing that. And if I'm not the listing agent and I have a problem, I might even call on my client. Hey, do you guys have a hotspot? Because I can't get my stuff to work and they need it to work. And see if they will share with you their Wi-Fi, something like that. But again, is that never going to happen to you? No, it's going to be a bummer if it is. But even then, you can still continue on with that conversation and just let them know that that's something that you can offer them. Break the ice with the 5 things, or just, hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. What do you think? What are you looking for? When you get past the what are you looking for, now it's going to be how'd you find the house? Got it. You've got a lot of information now. And if you share that information back with them, it's going to be very, very helpful in getting you prepared to help them. I want you to dog ear this one because this one's super important in helping them. If you can memorize these 5 things, these are the 5 things that you need every single time to put a portal in. Beds and baths, square footage, area location, number of stories, and max price. this is the minimum criteria that you need to put a good criterion where they can start getting relevant listings to what they're looking for. One of the things I like to do now is most all of you are on Matrix. In fact, I think all of you have access to Matrix from every market that we're in. Laura in Houston, all of my Austin people, all of my Houston people, and all of my Waco people. San Antonio uses a completely different system. How many of you have properly set up your MLS for texting you when someone goes to your portal? Now, I know we have our own portal. We're going to be teaching on that, but I know a lot of you are still using your MLS portal as well. I can almost promise you, for those agents who have been in the business for a while, if you go into your My Metrics settings and you look at what's in your email, it might say something that would surprise you. Let's go take a quick field trip and open up your MLS. All of you. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about and where it can be found. Of course, they just changed it last week, so settings information.
Are you supposed to be in another program?
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Before. When you click on My Matrix, when you're logged into the MLS, you click on the Settings tab at the bottom. You have the My Information tab in the top left corner. In that, you have 5 different tabs. The first tab, I want you to verify that you have this information. I'm going to take a screenshot of it. You want to make sure that you have your email address, your website, all of your information correct here. Then, under header and footer, we've given you a header that looks like this and all the different versions of it. I think there's 5 different versions you can choose from that looks really, really nice on the agent's website. When you open the agent website, I'm going to show you that in a moment of what the portal looks like. My matrix, I'm going to go to auto emails, open in portal. Okay, you see this header? This header in the MLS looks really professional because this is what the customers see when they get the portals if you're using the MLS portal. I'm going to show you both sides, but I want you guys to make sure that your MLS is set up correctly, and oftentimes it's just not set up correctly. So again, My Matrix, settings, My Information, header and footer. In your realtytexas.me, in your branded folder, you will see MLS headers. Make sure the information is set up over here correctly, that you have your correct current brokerage address, information, cell phone number, all of that here. On the email tab, and these are all in the slides, there's a video that's going to walk you through all of this too. And there's a bunch of videos that I'm going to send out in the email today that is from Matrix, walking you guys through how to set these things up. So also make sure that your email signature is set up correctly from your portal notification settings. And then on the last tab, and again, My Matrix, click Settings, My Information, and then there's 6 tabs across the top. The last one is Portal, where you have your photo that you upload, a greeting. When they go to your website, they actually see your greeting that's there, and then your contact information. Make sure all of that is set up correctly. Now, there's one more thing that I want to show you guys, which is your portal notification settings. And this is the most important. First, you have to register your cell phone number with the MLS. in the bottom right-hand corner by putting your cell phone number, picking your provider, and clicking OK. I'm going to do that again. My matrix, settings, portal notification settings. You register your cell phone number and your cellular provider, and then you select in here. When someone goes to your portal and they select a favorite, do you want the system to send you a text alert letting you know that your client favorited it? Do you want an email summary every day that they did it? A lot of times agents have never set this up and they put a client in the portal and the client is doing things in the portal and the agent has no idea that they were there favoriting properties, marking them as a possibility, marking them as a discard. So this way, the system, the moment if you set it up like this, exactly how as I have it here, is you're getting a text message the very first time they visit the portal. Bink, your client has visited the portal. Okay, cool. That person from the open house just went into the portal. That's cool. Bink, I get a text message. Notify via text. I'm going to get a text when they visit the portal for the first time, when they add a note to a listing, because that note is shared with me, and I'm going to get a text every time they save a favorite. These are things that are for me text message worthy. Interruption. Interrupt me in my day when someone favorites a property, enters the portal for the first time, or adds a note for me to read. That's an interrupt. Versus the rest of them, if they save a possibility, or every time they visit a portal, I want an email, a daily email summary of what they're doing. Setting these things up is kind of critical and having it right. And you're going to really appreciate this the first time you start getting text messages when people are favoriting properties in the portal, because it means you're not going to miss something. You're not going to miss a very key piece of information that you need, which is your client has favorited a portal. Now, of course, we have our own portal. We have our own MLS. We have our own built-in thing that we have training for. And I'm going to show you guys that in a moment, but I'm going to answer the questions I have because right now we have 3. First up is Jamara.
Sorry, I kind of went blank. Oh, okay. So the first question that I had was, you said that when people come in and you start setting up their search on the MLS Plus and you turn the computer around and you say, hey, just put in your email address if you'd like that, and then I can send you the houses that meet your criteria. So one of the things that I found that I did that I need help on my last open house was I didn't do that method. I used the paper method because that's what I knew. And I asked for their information, and the guy put his email address, and I tried to follow up and send an email, and I never heard from him again. How do I encourage people to also leave their phone number?
Yep. So I have found that it's much easier to let them enter their phone number and then or enter their email address. And then after that, I fill in the rest. If their email address is, Vicky.Saldana, I'll be like, okay, you're Vicky Saldana, right? Okay. And then I'll say, what's your phone number? And I'll enter the phone number and I'll click save. And I will ask them the rest of the information after they've given me their email address. And then I tell them, now, as you are getting these listings, you have the ability to mark them as a favorite, a possibility, or discard them. And you'll be able to save your favorites and your possibilities. The one that you mark that you like, you can let me know. The system will send me a text message that you're marking them. And if you want to see the insides of any of those, all you got to do is let me know and I can meet you over at the property and let you in. Now, I am not trying to get hired right now. Remember that getting married on the first date never works? What am I trying to do right now? What would that be called? What would that type of conversion be called if I'm trying?
Prospecting.
Prospecting got them here.
Nurturing?
You try to get a date.
What is that called, Laura?
A meeting with them, a buyer's meeting,
What do we call that?
a buyer appointment.
Not really a buyer appointment, but you're getting close.
Convert?
Convert.
Converting? No?
We're always trying to set an appointment,
Yeah.
right? When we get somebody on the phone, we're trying to schedule an appointment. We're trying to set an appointment. That appointment could be a lot of different things. We're going to have coffee. we're going to go see a property. We're going to sit with a buyer consultation, but I'm trying to set an appointment. So they are not in the market to hire a real estate agent. They're in the market to buy a home. Now they're standing in front of me and they want someone to help them. And they don't want someone to make the process complicated, flood them with information. I always offer and let them know I offer a free buyer consultation to everyone to walk them through the entire buyer process. And they're like, okay, that sounds fun. Not. Most people don't take me up on that. Now, if they are a green personality or a blue, they're so excited, like, oh my gosh, I would love that. That's amazing. If it's a red or a yellow, they're like, no, thank you. That's not the fun part. I want to go see the inside of the houses. I don't want to sit down and talk about going to see houses. I want to actually do it. You learn a little bit about the personality types as well. But suffice it to say, what you're trying to do is get their information so that they find a property that they like so that you can set an appointment to go and show it to them. And the moment you schedule the appointment to go show it to them, then what's happening in their brain is they're telling, when people say, hey, where are you going? I'm going to meet my, this is their word, not mine. I'm going to meet my realtor. That's what they're already telling people when they're going to meet you. And all they did was meet you at an open house. Now, understand, Lisa and Kim Dale got her first buyer from one of Lisa's listings from doing her very first open house. She converted it. This is where we get our start in the business, is doing open houses, because the consumers are coming to us. We're just going to set the right environment, set the right tone, be super helpful, not be needy or make things complicated or seem desperate. And we're just going to provide value. We're going to listen. We're going to ask the right questions. They're going to give us their information. We can certainly ask for it, but sometimes these conversations take a sign of their own. But I don't recommend the forged script at the open house, because unless you can find acronym, about the house, this is not about interpersonal communication. This is not about developing a relationship between two people right now. Once you guys have formed a relationship and you're calling to check up on them in 3 months, I recommend the forward script. If you're standing at a party and you're trying to strike up a conversation with someone, I recommend the forward script. But people come into your open house, hey, do you have any kids? It's just not going to be the right conversation, and it borderlines on fair housing violation. So we are not doing that. So don't practice the forward script at your open house. Practice something different. Practice acknowledging them at the front door, thank them for coming, give them permission to do what they came there to do, which is see the house. After you've gotten past that, now they've kind of saw it, they might have some questions. And what do you think? Now I've opened it up for dialogue, and then they're going to talk. And then what are you looking for? And they're going to tell me a little bit more. And I'm going to try to put that together. And usually they'll tell me just enough where I've got just enough where I might have a couple questions, like they haven't talked to me about price. And so what is my script when I ask someone about price? I've said it 3 times in Mega so far, and all 3 times you guys said, I really like that script. Would you remember what it is?
What's your
What
not,
is your, yeah,
What is my what?
not
not
Budget.
to exceed?
Not to exceed the price, right?
Yep. What is your not to exceed price? And they like that a lot. And then I will always suffix that by saying, because I don't want to hide anything from you. I don't want to put a gateway. I'm talking about the MLS, and I'll be like, what's your not to exceed price? I'm like, well, 400. Got it. Okay. So you're looking for a single story that's 3 bedrooms, kind of in this area that's under 300. When you say this area, the zip code, what is it? How would you define that area? And I'll ask questions. And then they will answer these questions. They will clarify what they've told me. And then next thing I know, I have a home search. You'll be like, so then I'll be typing in the MLS. So 3+ bedrooms. Here's the area for, and then I click search. I'd be like, well, there's 65 properties on the market in this area right now that match that criteria. Now you said not to exceed 300. So anything over 300, even if it's slightly over 300, is hidden from this list. Do you want me to increase it just so that things that are on the fringes you can still see? Because I don't hide anything from you. Yeah, you can take that up a little bit, like 350. Okay, cut it. 350 minus. Awesome. All right. Well, that actually opened up another 20. So now there's 75 listings. And then I might ask them a little bit about that. But then I click save, and it's like, so have you seen this one? Because this one was just listed. Actually, looks like it was listed today. And it has that 4th bedroom you need, and then I tell them what this is. So this is the system I'm in right now is the MLS. This is the system that the real estate agents share. This is our MLS platform. I can put a profile for you in here, which means that the moment something's listed that matches what you just told me, it will send you a notification letting you know that the property was listed. And when you click it, you can see all the properties that match that criteria, and you can mark them favorite, possibility, reject. Is that something you might be interested in? It actually doesn't cost anything. It's just a free service from the MLS. And then like, oh no, I've been using Zillow. Got it. Well, Zillow is actually a really good website, but they're just like any other broker. Not all brokers share all their listings with the third party syndicatings like realtor.com, homes.com. So not all of the listings are up there, but all of the listings are in the MLS. And they're like, oh, yeah. In fact, sometimes brokerages don't put them on there strategically. Our brokerage, we put everything online because we see the value in that, but a lot of brokerages don't. So there's a lot of inventory in here that never shows up online at all, in fact, especially if it's coming soon. We get information about coming soon listings that sometimes they'll have a week or 2 coming soon, and it's not allowed to be syndicated anywhere, and it's just in the system. And sometimes they sell during that coming soon campaign, and nobody even ever saw it at all. And then all of a sudden their mind is blown. They're like, yeah, maybe I do need that. Yeah, cool. And then I click save and I say, and then they fill it out. And yes, I will ask them for their phone number. And then I will let them know. So as you're marking these, you can mark them favorite, possibility, reject, the ones that you like, the ones that you're marking possibility, and save. Just let me know. I'd be happy to show you those. And then as soon as they mark one as a favorite, guess what I do? First things first, what I do. There's 3 letters associated to it, and we saw it on Wednesday, and we dove into it a little bit deep. I send them what kind of report?
A CMA?
No, this is
RPR.
MBR report.
That's exactly right. I send them an RPR report of every single property that they favorite because they don't have the ability to pull an RPR report for themselves. There's no system for a consumer to have access to an RPR report. You're the rock star that can send them an RPR report, and it can only be sent by an agent. We're the only one can pull that report. So for every single property that they like, I do the full RPR report and I send it to them and say, here's more information regarding that listing that you favorited. Let me know if you have any questions about the property. And then they like that report. And now I've shown them an RPR report and they can't get that report anywhere else. And now they will message me back sometimes saying, hey, can you send me one of those reports on this other property? Yeah, I'd be happy to. Did you want to see it? I'd be happy to meet you out there and show it to you and give you the report. And then meet them out there. And now they've set an appointment with me. So once I schedule the appointment, there's a couple of things that'll happen. I'll be like, okay, I'm going to schedule that for Thursday at 3 o'clock. I'm going to call the seller. I'm going to make sure that the seller will let us in. So let me call the seller, check for availability, see if they have any offers on the property, see if they're about to go pending, and see if we can see it Thursday at 3. Sound good? Awesome. I'm going to call you back. Then I call the seller. Call him back. All right, great. Seller says we can see it at 3 o'clock. There's no offers currently pending on the property, so you're good. Today's Monday, Thursday, that could change. And so it looks like it's priced well and it's marketed correctly. So the expectation would be this thing is probably going to go under contract quickly. So it might not be in the best interest to wait all the way till Thursday. But if that's your best availability, then that's fine. We can certainly do that too. And I let them know because while the property, if you really like this one, and this turns out to be a home that you actually want to buy, the longer you wait, the more you're inviting a multiple offer situation. Never rush to make a decision, but once you make a decision, rush. I'm going to put you guys in a little group session, and I'm going to have anybody have any other questions regarding the MLS setup? It's in the slides, and I really want you guys to get to know the MLS settings because it's super important. Ever, and then knock.
I was gonna wait, but maybe somebody else might have come across this problem. So I've noticed that the last 3 times that I've gone into my settings, I've had to override the email address it keeps going back to the old brokerage. And I just noticed it again, and I can't change it. I have to click that override button on the right. And then I push save, and it looks like it does it. But if I uncheck it, it goes back to my old email address. How
Okay,
can I?
so what I'm going to recommend is going to your My Matrix, clicking your settings, clicking your My Information tab, and going over here to Portal Profile and clicking Contact Information and looking in here and seeing what the contact information is. And update that that contact information here and also here. Now, sometimes agents come here and they are still connected to their old brokerage because even though part of our onboarding process is to call the board and move your subscription MLS from one brokerage to another, they haven't done that. And so I always recommend that if that's happening, you might want to go and do a more search. Scroll down to the residential lease, income, lot, farm, commercial, open house, property search. Really? Okay, cool. Roster, click member, and then type in your name. So you've got an old email address. You are connected to the right office number. So to update the email address, you actually might have to.
Actually, I'm having the same thing.
So when you go in Access Member Portal, I have the power. Like
I went in there earlier, and I've changed it a couple of times, and it just keeps defaulting back to the old one.
So you have a roster with the MLS, and you have an email address with your account and your membership with the MLS. And so the email address that you have with them, I don't have the ability to update. My recommendation would be go to abor.com, and for you, Laura, to go to har.com, log into your member portal and change your member email address with the MLS board. The board membership gives your email address to NAR and your local association as well as your state association, and that information is absorbed into the MLS. And you can mask the MLS with an email address that you want to show up on the reports, but your email address that's part of your member account is with your board, not your MLS. Knock.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now, and it's got the right one, the Realty Texas one, but
Okay.
I guess I'll just have to call them.
Then if it's got the correct email address, so it's what I did not see in the MLS, then what I need you to do is go, like I said, into the MLS, click on the matrix tab. There's only two places your email address will be. It's under the settings tab, my information. You have the email address here and portal notifications here. And then there's also,
Yep.
so those are the only places where your information will display. Knock. And also you have Katie and Miguel who can help you, or calling ABOR or HAR.
Jack, you mentioned a while ago that our company do have a portal setup. Is it similar to the one that we just did for A boards or anything else, or how's that work?
Knock, I did not understand what you said.
Oh, hey, give me 1 second, please.
Okay, so now we're going to take a field trip. When someone goes, in fact, Miguel, not Miguel, fine. How many of you ever noticed the portal link that is on your website? You each have, we don't have the portal link on our company site, only for you. And when someone logs in to your realtytexas.com website, which is your first name dash your last name, which is the same, whatever is in front of your @ sign in your email address is going to be in front of the period on your website. We follow the same logic. So first name dash last name dot realtytexas.com will take you to the Realty Texas website for you. And you have a link for portal. The first thing it's going to do is it's going to want you to accept and agree to the portal. And then you click accept. Now, I have there, when someone logs into your site, there is local settings designed to set up. And you see this little link right here? This link allows them, anyone, to set up their own portal search directly on your website. And when they click that button, what's going to happen is that information is going to fall directly into your CXM and it's going to ping you, letting you know someone has registered on their site. You have to, they give the name a search, they pick the active or under contract, the number of stories, the type of property, residential. So let's say they're going to pick a residential lease, and then they can pick different ones or all of them. Minimums, price, maximum price, bedrooms, min max, bathrooms, min max, square footage, min max, year built, min max, acres, school district, subdivision, county, city. They can set up a basic search, and then when they click the apply button, let's just say I want to see everything above. Well, we're going to cut this off at 1 million. We're going to see everything between 800,000 and 1 million. Maybe 750. I want at least 4 bedrooms. And I want Round Rock. And once the portal is saved, and of course, it pops up and says, congratulations, your portal's been saved. And I've got Teams open and I've got Zoom open. So my computer is going really slow at the moment. But it has now just saved a portal for my client on my real estate website for Round Rock between 800, 750 and $1 million. And I already have a text message in my system. So this is the portal. Now, what was pinned? If I favorited something, so I click a favorite and say, okay, this is a favorite. The favorite then shows up on their pinned. Every time the system sends an email, and I'm in an agent account because I'm already logged in, and then who your agent is. This is the portal that the client has, and they can create, and if they want to create another portal, they can collect it up and they can create another search. Maybe they're looking for a lease and a commercial building and a house, and they set up these portals. That's how the consumer will do it on the consumer side of things. I'm not going to go in the nitty gritty with this because that's something that Katie Miguel is going to do in their classes, and of course also with Amy McAllister. Because let me get this clear, this is not a how to set up a portal class. This is a open house class, but I want to give you guys a brief idea of what you guys have. If I were an agent and I was trying to set people up, especially knowing what I know about MLS and everything else, I would certainly have this up and ready to go. Because this is what I would use instead of the MLS, because I have all the MLSs in one here and it's directly connected to my CRM, so that as soon as they click a button while they're standing in front of me, they're going to get a text message from me. Ding! And say this also has text message notification. So if we enter your cell phone number, it's going to also send you an SMS notification. And now when they hear about SMS notification and texting them listings, they're like, okay, I get it. Knock, I see your hand up.
Yes, I just want to know, in the portal, where can we put reviews and such? Is there a link for that too?
I don't understand what you're asking me.
Reviews, like when after you help a client lease, buy or sell a house, if someone want to leave you a review,
A
where do you,
review.
yeah, reviews.
A review. Okay, I thought you said view as in like Vista. Okay, now I understand. I'm sorry. Yes, so that's
That's okay.
not the .com. That's on the .me. We have a reviews system built into each and every one of your .me's, and it's called the review system.
Ah,
And if you click the reviews link,
mm-hmm.
then you can set up each one of your rooms will already be in here. And
Mm-hmm.
so each one of your properties rather are already in the MLS with the list date, the close date. You click, you add a room to it. And then once the room is assigned to it, it will populate all the clients with their email address from the room. And then you click a button and it will shoot out an email to the client. But also Miguel also sends a review asking them to review you on our Google account. But this is our review system and we have videos to show you exactly how to do this.
Got it.
So you click the assign, you pick the room, your DA number assigned to this property. Once you do 108 Guardian Angel, I click 108 Guardian Angel, I assign Guardian Angel to it, and then I'm going to populate all of the clients that are assigned to this property. Venkat is my client, so I'm going to click this and this, click close. Now I have added my 2 clients to this property after adding it, and now I'm going to say request a review. And here is the review it's about to send. I click the send, and it's going to ask them to review me on my website, and then it'll show up on the site. So already there for you. Miguel, Katie, can you guys on your next Tech Tuesday do a class on reviews because we have questions on that. Okay. I'm gonna put you guys into, well, we're first gonna go on break. When we get back from break, I'm going to put you guys in a group, and then you guys are going to take them through the script. Hi guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. What are you looking for? Or what you think, and then what are you looking for, and how'd you find the house? And I want everyone to picture themselves as a person coming in, and don't be combative and make this difficult because that's not typically how people are. So let's just, try to be you and what you would do and what you would say in a situation like that if someone was at an open house and they're just asking you questions, and figure out what you learned from that, and then try to figure out how you're going to backfill the rest of those information and then share back what you've learned. I want to hear the scripts coming out of your guys' mouths doing that. We're going to do 5 people in a room, and so I want you guys to hear and watch 2 people do it and then rotate. We're going to come back, we're going to discuss it, I'm going to put you back in groups again, and then we're going to rotate again. And I'm hoping that you guys do an open house this weekend, but I know a lot of you are going to be focused on getting your UVP ready for your Thursday Mega Mini of next week. All right, it's 3:07. We're going to do break. Let's come back at 3:17. And I also am going on break because I have to meet with my team really quick. So I'll see you back at 3:17. Okay, so Ormsby, what time I think we're coming back as of 3:15, right? So we're good to come back.
Yes, we are good to come back.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need you here where we need you? Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back from break, everyone. Okay. I'm going to I need you guys to have your slides handy because when I put you into your groups and you start doing your scripts, you guys are going to need them again. So I'm gonna put this into the chat. When we're done with this exercise, which is I'm gonna give you guys about 20 minutes on this. Elizabeth, I'm gonna put Elizabeth on mute. Next thing we're gonna do is change conversations, and we're gonna spend about 30 full minutes on a project that we talked about before that we haven't gotten to, which is the code of ethics. How many of you remember us having a conversation about me asking you to review the code of ethics and read the whole thing? And somewhere in that code of ethics, I want you to bring me a question so we can talk about it. Do you guys remember that? How many have done that? Mike was the only one who I saw bring me a question, and he put that in our Teams group. And I have his question. But interestingly enough, it's the only one I have for the group. Anybody else read the code of ethics? And oops, Kay. Well, Kay didn't.
I did, and I have questions, but I didn't realize you wanted them in the chat. I thought we were gonna discuss them.
We are going to discuss them, but I need to know what they are so that I can have them written down so I can discuss them with you so I can take you through the questions. Because
Okay, well, I
we're
have to find mine back because I have it on my computer. And when I find it,
thank you for reading the code of ethics and having that question. Raise your hand if you read the code of ethics and you have at your fingertips at somewhere the sentence or the thing that you read that you didn't quite understand. Amelia, good. Laura, Dimitri, who else? Knock and Mike. Good. All right, so we have at least 6. All right, so I'm going to put you in groups of 5. I just put into the chat the script. And again, how this is going to roll, I want you to put someone's going to elect themselves as the buyer, someone's going to elect themselves as the agent, and I want you to all kind of talk about this. Picture yourself in the house, and when someone comes in, hey guys, thanks for coming, take a look around, let me know if you have any questions. What do you think? What are you looking for? How'd you find the house? And try to learn the 5 things. But I actually want you to break this down into a conversation. And again, sometimes I hear some of the conversations, they go off on wild tangents, which is not quite what would probably happen in the real world. So let's try to make this as realistic as possible with people. And if we follow the chain that says we're going to keep their shields down all the way through, and we're just asking them open-ended questions, they're usually pretty sharing. I want you guys to use that in this space before you guys get into your actual homework assignment, which is going to be filming another video. You're stacked now because you have 3 videos. One of them I haven't seen yet. Breakout rooms here, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-huh. Zach's gonna go to 5. Gil, 6. Knock. Okay. Okay, we're good. So we have Amanda, Samantha, Mohammed, Katie, Ling. Mohammed doesn't have his video on, and neither does Camille. Okay, you should have your breakout sessions, and I'm going to be popping in, and I'm going to be hearing you guys as you're going. So I will see you momentarily.
We didn't
All
have
right.
enough time.
Okay, that's fine.
Was that 20 minutes?
That was 10 minutes. So I pulled you back in just to see how things are going because we did it for 10 minutes, and then we're going to put you back in for another 10 minutes. So Knock already is like, no, why'd you bring me back? All right. How's it going so far?
It was good.
Good.
Like
Yeah.
natural conversation.
Okay. How much more time do you need? Meg.
I just had a general question. I mean, I know we're going to learn these scripts and this is good, but what happens if you're so busy at the open house you can't do this stuff?
Okay. So what happens is that's a really great question. I've had this happen where I'm talking to more people at once, but someone else is listening to me, watching me go through this, and then they come after they leave like, can I have that too? Because they want the portal as well. And I'm like, of course you can. Absolutely. If you have a hot listing that's priced right in the right neighborhood, you know there's a lot of people, you also might want to invite your lender because your lender can help be a bodyguard at the door that kind of helps slow the roll a little bit. And if you think there's been times where I've had two agents at an open house at the same time to kind of help traffic as well, depending on what's going on. So when you've talked to the other agents in the neighborhood and you kind of know what's going on in the neighborhood, it's going to help you forecast what you're going to need on the ground. Good question. Okay.
I so agree with that lender you mentioned. I've never done an open house without a lender. Like right there, I had so many success just having a lender right there approving a client, and next thing you know, they end up being my buyer. So that's for sure.
Yep, 100%. Okay, 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes. What do you think? Okay, 5 it is.
5 minutes.
Group 1, Amanda, Samantha, Mohammed, Katie, and Ling. Who is my captain out of Group 1? Katie, you have been so elected.
We did not have fun, but we all had great dialogue. We all did great.
Okay. So was there anybody in your group that has not yet done an open house?
Ling?
Okay. So Ling, do you going through Mega and putting your business plan together, is open houses something that you intend to add to your prospecting? I can't hear you though. Oh no.
Okay, how about now?
Yep, absolutely. Perfect.
I was thinking about doing the open houses just to get out there. But I was curious as what I was asking Katie about the open houses. With the .me, I noticed that if the home was priced under 3 or over 6, people were like, I was seeing that it needed to be hosted, but in that mid-range, people were taking it. So I was just curious if a different open house is expected for over 600,000, and that's why maybe people aren't wanting to host it. But because I don't know, or if the expectation at every single price range is the same.
When you go to business coaching, the coach will look at your price point of the properties that you've been selling in the past and try to keep you in doing open houses and price ranges that you typically sell in. They want to keep that relevant. Your business coaches are going to push really hard on that, and they're going to be a little rough on agents who try to go outside their comfort zone because they're asking them, what are you doing? So if you get a listing and then you're in that new price range, that's great, but trying to market and spend money to go outside of a price range you've not bracketed yourself in so far in real estate, people haven't found success doing that. So in any event, when it comes to picking an open house, You should pick an open house that's in the neighborhood that's close to you, something that you understand the area and there's some relevance to you, not just to do one, but one that fits your competencies.
And that's the thing, is that there's not a lot out this way. When I look in the .me's and stuff, everything is, or at least it's just not, yeah, because I'm in Lakeway, in the Dave area. So I would, if anybody out there is listening, if it's in my neighborhood, I would definitely do that. But I don't know the other areas.
So you have to determine if Lakeway's in a higher price range area. Those homes stay on the market often a lot longer. And I have a lot of Lakeway agents who have picked up farms in other areas or work farms in other areas and price ranges where there's a much larger buyer pool. The lower the price, the more buyers can fit into that buyer pool. And so yes, it's a lower price range, which means that there's a little bit less compensation, but there's more transactions closing. So first we have to figure out where our marketplace is going to be. And that doesn't necessarily mean where we live, but a place that we want to invest time in, not just to go to an open house in the middle of nowhere, somewhere out far away that we've never done before. You know, and a pinch when we're doing an agent a favor, that's great, but it needs to be in your marketplace. And I would say marketplace is pretty big circumference. Salado to Georgetown is a marketplace. Austin is a marketplace. You know, so we have to figure out these marketplaces and determine where your marketplace is going to be, but then also what is your geographic competence going to be in your specialty. Open houses is a great way to find people, but if you're doing a open house in a marketplace that is not familiar to you and not something that you're willing or want to work in, and then you attract buyers, it's going to be a pain in your side because you're ultimately going to find someone and get a listing, and it's going to force you into a new area that maybe it's not your cup of tea or not. It's a further drive than you wanted, that kind of stuff. So the riches are in the niches. Find your place and then double down on that. And if there are no listings, then we have to go get one.
Yep.
And then do open houses on your own. So thank you for the feedback. Okay. How did the dialogue go, Katie?
It went really well. We all took turns acting as the agent and buyers, and the script helped keep the conversation at the right pace and listening for the information and being able to repeat the criteria back. And then everyone did a really good job with explaining how our MLS system works and why registering with us is beneficial to them, and finding what they're wanting that's not exactly what the open house had for them.
Is there any pain points or things that people are struggling with in your group that we need to discuss as a bigger group and address?
The one pain point that we mentioned was we wish every conversation was like that. We did talk about how there are sometimes more groups in at the same time, and maybe we're not able to finish a conversation with someone before they're already like leaving, walking out. Are we chasing after them? Are we, I don't know,
So how
trying
long was
to get, yeah,
no, go ahead.
just trying to get our spiel out without rushing it before they leave.
How long was each one of these skits, would you say?
Oh, well, it was really short because we were going back and forth pretty quick.
So if you had to
But
give a number of minutes to it, how many? 5 minutes ever? Says 5 minutes? Okay.
yeah, I'd say 3 to 5. Yeah.
Okay. Question. How many people are coming to your open houses right now? Lupe said 2.
Groups. Okay. Yeah. Say a couple of groups.
The
You
one
do
I
it.
went on had
Yeah.
like 50 something people in it.
Uh-huh.
It was
Was
very
that
difficult.
I've had ones that had 50 some odd people, but that's not what's happening right now. Um, at least that's not normal for right now. Right now we're getting a good, healthy traffic maybe 8, 3 of them with agents, 5 of them on their own, on a 4-hour period. So if that's the case, there's a lot of times where there's no one, and there's a lot of time where there's only one person. Right now, with the market the way it is, we have the ability to build a little bit deeper roots and a little bit deeper conversations. You go back a year ago when there was a line of people around the block because of COVID, it was impossible. It was really difficult. It's like next and harder than it is now. So I know it's going to feel like, oh, we're going to get flooded with 150 people and we're not going to have a time to do the conversation. But the reality is, people are going to come in. Hi, guys. Thanks for coming in. Take a look around. So what are you looking for? And you're going to be inviting people in at the tail end of a conversation you're already having. And those conversations do last 5 to 7 minutes. And they are in the system and sometimes they go on for a little bit more. But I think what you're going to find is this is going to go a lot smoother than you expected, faster than you expected, and that you've got plenty of time. And sometimes you're going to actually start just having conversations about other things just because they want to continue talking. Is there any homes you want to see right now? Is there any homes out there that you've come across that you haven't been able to see? Like this one's hold open, but not everyone's doing open houses. And having additional conversations because you've created a pretty good dialogue with them and the relationship seems to be there and they just don't seem to be in a hurry. So, okay, thank you, Katie. Thank you. What group were you in? I lost my groups. There we go.
Oh,
Breakout sessions, breakout rooms. Okay, cool. Katie, you were in group 1. Group 2 is Kay, Elizabeth, and Matt. Good. And Deandra. Okay, yeah. Group 2. Who's our group captain? Or who's going to elect themselves as group captain?
I've never been, so I'll become one.
Nice. Well, welcome to captainship.
Thank you.
So how
Yes, it was good. We just read the questions. I was the agent, and Elizabeth was the buyer. So she walked in, and I used the script by welcoming them, and we had a conversation like she was just a regular buyer who did not know what the square footage of the house was. So, and then she asked few questions. We just based on whatever your script was, and she did good.
any concerns about doing open houses? Any pain points that come up that you guys want to talk about?
Not really. Lizbeth and Matthew, you have any questions you want to ask? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was just a normal conversation because we made it really seem like just if you were an agent, how you will ask questions when you go to an open house. Of course, you want to know how many, if there's any houses in the neighborhood, and tell them what you're looking for, what your must have is in a house. And I give an example like how it is in Maryland. We like to have a basement, or some people like to live upstairs. And here I found in Texas that people just like to be in a one level home. So we had that discussion about, the difference with California homes, Texas homes, and how buyers think in different states.
Mm-hmm. And there are geographic likes and dislikes and properties based on the weather, based on climate, based on all kinds of things. So very good. Thank you, group 2. Open houses really do need to be part of our business because if you're going to be listing and you need to list to survive in the business, your open house and your grand open house is going to be the fulfillment of all of that you've put in to create and market your listing and get people out and be able to sell it in person. There's nothing that can replace it that is as real and as tangible as people walking in the door to talk with you about a home for sale. You're dressed for success. You've got the information. You've got the license. This is the time to really shine and build relationships. It's hard pressed to find a better environment to get hired. And it's hard pressed to find a profession where your customers are going to come to you and you get to sell in this type of a profession. We are setting up a stage and they're coming out to meet us. That's really, really cool. We're not going to a place, they're coming to our place. And a lot of agents have decided to do what Diana did today. Diana Scarga, she is an agent in the office and she's doing an open house today from 2 to 7. Open houses don't have to be Saturday and Sunday. We have a cross group of people during the week that are working during the weekend and they don't have the opportunity to do open houses. So if you have a property and you're trying to get it sold, you can pick up a whole different group, especially if you try to find an open house that is during the week when school's getting out and you put signs all around, and you'll find a whole bunch of people showing up to the open house that ordinarily would have never been able to come as well. So try one, beta test it. But my recommendation is you guys start doing a lot more open houses. And I'm seeing agents starting to do open houses again. There was a time where we were really pushing hard to get them to do open houses because people just didn't want to do them. They didn't understand the value, but they came out of Mega and they're like, okay, got it. This is still a thing. And this is more valuable today than it ever has before, especially with these changes that are happening, because there are going to be fewer showings. The reality is that there's going to be fewer showings. Why do you think there's going, and it had nothing to do with market changes, why will there be fewer showings in the future?
Because of the requirement to obtain the buyer rep
That's
or
right.
tenant rep.
In a year and a half from now, exactly right, Ever, 1,000,000%. In a year from now, buyers are going to start understanding that the expectation can't be anymore that you just show up and someone show it to you. So they're going to be fewer showings, the sellers are going to be impacted less, and people are going to be doing more open houses, because the big caveat to this whole rule is you being the listing agent and us doing open houses. None of the rules are necessary. So open houses right now just had a huge, huge value push, more so than anything else, because in some cases, they're going to be calling people and people are going to be saying, look, you need to sign my representation agreement before I go out there, because they don't know how to handle these conversations. They're not going to handle them correctly. They're going to upset some people. And then these buyers are going to be bouncing around because they haven't had the right conversation. So using the third-party portals to be advertising lots of open houses often is definitely the way to go. I think one during the week and during the weekend is going to be a great practice, especially if you have an open house that is vacant. Why not spend 3 hours there twice a week and make it your office? Grab a little portable desk, one that's got the little metal legs that set down, that's super small. Throw your laptop on there, catch up with your calls, do your paperwork, and do that right there in the office as people are coming to see you. Better time now than ever to do that. Okay, thank you, group two. Thank you, Kay, for being the group captain. What about Knock, Dimitri, Joyce, and Stephen? Stephen, are you going to be my group captain?
Sure.
Cool. How'd your group do?
Yeah, we, ran through the scripts and everything. I think it was especially valuable for me. I'm pretty sure I'm the only agent in our group that haven't done any open houses. So yeah, getting the feedback from everyone else in our group was really valuable, to me in particular. We all kind of hit the talking points, and then if we did miss one of them, we'd just give that feedback after the script was over. Like, I didn't ask Knock her not to exceed price. So yeah, getting that feedback and the reassurance for me from our other agents that, hey, don't be nervous, just go in there, be confident, and have those conversations with people, and the more you do it, the more it'll feel natural and the more it'll just roll off your tongue.
I think over the course of my career, I never had open house training. No one gave me scripts or helped me prepare or give me an idea how to set up my signs or talk about the importance of actually baking cookies instead of me just stumbling upon that and realizing that it really worked, or me, realizing and seeing how people reacted to me differently wearing my suit and sharing 20 years of this with you guys. It's really going to set you up for success starting from day one. You know this old saying that says, if only I knew then what I know now. And so this is a way for you guys to start on day one. For those of you who are new, some of you have been doing this for a really long time, some even longer than me. And so for those of you who are new, this is going to really give you a really good head start to start on day one, being professional, looking professional, acting professional, and being able to lead the customer through the transaction without you having to fail every day and fail every week. Oh, that didn't work. I got to figure something else out until you finally find something that works and you latch onto it and say, okay, that worked for me. I need more of that. And then fine tuning your career over literally years and decades until you find a stride. So having some salesperson training is obviously important, but scripts also, and I know agents don't like scripts. They don't like the idea of scripts until they go out there and realize they didn't know what to say. And then they find a script that works for them and they're like, okay, I know what I'm going to say. And then they warm up to scripts a little bit. I hope that I start seeing you guys doing more open houses and not being afraid of them and getting out there where the people are, because the more we do that, the more relationships we create, the more homes we're going to sell. And I really feel like in the top 5 of all marketing that you can possibly do for yourself, open houses are in the top 5, which is why I really take a slow roll through this, because I really want everyone to feel comfortable with this, excited about it, and you've got an unlimited opportunity of open houses, at least most of you do. Okay, any pain points or concerns, Stephen?
No, I don't. Unless somebody else in the group had anything that popped out to them, but yeah, just again, it was nice to hear from the feedback from everyone else of you gave me the script on day one, so I'm ready to get out and practice it in the real world.
Mm-hmm. How many of you have gotten the emails from Elisa St. John here at Realty Texas? Elisa St. John is a real estate agent who has gotten her start. She's been an agent for a while now, but she is always inviting agents to come with her to do an open house so they can see how she sets up the listing, see how she prepares, the conversations that she has. She's really outgoing. She's really fun to hang out with, and she makes the open houses super fun. She does really cute things, and I don't know where it is right now, oddly enough. Here it is. Her little pop by party is a little bottle of tiny champagne that she brings to her clients. And it says, pop the cork and celebrate your new home with Elisa St. John. And she always does these cute little things that she's doing for her clients and doing pop by. She's an avid Buffini person. So if you guys still feel a little unsure and you want to take her up on an offer of doing a joint open house, you can certainly do that too. Science and all of that is, she can help you kind of get an idea of where to put the signs. But I always, before my open house, zoom in on a Google map and try to figure out the major intersections, drive the neighborhood first, and get so I know where my signs are going to be, so that I know how many. How many of you currently have open house signs? Who doesn't have open house signs yet? Okay, Laura doesn't have them. Stephen doesn't have them. Mike doesn't have them. Only a couple of you don't have them. So Lauren here at Realty Texas, the mini Ormsby, she does a huge group sign order once a month. And we get group discounts when we do the group sign orders. So she sends it out to the group, lets everyone know, hey, we're doing a sign order. And then the order form will go out so that we can use economies of scale to save you guys money on the sign order. So I recommend next time you see that go out, and maybe Katie or Miguel, you can reach out to her and find out when the next time that's going to be, so I can share that with them so you can get your orders in, my recommendation is you have no fewer than 10 signs. I can usually get away with 7 signs, but I I found it's better if I have 10, especially if there's a long stretch of road before they're going to turn. You're going to want the directional that says keep going forward, because what sometimes happens is another agent will insert their sign between your signs and divert the traffic somewhere else. So if it's a long way going, I will, if there's a street that's you can turn left, I might add a sign so that they can see the next sign from the first sign, so they can kind of see your signs going. Our signs are very easy to read. They've got the QR codes on them, and we've just pushed out just in the last week a whole new set of signs that are just changed a little bit for easier viewing. Deandra really cares about you guys and really wants to see you guys succeed. And she was driving through a neighborhood and she looked at the open house sign and she's like, nope, that's a little bit hard to read. I'm going to make a tweak to it to make it better. And she did, and she pushed those out to you guys just this last week. And she also, we were able to add the QR codes to them. These signs are corrugated plastic. They kind of have a life cycle of maybe a year, maybe before they start, getting bent up and tattered up and die. So we're continually ordering new ones. But on your next sign order, I do recommend you guys grab 10 new fresh open house signs with your QR codes. Thank you, Stephen, very much. I look forward to hearing about your first open house experience. Group, we're gonna go now to group 4, Jana, Ever, Lupe, and Meg. Who's a group captain in group 4?
I am on this one.
Okay, Ever. So what did you guys talk about?
We talked about open houses and real estate, and everybody did an awesome job. We had some good tips, and I gotta say, I think on the last one it was Lupe who mentioned that she's only shadowed one person and she hasn't had one, but the way she transitioned into offering the automated system, it was, I gotta say, it was pretty smooth. So I gotta give her some kudos for that. If she really hasn't done an open house yet, then the way she acted, it was really good. I was impressed.
Yeah, I agree with that. She seemed like a very natural at that
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
But now y'all gotta remind me, what did I say? Because I don't.
It's just the way you responded and you transitioned, like you like to every objection or her criteria, you just had like the perfect answer, and the way you sold setting her up, I thought it was really good.
So we have a natural, sounds like.
Yeah.
No, I do have to say, well, thank you first to my team. They were great. And also, I did shadow Elisa St. John last weekend. So I agree with Jack. She's amazing and she's very knowledgeable. We were there for 2 hours, so I learned a lot. We only had 2 people come in, but that was enough for me to, learn a lot from her. So, yeah, I appreciate that. She knows.
Cool. Very good. Good job. Excellent. Wonderful. Any concerns your groups have about open houses and questions you have, Meg?
Gianna had brought up a question. If somebody comes to you and they're talking about the house and maybe they have an objection about the house, at that point in time, you're just asking them what their preference is. You're not trying to overcome some sort of objection at that point. Like perhaps it's just not the house for them.
Yes.
Like if they want the bedroom up instead of down or whatever.
Yeah, we really want a 2-story. Well, we could have the roof ripped off and put on a second story. That would only cost $250,000, right? There are some things that this doesn't make sense. So there comes a point in which the house is not. It's clear that the house is not going to work for them. If there are small things that can be fixed, sometimes we'll just offer those things and say, well, if that was mitigated, is this a house that you guys think you'd love? I mean, I want to find out those answers because we have a fiduciary duty. To whom? Yeah.
The seller.
To the
Exactly
seller?
right. Exactly
At that
right.
point.
So someone comes in off the street, they are a customer, we represent the seller. In that representation, we have to determine whether someone is interested in the property. We can't hint that the seller would take a price less than what it's listed. So we can't say things like, oh yeah, we could probably negotiate that. I think the seller might be interested in that and pay, oh, you don't have ability to pay closing costs. I think the seller might be amenable to that. Those are dangerous things because we can't ever hint to a consumer that our client would accept less. So we have to always keep clear in our mind who we represent. There's a time point in which your conversation can change and be talking about what are you looking for and having a deeper conversation about what is they're looking for because you've determined that it's not this one. Because there are those times where, what do you think? We absolutely love it. We saw it on online last week and we wanted to come out and we saw it. And how long have you been looking? We've been looking for a couple of months now. Have you seen other properties that you like? Yeah, we've seen a bunch of them, but this one we were really excited about and we really like it. Awesome. Now you're thinking to yourself, okay, what are you going to ask them at this point? How are you going? What is your talking points going to be that is going to be inclusive messaging that's not going to make them feel pressured, that is going to get the question answered of whether or not they want to move forward with this property? What do you think? What would you say? Kay, Meg, Dimitri, Lupe? What would Lupe say? Our smooth operator. Are you going to be shocked? You could be like, oh, you want to buy it? And then you're just going to freeze and don't know what to do? Like, wait, that's never happened before.
No, I'll be
Well, you have
just,
to be prepared
that's
for that.
actually,
We don't want to be shocked, right?
no.
All right.
I would continue their excitement. Excellent, you found the right one. And let's continue with, and then the next step.
Well, you wanna verify their rep, right?
Well, first we want them to, you have to acknowledge that they're making the right decision by liking the property. So I'm going to check in with them and I'm going to say, I know, isn't this a fantastic property? And then I'm going to check in with them a little bit more. And I like what Lupe said. All right, so you found the right one. I like that. That's pretty amazing. But let's talk about how you're going to get them to the next step, because there has to be something that takes them to the next step. Because once you have someone that's in front of you that wants to buy, how do you get them there? And I'm surrounded by 27 professionals, and I want to hear from you guys what you're going to do.
Ask them if they currently have representation.
Okay.
And also ask them if they have been pre-qualified yet. How are they working with the loan officer?
Okay.
Didn't you at first have to present the IABS and the buyer's rep?
So if they decide that they want to buy it and they're expressing interest in the property, we have a regulatory situation that we have to cover, which is exactly what Laura is saying. That's primary. It's absolutely primary. Before I would ask the question and before I would present the IBS, I would ask two questions. The first question would be, what's your time frame? When do you want to be in by? It's the most powerful question that you can ask them. Because how are they going to answer that question? They're going to tell me every single thing I need to know by that question. And I didn't say, do you want to spin an offer? Or do you want to buy this one? Or any of those awkward things. It's just, when do you need to be in by? It is a very smooth transition to let them start telling you the story. What do you imagine? So, Kay, if you said to someone, so when do you need to be in by? and you say it in a question. You got a question look on your face, your head's sideways, you say it in a question tone, friendly, engaging, you're asking them a question. What do you think they're going to say?
They will let me know how soon, or if they in the lease, they will give me information letting me know how, if their lease is ending, and if they are ready now, if they have talked to a lender or not. I'll probably see how ready they are.
What is the very next question that you're going to ask them after you ask them when you need to be in by?
Are you currently repped?
Do you
Nope.
have a home to sell?
Yes. Stephen, exactly right. Do you have a home to sell? Would you be submitting an offer contingent, or are you free of contingencies? Another powerful question, because I've just done the assumptive sale. That question right there is the assumptive sale, the second most powerful question. When do you need to be in by, and do you have a house to sell? Would this offer be contingent? You've just done the assumptive sell. You've talked to them about offers without asking them if they want to buy. And now how they answer that question tells you everything you need to know about their interest and what they're going to do next. No, we're not contingent, or I do have a home to sell. Now I have a whole other question. So now I'm going to explore that property. Have you spoken with the lender? Are you able to purchase? Are you going to upgrade the equity? I want you guys to use this term, upgrade your equity. Upgrade your equity is a very powerful statement. Are you going to upgrade your equity, or are you going to keep the property that you have now? What does it sound like when I say upgrade my equity?
Are you gonna purchase another house in addition to the one that you have? I don't know. Honestly, I'm a little confused by that.
Means I'm going to sell my property and I'm going to move the equity. I'm going to upgrade it from the old house to the new house. Because this
So
house is an upgrade.
down payment. You can do a down payment.
I'm going to upgrade my equity. Okay, very, very powerful. So these are just salespeople way to guide them through the conversation without having any language that's going to result in a dead end. Mike, I see you unmuted for a moment. No, okay.
I just was going to say that you're upgrading rather than down or downsizing.
Okay.
That gives you an idea of whether you're going to get a really higher price house to sell.
Okay. So you've asked them the question. So Kay, someone else, I'm gonna be the agent, and I'm gonna walk in and I want you to take me through the few scripts, and everybody else can kind of help along as we go. So you're asking me the question, and you ask me, what do you think? Actually, we really like it. I think it's exactly what we're looking for, actually. Okay, you're the agent. We're gonna role play. So now I'm the buyer, and I just said that to you. What is your
After you came in to the open house and I asked you what do you think and what you're looking for?
Actually, no, I didn't even get to what you're looking for, because we didn't need to go there, because you asked me what I thought. And I simply said, actually, we really like it. I think this is exactly what we're looking for. What is your very next question to me?
Oh, I'm glad to know that. I'm glad to know you guys enjoy the house very much. Damn, I wasn't ready. Sorry.
What's your time frame?
Ah, very good. That's a good question. Well, I guess I'm flexible. Are there any offers on the property now?
We can't
Actually,
say
I'm not able to disclose that at the moment.
right.
So hopefully you had a conversation, but what you would say is not quite sure what's happened through the open house weekend. We've had a lot of people in this weekend and it's a new market. We're going to have to go and check our inbox and check our order desk to see what's going on because at this point, I'm not sure.
What if you did know?
Well, then you would have called the seller and asked the seller,
Can I disclose?
can I disclose? And then the seller would say yes. Then we would disclose it and say, well, actually, there is one offer in. We're getting through the weekend today and tomorrow, and we're going to be presenting those offers on Monday. So the offer hasn't been presented. So the good news is you still have an opportunity to get your offer in. The good news is you still have an opportunity to get your offer in. That's very important. Not, oh, I'm sorry, it's already got an offer. It's we're going to be getting through the open house on Saturday and Sunday because now we're selling like the expectation would be that we would get an offers. Of course, it's a beautiful house. You like it, everybody else does too. That's the mentality. We're not going to say that, but that's what we're going to come forward with and let them know we're going to get through the open house today and tomorrow, and then we're going to be presenting the offer Monday. So the good news is you still have an opportunity to get your offer in. Okay. So what's your time frame, Mike?
Can we clear that ahead of time with our seller by saying that it'd be a good idea for us to have the open house on the weekend and wait until noon Tuesday to go through the offers? And that way you get his approval then to have this conversation with the people who are coming in and looking.
100% of the time in my listings that I take, I've talked to my seller about my grand open house and I've gotten them all excited about my process. And you guys can only imagine what I'm telling my seller, right? Because I'm literally telling you exactly what I'm telling them. And I have already set the expectation about the 70%, about the 30%, and we're going to go live on Monday. And that Monday is going to be built. And I always use these words, building hyper momentum so we can hit the open house and have the largest audience of people come. Because if we can get the unrepresented people there, which is 70% of the buyers in the market, and we can get the 30% who are already represented by an agent, and we can get those two groups to descend upon the property at the same time, that gives you the highest propensity to go into multiple offers. And at that point, the buyers are negotiating against each other instead of against you. And that puts you in a very powerful position. Then I say, now over the course of that week, my recommendation is that we don't facilitate any showings. Because if we have a showing, someone throws an offer at us, it's going to throw a wrench in the entire gear. My recommendation is we keep pushing everyone to the open house on Saturday and Sunday. That's going to be good for you because it's going to limit the number of showings and disruption you have in the house. Although we'll be going live in the MLS for showings 2 o'clock on Friday, the expectation is there'd be a couple of showings in the afternoon on Friday. People are going to come back on Saturday. They're probably going to come back even on Sunday. And then Monday morning, we'll take stock of what we have. We'll review the offers. If we have offers, we can send out multiple offer notification asking them if they want to revise their offer for final investment at 5 o'clock. The seller says, okay. I put those instructions exactly in the MLS and the agent that says, we're going to be doing an open house Saturday and Sunday, reviewing offers Monday morning with final invest at 5. And it's actually in my agent notes all the way back on Monday in CTX MLS when I first listed it. So not only is it a conversation that I have with my client, it's disclosed to all the agents what my plan is. 100%. Okay, good question. Okay.
Yeah, I had a question. Like this is great question. Like I was taking note about what you said to ask them when they need to be in by and if they have a home to sell. So in a different scenario, when they walking and started saying, "Oh, we like the property," and I don't have time to answer those questions, mostly when there are other people present. Is there any way I can just basically just say, "Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you love the house and everything. Would you mind me taking your information so I can follow up with you and schedule a buyer's consultation? And you can tell me more. You can tell me more about what you like, about the house, or instead of just."
Let me upgrade that. Let
Mhm.
me upgrade your idea. What I would do if I have someone and it's busy, 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 and they told me they like it, I would say, would you like to schedule a private showing after the open house to come back and see it? Is there family that wants to see the home as well? We can schedule a private showing of the property. Now I'm going to reschedule after the open house, call the seller. Nope, you're not coming home. Go have dinner because we got a showing right after here. Someone who came is going to go grab their family and they're going to come back and take a look at the house. So don't invite them to the office to talk about it. Invite them to bring their family to the house and get everybody invited into the house so that there's more of an emotional connection. People are excited about it. And now you can perpetuate that. And now you have all the time in the world.
At that point, do you have to have them sign the representation
idea?
agreement?
No, because it's our listing. Remember, we don't need, now, by that point, when they show back up at the open house for the showing, I'm going to hand them the representation disclosure and the information about brokerage services as I'm opening the door and say, now there's a required disclosure that I have to give you. Realty Texas, our firm, is the listing agent. You know that because I was in the open house, but Texas Real Estate Commission requires I give you this paper to disclose that I represent, or my firm represents. I don't tell them I represent the seller. I always say, and it's technically, and it's 100% accurate, to disclose to you that my firm represents the seller. Why do I say my firm?
Because it means we can also represent you since the listing is in-house.
No one's going to want to work with you if you say that I represent the seller.
Right.
No one's going to want that. And technically you don't represent. So it's not only technically inaccurate, but it's sending the wrong message, and the message that's incorrect that's being sent is going to make them not want to work with you. So for every reason, you're not going to say, I represent the seller. It's going to be, here is a required notice from the Texas Real Estate Commission. You know that I'm the Realty Texas is the firm. They make a required disclosure that we disclose to you that Realty Texas, our firm, is representing the seller. And then now you have, you guys excited to see it? I'm excited to show it to you. Okay. And, always check in with your client's excitement. Always remind them that they're supposed to be excited and give them permission to be excited. Are you excited? I'm excited for you. I can't wait for you guys to see it. You're going to love it. Sending it the log, build the hype. You're opening the lockbox. Everyone wants to see it. And then you come in and ask the questions. And now they're going to start asking you all kinds of questions. Well, this, and they're going to start telling you a lot of stuff. And so now you're going to just do your real estate job and you're going to extrapolate it all. And you're going to talk about getting an offer in, and we're going to need to get with a lender. So here's the process. We're going to need to prepare an offer. We're going to have to get a pre-qualification letter from a lender to send over to the seller and explain the process. And we'll explain that process in another class. That's not what this class is for, because this is from open house to prospect. And then we're going to get in our Monday's class. We're going to go through an entire builder class. Wednesday, bulletproof contracts, and in that contracts class, we're going to be talking about how you present getting a contract signed, turning an offer into a contract, and going through an 8-hour day about contracts. It's the day I really get to nerd out, because contracts are my favorite thing to explain, because they are the thing that helps the agent the most. The most value you'll probably get out of Mega, out of all of that you've gotten so far, will be the contracts class, because you're going to get so many powerful scripts. It's going to help you guide your client through the purchase process, that there's not going to be any issues all the way through inspection, the whole thing. Never rush to make a decision, but once you make a decision, rush, because at that point you're inviting a multiple offer situation. These little scripts and these little nuggets are so powerful that help people immediately see the path forward and understand it. Okay. Any other questions regarding the open house stuff? Because that pretty much puts a bow on it. Anybody have any other questions? Meg.
Quickly, since I'm doing open houses this weekend and maybe that situation will happen, where do I find the representation disclosure so I have it at my ready?
It's in the room.
We have TXR 1417.
Okay.
You're gonna go into you can go into our new form system, which is right here, and then 1417, which is the representation disclosure. Click add, boom, there it is.
Okay, thank you.
Now we have built a new form system. So for some of you may have never even seen that before, because this new form system is brand new to us. we have a form system that's inside of our room that's connected to a transaction room where you apply the packets and have the forms, but we now have a form system built outside of a room so you can quickly within seconds find a form without having to create a room and go into a room and apply a packet and see the form. So this form system was born just in the last 2 weeks, so that you can get your representation disclosure super quick. All right, nice. And your information about brokerage services if they decide they want to buy it or they want to have a conversation about another home that's down the street. Good question. Anybody else have questions before we change topics? Okay. So when we get back from break, I want you guys to we're going to do a break at 4:28. We're going to come back at 4:30 and we're going to spend 30 minutes talking about code of ethics. And that's a good 30 minutes. For those of you who have a question about the code, put that question in our chat, the article and the code, and then I will take your questions. I will walk you through it and we'll explain it. And any other questions you have about the code of ethics, I'm going to remind you what the code of ethics is and what it's not, and then I'll explain some stuff to you, and I'll have the code of ethics up on the screen, and you can, we're going to nerd out over the code of ethics. 4:29, I'll see you guys back at 4:40.
Hey, Miguel, are you here? Negative? Guess not.
Do you need Miguel?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Katie's here.
Yeah, he just walked out of the class. What do you need?
Hey, Katie, I have a buyer's rep and I'm looking at, I'm in the rooms and it says, there's a new notice in the tab that says timeline. I can't read what it
Yes.
says, but what is that? I mean, I looked at the buyer's rep.
It
It
is
has-
a new tab. It is in a beta phase. So that little blue word next to it says beta, BETA. So it is brand new and we should be getting more information about it soon and how to use it for
Oh,
us.
so I don't have to do anything?
You don't have, no, you do not have to do anything with it right now.
Okay.
At the moment, we will be updating you and sending you all the right info and trainings about that.
Cool.
But we're really excited.
Well, let's build a little bit more hype than that. So we've been working really hard
Excited.
on roll. Yeah, there's definitely excitement. All right, so this is the thing. We have a new critical timelines feature that we built into our transaction management system that helps you track your deadlines for each contingency in the offer. So your loan contingency, the option period, the earnest money, the paragraph 60 objections, HOA addendum timelines, all those timelines will start running and you'll be able to see those timelines and how many days you have left for each timeline. But not only is there a timeline associated to each one, but as that timeline comes up to 24 hours before it's up, the system is going to send you a text message letting you know that that deadline is coming, and every morning it's going to send at 8:30 an email to you letting you know what the timelines are and how many days left you have for each one of your timelines. So the thing that you have to have in the system to make it work currently is the effective date of the contract. So you have to go into the 1 to 4 family after you've negotiated it. Let's say you get it, turn the offer into a contract, then you send it over to the listing agent. It goes round in circles for a couple of counters back and forth. They finally accept it. They fill in an acceptance date or the acceptance date. Then you have to take that executed date and put it into the contract on the forms, and then it knows how to start extrapolating all of the timelines.
Okay, so I clicked on it and I saw the deadline and then it talked about the buyer rep. But I guess that's just in case it was about to expire, it would notify me, right?
That's right. Your buyer rep, you got timelines on your representation packet, and then when you add a contract, you've got timelines. So if you've got a listing agreement, it's going to be tracking the expiration date of your listing agreement, the expiration date of your buyer agreement. So all those deadlines are in your room. But if you back up from the room and you actually go into the gallery of all of your rooms, which is your room system, it'll track all the timelines across all of your rooms. So as Katie mentioned, we are really looking at beta 1. It was released, and over the next week we're just going to be gathering information, watching how it's performing, and then we're going to be doing upgrading again, not next week but the week after. So that's where we are.
Cool. All right, well,
Thank
that answered my question. Thank you.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Does that song say your name?
Welcome back.
Welcome.
Welcome back, Potter. Welcome back, Cotter. It was a show in the 80s, maybe the 90s. I don't remember when it was, but okay. Super excited. We've got the last 30 minutes to talk about code of ethics. I always like to remind you guys that the code is not ethics. Following the code is the ethics. So if we want to be ethical, then we have to follow the code. And if we want to follow the code, we have to know what the code says and what it means. That requires us at some point in our career to stop what we're doing, pick up the page and read it. Read it, because it is a standard operating set of procedures. It is a sandbox promise. It is, if I operate my business this way under these standards, so will you. So it's a set of professional standards. It's why our profession has the Professional Standards Committee, in which I serve on and am an ombudsman for, which is a really fancy old English word for mediator. So in the world of professional standards, we have our code of ethics. The code of ethics has been around for a really long time. The problem with just telling you to read it is it changes every year. The code evolves. It's a living, breathing document. So when you go back and you look at each version of the code of ethics and you look at what it actually says, you will see on the code of ethics when the last time it was updated. Now, this was updated, that this is a January 2024 edition, but you will see at the end of each article the last time it was amended. Amended January 01, 07. As you're going through, you will be seeing 93, 95. So some of the stuff's been around a while, but you will see stuff in here from 2023. I just accidentally closed it. You will see stuff from 2023 and you will see stuff from 2024. And what is interesting, and a lot of people don't maybe realize, is our code of ethics is about to change again. Did you guys know that? 2024, we're making some significant changes to Article 4. But we will get that in, we will talk about that in November. When I was in DC this last month at an NER conference, as an NER director, we voted to approve the changes to the Code of Ethics. It takes a full vote for the board of directors. Okay, so let's grab into the chat. Now we've kind of reminded us where we are with the Code of Ethics, what it means. It's not a set of ethics. It's simply a set of business practices. And some of the business practices are really, really specific. I'm going to give you some examples. Standard of Practice 3-8. Realtors shall not misrepresent the availability of access to show or inspect a listed property. Where did that come from? You can't say, I'm sorry, but you're not in the option period and you can't inspect this property because you had the inspection period, so you can't come in. Our contract actually says that the buyer has access to the property during reasonable hours through the entire time the contract is in force. They can do inspections anytime they want during reasonable times, when in or outside the option period, but they've lost the right to terminate irrespective of anything through which the option fee was paid on the option deadline. So they no longer have that termination option. I'm looking in the chat, Article 3, Knock says, Article 3, realtors shall cooperate with other brokers except when cooperation is not in the client's best interest. What is not considered the client's best interest? Okay, so Knock, let me give you an example. you submit an offer to me for $50,000 under asking price, and you say, sign this offer. Cooperation has to be at our client's acceptance, not about what we want. Part of cooperation is looking at our client's best interest. Anything to do with our client's situation, we have to be honest with all people, but we don't have to tell someone that they're getting a divorce unless that divorce affects the transaction. We don't have to tell them that they're having a hardship and they can't pay their mortgage unless the mortgage is in default. So when it talks about specifically what's in your cooperation, cooperation always has to do with communication. It has to do with working with each other. But if it's not in the best interest of your client, you don't have to cooperate if it's not in the best interest of your client, because there's a fiduciary situation. And when it comes to fiduciary situations, we have to put our clients first, but we also have to cooperate with other agents. So we have to understand the fiduciary duty of our client, and we have to look at the, I guess, the best interest of the transaction and not anything else. Let me give you an example. And I'm going to try to find one. So there's just one here. The best example of this is going to be confidentiality. Me not telling someone something about my client that, a broker says, we're in a multiple offer situation. Are you in a multiple offer situation? We have to cooperate with other brokers to facilitate offers and to facilitate communication. And if something is not in the best interest of your client, then you don't have to cooperate with those other agents.
Jack, in alignment, I'm sorry, of the NAR settlements, when I read corporations with other broker, I was thinking about fees, because it's saying right here we not cooperating in client best interest. So it made me think, does that mean we don't get paid?
No, there are situations that has nothing to do with your it has nothing to do with that at all. I mean, you have an obligation to secure the best deal for your client. You have to protect your client's legal position. You have to hold confidentiality. You can't disclose what your client's situations are. It's all about those things. It's not about cooperative compensation. Compensation and cooperation are two different things.
Okay.
I put it this way. There are situations where standing firm and not cooperating with certain demands or conditions may be in the best interest of your client. But we have to work together in our client's best interest. And so there's this fine line between the win-win and your client's position in your client's best interest. So this comes down to, don't forget about the fiduciary duty that you have to the client. Laura, 1-9. It says we have confidentiality unless a crime was committed by a client. Is this crime related to real estate or any crime? So it also has to do with, let's go to 1-9. Actually, this one just came up. Okay, The obligation of realtors to preserve confidential information as defined by state law provided by the client in the course of the agency relationship or non-agency relationship recognized by law continues after termination of agency relationship or any non-agency relationship recognized by law. Realtors shall not knowingly, during the following the termination of professional relationships with their clients, reveal confidential information of clients, use confidential information of clients to their disadvantage, use confidential information of clients for the realtor's advantage or the advantage of third parties unless clients consent after full disclosure. Realtors are required by a court order. It is the intention of a client to commit a crime and the information is necessary to prevent a crime, or it is necessary to defend a realtor or the realtor's employees or associates against an accusation of wrongful conduct. So let's center in on number C, on letter C. You have a buyer, and you have a buyer that is wanting to purchase an investment property. They've come to you and they've told you that they're going to buy this property and they're going to use FHA 3% down, 3.5% down to buy the property, but they're an investor and they're never going to own or occupy the property. That's not confidential information anymore because they want to buy the property, and you know that three things can happen. One, you can be wrapped into this lawsuit if you knew about it, and now you're kind of conspiracy to commit fraud against the lender. Number two, if the lender finds out about it, the property can immediately go into foreclosure. And if you didn't tell them that, then we can be wrapped into the damages of the foreclosure, both by lender and the buyer. And then number three, because you knew that they were purchasing it for an unlawful purpose, you had an obligation to tell the lender because it was illegal. Sometimes people get confused between what's confidential and then if there's going to be a crime. If you find out there is that they've threatened someone, if you found out that there is something about the property that they are wanting to not disclose and they want to try to not tell anybody about the disclosure about the property and come out the other side and be victorious on a sale and lie and not tell someone. So if any type of crime is impending and you have information that can prevent the crime, you have an obligation in the code of ethics to tell someone. So confidentiality
Who would
does
we tell? The broker? You?
you would go to your sales manager and let your sales manager know exactly what is going on. Then we would go to our client and we would tell the client, we are in receipt of this information. We have to disclose this information and we're urging you to disclose it. Because if you don't disclose it, we have to. And then we will give them a deadline. And if they don't disclose it, then we're going to get our attorney to write a letter and explaining our position and our requirements under the law and send them a certified letter and give them a chance to respond to the certified letter. And if they don't respond to the certified letter, then we have to make the appropriate disclosure.
So in this situation, it sounded like we're representing the buyer and we know that they're going to do that. What if they just decide they want to cancel the buyer rep agreement? They just want to terminate it.
Yeah, so regardless if it's a customer or if it is a client, it says in the standard of practice that we have, whether it's a customer or whatever type of agency relationship that we have, they can terminate the agency relationship. They can. We still have an obligation because just because they don't get to terminate a buyer rep agreement, we have to be very careful about that. They can breach one. They can default and breach, but they can't terminate. Termination only happens by the agreement of the parties. And so they would owe us compensation. They breached the agreement, defaulted the agreement, and we have an obligation under the law. Now, what happens if they change their mind? That's a whole different story. A lot of people want to purchase the FHA 3.5% down, live in the property for 3 months or 90 days and get past that and come out the other side. We're not going to consider that a fraud. But if they're If we know that they are using identity theft, if we know that the social security number that they have is not them, if we find out that they are doing something illegal, we have an obligation to tell someone and make sure that that crime is not going to affect someone or someone's going to be harmed. Good question. I like that one. That actually came up not too long ago. Okay. From the 70s, Lisa says. 11-3. Okay. When realtors provide consultative services to clients which involve advice or counsel for a fee, which is what we always do, our job is to advise our clients, not a commission, such advice shall be rendered in an objective manner, and the fee shall not be contingent on the substantive of the advice or counsel given. If brokerage or transaction services are to be provided in addition to consultative services, a separate compensation may be paid with prior agreement between the client or realtor. All right. So I can get pulled in as a in a court where they want me to advise a court, consulting services, expert witness, or something like this, which has happened twice only. We can get paid a fee. They're going to say, we're going to give you $300 an hour. You're going to come to court. We're going to ask you these questions and tell us what standards of practices are. And they're going to advise questions. And then we're going to advise them a fee. We can come out the other side and then them say, okay, we paid you 3 hours for $300 an hour. That's $900 that you're going to get paid. Now we want you to list the property. Great. That $900 was not my commission. That was for the consulting. It wasn't, if you tell these people what we want to hear, we'll pay you $900. It can't be that. It has to be, we're going to pay you for the consulting. The consulting has to be true and accurate information to the best of your ability. They can charge you for that consulting. Once it comes out the other side, if they want you to represent them in a sale, it's a different representation agreement for a different fee. And that could be the same thing as a all the way through to limited services, if limited services is something that the brokerage offers. For instance, maybe you're going to charge a fee of $500 flat fee to put a listing in the MLS, and that you have a certain type of listing agreement that you have created, and that listing agreement is between you and a builder. You're not going to negotiate for them. You're not going to facilitate showings for them. There's not going to be lock boxes on the property. All you're doing is putting the property in the MLS, like for a builder. Absolute limited services. You're going to charge a flat fee. It has nothing to do with the services. It has to do more with the MLS flat fee. Now, if you get a buyer, then you bring them an offer. Now that offer, there's going to be something else. You're going to be looking for cooperative compensation, and it's a different agreement.
Okay, is there a form for that? Like how? I mean,
Yeah,
you don't just write it on a napkin and call it a contract, or you can,
right.
but
You cannot. The broker has to, and these are not forms that TREC is going to promulgate, because remember, TREC does not promulgate any type of listing agreement or buyer representation agreement. TREC doesn't do that. Texas Realtors has a couple of them. The brokerage and their brokerage attorneys is required, if the broker's policy allows that, to create the documents with the attorney and draft the contract for limited services. And right now, Texas Realtors doesn't have limited services contracts, not in that type. It would have to be some type of an agreement. And usually builders will present you with theirs. And usually when people ask you for consulting services, they'll present you with theirs. And then you can send it to the corporate attorney, have them review it, and then agree to it. Okay. Article 4, that's actually the article that's changing. And they're breaking it up into multiple different sub-articles. And so they're breaking this up. But basically what this is saying is that realtors are not going to acquire an interest or buy or present offers from themselves, any member of their immediate families, their firms, or any member thereof, or entities in which they have an ownership interest and it's usually 10%, without making their true position known to the owner or the owner's agent or broker. So you're not going to submit an offer and say you're an agent and pretend that you're selling it to a spouse or someone else. You're going to make your true position known. You're not going to hide the fact that you're a real estate agent, or opposite. You're not going to come to them as a buyer and not tell them that you are a real estate agent. You have an unfair advantage as a real estate agent. And so if a buyer thinks that it's a buyer and a seller that's negotiating a transaction with both their own knowledge, and you have a license, you have an obligation to tell the other side in writing at the time that you have substantive dialogue that you are a licensee and that you are active and that you are interested in purchasing the property. So you have to make your position known in the transaction. Any substantive questions on Article 4? And yes, it says, can we collect a commission on that? You absolutely can, if you are a buyer of a property and you hold a license, receive a commission. You can. You also can ask them to credit the commission to the sales price. You can ask them to put the commission into the deal. There's a lot of agents out there who buy and sell property, and if they sell a property, they often won't pay themselves a commission because it's coming out of their equity. But if they buy a property, yes, they can receive a commission. Good question. Article 7, and we've got only 3 more. These are fun. In a transaction, realtors shall not accept compensation for more than one party, even if permitted by law, without disclosure to all parties and the informed consent of the realtor's client or clients. All right, so this is a good one. This one is really confusing. This is what they're trying to stop. When we have cooperative compensation, we get a representation agreement with a buyer, and we tell the buyer that they're going to pay us 3%. And in that agreement, it says first, we're going to try to attempt to collect the money from the listing broker. And if the listing broker fails to pay the buyer broker, then the buyer will pay the buyer broker. And that's the thing. What they don't want to see happen is us invoice the buyer for 3% and then also get a check from the listing cooperating broker for 3%, and we get paid twice. We're not allowed to do that. However, because a lot of agents will say, look, if the cooperating broker wants to pay me half their commission to take me out to the proper for me to sell their listing, I still have the right to charge my client. And that is absolutely 100% true. But your client has to know what happened. If you don't tell the client that you got paid from both sides, then it's a violation of the code of ethics. Now, we'll take that to the next step. What happens if you are working with a seller and the buyer writes you a check and then the seller is also paying your commission? The seller needs to know that the buyer wrote you a check, just like your client does. Everyone in the transaction has to be disclosed what happened, because the seller might say, look, nope, they paid the commission, so I don't have to. They paid that. And they said, well, what about a bonus? I want to pay them a bonus. Fine, there has to be disclosure. 100% transparency and disclosure. Questions regarding that?
Yes, so yesterday, Michelle was talking about receiving a gift card from her clients. Is that
So,
also part of the disclosure that needs to be had?
okay. So let's talk about what the law says about this. The law says that an agent cannot receive any type of compensation whatsoever. It all has to go to the brokerage, goods, services, and compensation. If a real estate agent receives compensation directly from a buyer or a seller, it's a crime. It's a crime because they want the broker to receive that money and send that into the IRS, because the IRS has to know about every dollar that comes into your organization. So a gift card is considered cash. So if a gift card comes in, the question is was it reported on the IRS? Did it come through the 1099? And it's required to. And so they found out that the IRS, they received compensation and they didn't pay compensation, then it's a violation of the IRS. And our code of ethics, along with the license act, says that we will comply with all of the IRS regulations, including having our taxes paid up in full and not being in arrears. Your license can be put on suspension if you have back taxes to the IRS. So there are situations where an agent will bring to us a gift card that they got from their client. They hand it to us, and there's nothing that we can really do with that gift card. And so we just take the gift card in organizationally, and then we give it back to the agent. That's what we've done in the past. Now, what happens when a builder puts our agent on a plane and flies them to California and pays for a hotel, pays for food, pays for them to go shopping? What happens then? It's against the law. It's 100% against the law. We're not going to get into that because builders are doing it right now. Because what we're seeing is builders are going to stop paying bonuses, but they're going to start giving away cars. They're going to start giving away trips. And they're going to go back to what they were doing before. I mean, I don't know if you guys know, Lisa and I used to go to the Mercedes, no, not the Mercedes, the Highland Homes parties. And there was a Mercedes at every single Highland Home party. And they were giving that Mercedes away to an agent. And it was a raffle. However many homes that you sold that year went into a raffle, and someone was going to walk away with that Mercedes before the end of the night. Not only that, but they gave away handfuls of money. Here's $10,000. Here's a trip to Hawaii, and they're giving away all of this stuff, and they're giving it to the agent. There is nothing illegal about the builder giving it to an agent, but the agent can't legally accept it. They have to give it to their broker, because if they accept it, they're in violation of the law, which the builder is putting the agent in a really bad position. That's just the laws that we have of the land, because the IRS wants to make sure that people are accounting for their income and that they get their dues. And they know that the brokerage is going to report to the IRS. They know that the agent will not. That's just what the IRS believes.
Jack, I had customers clients of mine buy me lunch. Okay, is that it? Is that okay?
That would not be considered compensation.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, 16-16. This is a really complicated one now, and I think that we're going to see something change with this. When realtors are contacted by the client of another realtor regarding the creation of an exclusive relationship to provide the same type of service, and realtors have not directly or indirectly initiated such discussions, they may discuss the terms upon which they might enter into a future agreement, or alternatively may enter into an agreement which becomes effective upon the expiration of any exclusive agreement. 16. That's a different one, but it's exactly the same. Realtors acting as subagents or buyer tenant reps or brokers shall not use the terms of an offer to purchase, lease, or attempt to modify the listing broker's offer of compensation to subagents, which I know that's actually not going to go away right now, because what we're seeing is cooperative compensation is remaining. If you have 1616, it goes on. All that 1616 has said, and this comes up all the time in professional standards. And this is, you asked me a question that's not really related to 1616, because you actually asked me procuring cause. Procuring cause is who was instrumental in bringing the transaction together without a break in the chain that made it to the closing table. And it's the break in the chain part that makes procuring cause confusing, because procuring cause, just because you may be procuring cause of a transaction doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be paid. What 1616 is really saying is an agent can't use the terms of an offer to compensate, to renegotiate the contract. For instance, I'll give you 3% of commission for full price offer, but I will give you 1.5 if you don't give me full price. They can't use the terms of the offer to modify the amount of compensation. The compensation was unilateral and irrespective of anything. It had to be unrelated to anything. I know already through professional standards that that little nugget of it is being changed because of the lawsuit, but they're not going to modify the code of ethics until November. And they're talking about this right now, about how they're going to handle this, because NAR has to get out of that portion of it. They can no longer say that an offer of compensation has to be unilateral. It is going to be negotiable. And so we're going to see the way that they've created our listing agreements now, Texas Realtors, and we'll see how that comes between now and the 24th, which is a couple of days, if they make any future modifications to it. Very clear and concise instruction between the agent and the listing agent and the seller as to what the commission compensation is going to be and how much they're going to give to the other side. And nowhere in the listing agreements do we have an amount that's variable, or they can be changed based on anything. So they're still in the form says, we're going to offer this amount and this is how much is going to be paid, and it's not a performance agreement. Well, I think you did a good job, so I'm going to give you the full amount. Or you guys didn't tell my seller about the inspection, and the inspector showed up and interrupted them in the middle of breakfast, so we think that that's a bad practice and we're only going to pay you 1%. That's not a practice that our listing agreement allows. 16-16 is not about necessarily procuring cause. It's about paying the commission as agreed in the listing agreement, and that you can't make the offer subject or contingent upon an offer. I see you guys are paying 2.5%. I have a client that's about to submit a 3% of a full price offer. If you guys bring this up to 3%, we'll send over the offer, but if you don't, we won't. That is not, if it's coming from the agent's driving that conversation, that would be a violation. And we have one more question that we're going to get through, and it's 5:10, and then we're going to cut it off because I know a lot of you, it's Friday at 5 o'clock, and you guys are officially off and out of class for the weekend. But Mike's got his hand up, so I'm going to answer his question. I hope you guys are doing open houses this weekend. I hope you guys are at home with your value proposition on a 3x5 card, standing up on a chair or somewhere above everyone and learning this so you get ready for next weekend. And of course, I'm hoping you're doing your mock listing presentation as well, so that you can learn the Realty Texas scripts for the 70% and the 30% and get to know that really, really well. And also memorizing your open house scripts. There's a lot to do. You guys have got an entire week plus a weekend, which is plenty of time to do all of those things. But please apply yourself. This is certainly the time to really double down and make the most of this last week that we have together. So I'm super excited about your progress, how hard you've all worked, how much focus and attention that you've put into Mega. It makes me proud. And I've really enjoyed this, 60 hours so far that we've got to spend together. And I value that. And I look forward to one last week with you guys. And then it will be hopefully GRI that you take with me, and ABR, and all of the continued education, and then seeing me in all of the subsequent classes that we have. But I really enjoy my time with you guys in Mega. And just know there will be a Mega 15 and a Mega 16 in the future, and that you are all invited as Mega students to come in at any time and hang out with the next group. Take a class that you want to learn a little bit more about. We're always adding more content, and some of the others, people who've come in from prior Megas have mentioned to you guys that, oh, there's some new information in here that wasn't in here last time. I'm continually updating Mega and moving classes around and adding content that I think is going to help us in the times that we're in. So again, from me to you, thank you. I'm going to stick around for a while and continue asking questions, but officially class dismissed. You guys can go off on about your days, but I will stick around. And I know Mike and a few other people have questions. And so, Mike, what was your question?
Are they just going to look the other way on this variable compensation between now and August?
I think what's going to happen is once the August 17th happens, the association cannot support, control, or recommend commissions, but they can hear contractual disputes. if there was a contract made from a commission and a real estate agent did not uphold, the real estate broker did not uphold their contract, the board will hear it. So if there was a contract and the agent said, I'm going to pay you this, and it was either an offer of compensation from prior to August 17th or after August 17th, and there was an offer of compensation signed and the listing broker did not honor their agreement, it will go into mediation and they will hear that because it's a contractual dispute.
Okay, because yesterday I saw two different real estate listings that were up on auction, and the auction company said that they were a broker, and it said that they would pay 1.5% commission if the offer was accepted below the reserve price, and they would pay 3% if the offer was above the reserve price.
So there's a different set of laws for people who have an auctioneer's license. And so if you are a real estate agent that also has an auctioneer's license, then there's an entire set of compensation that falls under that, that's not falls under NAR offer of compensation. We do have a section of the Code of Ethics that talks about auctioneer's license, and that a real estate agent who does not hold an auctioneer's license cannot auction a property. So when it falls under the auctioneer's license, that falls under a different section of Texas law, and they have the
Okay.
right to charge through their auction. Yep. And in fact, Soccer Chapman, who is an agent and Austin Board of Realtors, who's very well known, she does have her auctioneer's license, and she does often set a reserve price, and they do have compensation that they offer based on those reserve prices. So different animal, but yes, that's perfectly acceptable. It's not a perfectly acceptable for a real estate agent to do that who doesn't have an auctioneer's license. All right, what other questions we got?
I just wanted to try to do the paragraphs.
Ooh, okay, let's do it.
Okay. I've done it in the mirror and I've, heard my own voice, but I never did it with my eyes closed. So anyway, okay. See, I just went blank.
Paragraph 1, boom.
Paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph 2, property. Paragraph 3, I know this, is leases.
We've got one between that one. So leases is 4.
See, I see the contract in my head.
Think money.
Oh, I'm sorry, sales price.
There you go.
Part 1. Okay, paragraph 3 is sales price. Then there's 4 leasing. Then there's 5 termination and earnest money and termination option.
There you go.
Then there is title and survey.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's that?
Title policy and survey is 6.
Thank you. 7 is property condition. Right?
Yep. 7 is property condition.
8 is, I know 9 is closing. Jeez. I know this. I go to sleep with me recording me listening to it. Okay, I'll come back to 8. 9 is closing. Then there is after 10 is possession. 11 is settlement and other expenses. Then special provisions. That's
Which
12.
one's that? Nope.
11.
Yep.
Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. 11 special. And I've been writing it down, so I'm like a writer. 12 is, okay, I'm lost. Special provisions, and there's settlement and other offers.
So special provisions is 11, yes. 12 is settlement and other expenses.
Okay, 13 is, I know 14 is property prorations is the next one. That's 13.
13 is prorations,
13
yes.
is prorations. 14 is casualty and loss. 15, we go into the legal stuff, and then we do default. Then 15 is mediation.
15 is default.
Yeah, 15 is default. 16 is mediation. Right?
Yep.
Okay. 17 is,
What I hate spending my money on.
attorneys.
Attorney fees, yes.
Okay. And then the next one is escrow, which is,
Well, let's not forget about 19.
representation.
Yep.
Okay, I have to think about that. And then there's, what number am I on?
20.
20 is, I'm miserable at this.
You're working your way through it. You're doing pretty good.
Okay. Representation. Then there's
Okay. So
notices.
19 is representations.
Okay, then there's notices for 20.
Yep. No. 21 is notices. You got me confused for a second.
Okay, so I skipped 20. Agreement of parties. No, that's after.
Yep, that's 21. 22 is agreement of parties.
22 is agreement of parties, and then the last one is consult with an attorney.
Yep. So what was then 19?
19. The federal tax, the FTR, the federal tax requirements.
That's 20.
Because I didn't say that one.
You didn't. So representations, federal tax requirements, notices, and then consultant attorney with signing. You did pretty good. Laura, you walked your way through it pretty good. You are very, very close. You were very, very close.
Well, I had it all written down, like legal, like logically. But yeah, I'm not really good at memorization.
You pretty much have your contract paragraphs memorized. You pretty much do. You are 99% of the way there. So you are very, very close. And with another hour on this, you'll have it nailed 100%. You've got the flow of it down. You kind of know where everything's at. You're working your way through it. You're doing good. You're doing very good.
I forgot representation. Duh.
Now I can promise you this, what you know right now, you know more than 99% of agents. That's for sure. If I go out there and ask any agent what paragraph 16 is, they're going to have no clue because they've never looked at mediation in their whole life. They've got no idea what 16 is, that it's just going to be a complete blur to them. So what the time and energy that you're putting in on this is valuable. It's important. Don't diminish it at all. And what you've already learned is exceptional. So keep going with that. Good job.
Well, I know it, but I normally write it down or listen to it, and doing it with my I can barely remember my zip code for my credit card at times.
You got that 100%. But tell yourself, I got this, and then you'll have it.
Okay.
And you can videotape it too, and like we talked about. So practice it, videotaping, and then you can play it back, and it helps too.
And Stephen and Kay, how are we doing? You guys got anything? No? Okay, cool.
I just wanted to
Just
stick around
listening.
and support Laura.
Oh, she appreciates that. We appreciate that. Very, very much, actually. Any exciting plans this weekend?
Work
Yes.
this weekend. Next weekend, I'm headed to Dallas, though.
Oh, nice. Okay. And Kay, what are you doing this
I'm
weekend?
just getting my marketing stuff ready, like car magnets. Thank you for approving that, by the way. So I just got it done. And just print out some stuff. Just get ready for the next week. So I really want to get the ball rolling by July.
I was super excited about the car magnet, so I wasted no time on that one, 100%. Those are awesome. So thank you for anytime someone brings me an idea that's going to benefit the whole company, I'm all over it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone, have a great weekend. Do lots of things. I can't wait to see you on Monday. Katie, you want to do it?
I just wanted to share something. I
Hi.
have a listing appointment tomorrow based off it wasn't a call I made actually. It wasn't. It was just spur of the moment. It just came out of nowhere.
Go, Katie.
So
Go, Katie.
kind of freaking out.
That's awesome. Congrats.
Go, Katie. Dance for me. Don't forget to do your yoga.
You can freak out only because you're excited, not because you're worried, because you've got this. And you've got an entire team of people here that's going to make sure that not only you get it, but you're going to hit a home run with it. You totally, when is your listing appointment?
Tomorrow at noon. And it's gonna be pretty casual because it is my best friend, but she did not use me for this sale of her home for personal reasons. So I guess her and her husband decided to use their previous realtor. So I really want to show my professional side and why she should use me forever and ever for the rest of her life.
Okay. Who helped you with your CMA? Are you pretty confident with it?
I'm working on it right now.
Okay.
Cindy did. Cindy's helping me because it's a condo.
Okay. Okay. Well, whatever help you need, let me know.
And thank you for the 5-star reviews. Okay, Stephen, I asked, and 4 people
I
already
figured,
did
I
it.
was
So
like,
thank you for the business.
you might not recognize me. I had a different hair before I got my locks. So I was like,
Well, I
I
just
asked
saw
for the
one.
business and I got him. Yay.
I saw one
I'm
just came
learning
through
mega.
5 seconds ago from someone named Jay. No?
Jay, Jay Mara.
It's literally the letter
Jamara.
J. That's all. Not J,
Yeah,
but just the letter.
it's
Okay.
Jamara.
Got it. Nice.
And
Oh.
then Stephen and Kay and Dimitri. So thank you for the 5-star reviews. I'm on a goal. I have to get it soon. So you're doing something different. I'm doing my business.
I'm gonna get with my I'm gonna do the test exam right now and I'll have that out. I'll have the email out and then I will see you guys if you need me over the weekend, and I can't wait to see you Monday morning for our next class working with builders. See you then. Bye everyone.